Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see second part. What if Harry Potter ascended beyond death and became magic's supreme king? Here's a quick glimpse. After defeating death itself, Harry Potter awakens with powers no wizard has ever possessed. As ancient magic recognizes him as its true ruler, forgotten kingdoms rise, legendary artifacts answer his call, and even the strongest wizards kneel before his unimaginable strength. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. Sirius had told him that he was rallying support for this, and it looked like it had worked. Harry smirked, wondering how the blood purists would react to this. Lily Potter was clearly the bane of their existence for getting rid of their precious master and was now being presented the Order of Merlin, first class, 12 years after her death. Harry dressed for the day, morphed into a man who looked to be in his 20s and went over to the fireplace in the entrance hall and said, "Diagon Alley." After a flash of green flames, he was transported to the alley. He seamlessly walked to Gringotts, and was ushered into Lord Rangoke's office. Inside, he saw the old goblin, along with a woman sitting who appeared to be in her 30s. He morphed back to his original appearance and stepped inside. "Greetings, Lord Rangoke," said Harry, giving the old goblin a warrior-style salute. The old goblin grinned and said, "Greetings to you as well, Lord Potter. Allow me to introduce to you Mrs. Serena Miller, the proprietor of Miller's Magical Mirrors." Harry went over to her, took her hand and key, at her knuckles. "It's my pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Miller," he said, in a dignified voice. The woman smiled and said, "The pleasure is mine, Lord Potter. I am happy to finally meet you." "To business," she said, as she removed her bag. "I would like to thank you for your investment, Lord Potter. I never thought my communication mirrors would be that profitable, as flows have been in existence for much longer and there are owls for delivering messages without the need of knowing the address, but your advice for new products gave me a boost. Let me demonstrate," she said while handing 3 mirrors, one each for herself, Harry and Rangoke. An initialization process has to be done for each mirror so that it can be personalized for each person. Once done, I can call out your name in case I need to contact you, and it would immediately reach you through an array of charms, runes and specially designed spells which I invented myself. "Watch," she said and demonstrated by saying, "Hadrian Potter." Immediately, Harry felt his mirror heat up a bit and he heard the words again, coming from his mirror. He activated it by just waving his hand in front of the mirror. He then saw Mrs. Miller's face in the mirror. "Now for the improvements," she said. "Lord Rangoke." Rangoke soon got the message on his mirror, and she waved her hand over the mirror. All 3 of them found themselves able to see the other 2 in the mirror. "Ingenious. You're clearly exceptional," said Harry, his eyebrows raised. "This is much better than the version of your mirrors I currently have." "Indeed," said Rangoke, examining the mirror. Mrs. Miller went pick from the praise she received, but she said, "I have more." She removed a large mirror from the bag and placed it on the floor. She tapped it and it levitated itself to a few feet above the ground. She then took out a tiny crystal from a velvet box and suspended it in midair. She tapped the large mirror, and later the crystal. There was a glow between the 2, and suddenly, the office was visible in the mirror. Mrs. Miller conjured a ball, tapped it with her wand and then the crystal. The ball was now visible in the mirror. She levitated the wand all over the office, and the moving ball could be seen clearly in the mirror as the crystal followed it around everywhere. "You were actually able to make my idea work?" asked Harry, surprised. "Indeed," replied Mrs. Miller with a smile. "I must say I never would have thought of this myself. Quidditch matches would be a lot better with these around. You've charmed the crystals like how you would charm a golden snitch, similar, but at the same time it is different," observed Harry. "Precisely," she remarked. "You know," said Harry, thinking. "We have wards that act like sensors. But none of them provide a visual. If these can be integrated into warding systems, it could revolutionize the way intruders can be detected." Rangoke's eyes went wide. "I think that's a brilliant idea," he said. "Do these mirrors and crystals have a recording feature?" Mrs. Miller smiled and nodded. "They do. When you told me it was primarily for Quidditch matches, I wanted people to watch them from home as well as watch it later at their leisure. So the mirrors have a recording feature." It can be used to pause and go back to the time index required, she explained. Mrs. Miller, said Rangoke sharply. Are you interested in a joint venture with Gringotts International Bank? Harry laughed. Brilliant, he whispered. Good idea, Lord Rangoke, he said, addressing the aged goblin. Rangoke gave Harry a sharp grin, when Mrs. Miller looked dumbfounded and asked, May I ask for what? To create a new system of wards, explained Rangoke. As you know, goblins not only undertake banking, but also warding. We have entire teams of warders and curse breakers all over the world. This new visual type of wards have not been developed anywhere in the world. All our advanced wards are very effective, but they're sensors and audio monitors. Most thieves aren't stupid enough to talk during their break-in. This type of visual wards would have prevented the break-in that happened here 2 years ago, or at least let us know of their identity. Mrs. Miller was gaping at Rangoke. But she recovered and said, Thank you for your opportunity, Lord Rangoke. I'll be sure to think about it and consider it. Harry smiled. This was so exhilarating. This was only the beginning of removing the stagnation that permeated magical Britain, and he getting more gold was an added bonus. There is more, revealed the woman, much to the shock of Harry and Rangoke. She took her small mirror, showed it to them. There was a message there asking if it wanted to pair. She went over the large mirror and did the same. Suddenly, whatever was appearing on her small mirror appeared in the large mirror as well. I can control the actions of the large mirror using my handheld ones, she explained. Then there is this. She pressed a few runes on the mirror which appeared on it and said, To Lord Hadrian Potter, we have a meeting scheduled on the 1st of July, 1993 at Gringotts. By Mrs. Serena Miller. Send. A few seconds later, Harry's mirror heated up again, and saw the message appearing. He could view the audio version, the video version, or just the text. It was sheer brilliance. She then removed another small mirror, and tapped it. Suddenly, the large mirror activated, and in it, they could see Mrs. Miller reading out the day's news. Harry only smiled when he realized that it was the day when the paper had announced him killing the basilisk. He grinned when he realized where she had gotten the idea. You've incorporated it from the Muggle television, haven't you? He asked, amused. While Harry did not like using Muggle technology, he had to grudgingly appreciate some of their inventions, the television for example. While there was no shortage of entertainment in the magical world, people had to go to a certain place for it, like an opera house or a theater. But magical technology such as this mirror could boost the industry as well. The magical world, unlike what some Muggleborns claimed, was not stuck in the Dark Ages. In fact, they were on a completely different level as compared to the Muggles. While the Muggles were still looking for different stars and planets in the galaxy, witches and wizards had an entire model of the galaxy being sold in a shop. Medicine in the magical world was incredibly advanced as compared to Muggle medical technology. Telephones were not necessary as the flow system was more than capable of communication, but there were limitations with it, which could be solved by these mirrors. Transport of goods and people nationally and internationally also was not a problem, as there were portkeys and flows for that as well, which would do the job in seconds. He scoffed when some people claimed that Muggles were better than magical races. He knew what went on in the Muggle world, of course, and there was no way Muggles were better than them. Mrs. Miller's cheeks went pink. Well, sort of. As you can see, I don't need to use wires or electricity to power it. The mirrors are all interconnected. If they need to watch the news, they have to open the required channel, which until then isn't connected. What do you think? She asked. I think this is the best investment I've ever made, breathed Harry, looking at the mirror. Mrs. Miller, you've just started an industry that would give rise to plenty of other industries in the process. You have no idea how big this could become, he said. Have you patented it? Yes, Lord Potter, answered Rangoke. It has been done for all her inventions. What about international branches? He asked, grinning at the slack-jawed expression on the inventor's face. Rangoke looked at his notes. I believe we can start branches in Paris, Berlin and New York City, while we are currently looking at places in China, India and Japan as well, he said. Mrs. Miller sat down in shock. You want to move international? She whispered, tears streaming down her face. Serena was a Muggleborn. When she had received her Hogwarts letter, her parents and siblings hadn't been happy at all. They had called her a freak and had kicked her out of the house. She had been devastated, but went to Hogwarts anyway. There she had been sorted into Hufflepuff and made lots of friends. Her best friend had been a half-blood boy, Chris Miller. When she was dreading to go back home after school ended, he helped her. When Mrs. Miller, Chris's mother, a Muggle-born herself, took her to Serena's home, her parents had yelled at them and told them to never come back. Her parents had later moved away, so as to cut off all communication with their estranged daughter. Serena had been devastated. Chris's parents took her in and looked after her. She came to regard them as her own parents. She and Chris got married after leaving Hogwarts. But tragedy struck as the Death Eaters killed her husband and in-laws when she was away one night. She had been inconsolable. She was alone, as her family was killed. She couldn't return to the Muggle world as she didn't belong there, but the magical world was not safe either. She disappeared for a few months, hoping everything would settle down. Thankfully, it did. Harry Potter had saved them all. She had been working in the Ministry in the Obliviation Squad as they needed them at the point. But she didn't want to work there forever. Her dream was to be an enchantress. She was highly gifted in the field, and so wanted to make her dream a reality. She had created mirrors that would be able to communicate with each other, but she didn't know if they were going to be a success because such technology was already present due to the Flow network. But she finally decided to try. So 3 years ago, she had quit her job at the ministry, and had opened her own business. The business wasn't very profitable, but luckily it didn't go into losses either. But more than a year ago, she had been contacted by the director of Gringotts Bank, London. Lord Rangoke informed her that Lord Hadrian Potter, the boy who lived, wanted to invest 100,000 galleons, perhaps more if she could enhance the mirrors and create other useful gadgets with them. Since she didn't have a family, she was quite free to do anything with her time. So she had spent every spare moment on those devices. And now, not only was Lord Potter happy and impressed, Lord Rangoke was too, and they were planning on moving international. Her biggest dream was about to be fulfilled. Serena Miller regained control of her emotions and asked, "Are you sure, Lord Potter? What if these items don't sell?" "Oh, they will be a success," said a grinning Harry. "I'm sure the boy who lived endorsing them will make people flock to your store." Mrs. Miller just nodded. She couldn't believe that Harry was willing to do that. "We can start with the London branch first. Once they have been received well by the public, we can open the shops in Paris, Berlin and New York City," she said. Both of them thanked Lord Rangoke for his time and left the building. Serena wanted to show Harry her shop. They went in, and Harry called for his elves. Immediately, 10 elves popped in. "What can we do for Master Hadrian?" they chorused. Harry smiled, amused. "All right guys. I want this entire shop renovated. Enlarge it, decorate it, and create spaces to store and sell in a way that would be best for a business. Use your best judgment for the design. I don't want to go to a wizard architect as I'm sure you'll do a marvelous job," he said. The elves nodded, delighted. Harry smiled at Serena and said, "Mrs. Miller, trust me. By the time those elves are done, you'll have the best shop in all of Diagon Alley." Serena choked up and said, "Thank you, Lord Potter, for everything. I have nothing in my life. My family is dead. I don't have children. My business was the only thing that I had, and you're taking it to great heights. Thank you." Harry smiled, bent down in front of the crying woman, took her hands in his and said, "Mrs. Miller, I know what it is like to not have a family. But just because you don't have biological children don't mean you can't have adopted children. Think back to your childhood. There are so many Muggleborns in Muggle orphanages, being treated horribly. Why don't you adopt a magical child from there? It's not difficult to check if the children are Muggle or magical. You can save someone's life as well as fill the void in your life." Serena looked at the boy kneeling in front of him. She idly caressed his hair and said, "You're such a good boy. Your parents would be proud of you. I think I'll take your advice." Harry smiled. He had used legilimency on her and had found out that she had suffered a lot in her life. He knew that she didn't care much about money, only her dream of being an enchantress. Her story pulled his heartstrings, and suddenly, this business venture became a lot more personal. Here was a woman who had suffered from both Muggles as well as Death Eaters, because of which she was alone. He would do his best to take care of her and bring some joy in her life. He got up and gave her a tender hug. "You can call me Harry," he said to her. "Call me Serena," she said, smiling and returning the hug. The Order of Merlin was the highest civilian award given to any witch or wizard who was a citizen of the British Isles. There were of three forms: first class, second class and third class. To award one to a person, it needed Wizengamot approval. It was then presented to the awardee by the Minister of Magic. It was a warm evening on the 2nd of July, 1993. Reporters were gathered in the atrium of the ministry along with Wizengamot members, some ministry employees, important witches and wizards, and of course, a portion of the public. Today, Lily Potter was going to be awarded the Order of Merlin, first class posthumously. There were some protests from the pureblood fanatics because of Lily Potter's blood status, but it was never voiced out loud. After all, it was dangerous to say anything in public against the woman who defeated Voldemort, and thus was loved by the public along with her war hero husband and her son who was the boy who lived. Harry was wearing his best robes of black and red for the occasion. He was present in the atrium, with Daphne next to him, socializing with many people who were present there. Dinner was arranged, and once it was done, Minister Fudge stepped up to the stage. Fudge had taken a beating for the Chamber of Secrets fiasco, so he was doing his best to get that credibility back at this event. When he cleared his throat, the noise died down, as the crowd waited for him to speak. 12 years ago, he began. We were in a state of war. There was confusion everywhere. You know who and his band of mercenaries were wreaking havoc all over the country, and there was mass killing and terror. When he came to the House of the Potters on the 31st of October 1981, he was defeated. Lord James and Lady Lily Potter were killed, but their infant son, Hadrian Potter, survived. He is the only one to have ever survived the killing curse, the boy who lived, said Fudge. Recently, it has come to the attention of the ministry, that the late Lady Lily Potter devised a method to save her infant son's life. This led to her defeating you-know-who. Her son, Lord Hadrian Potter, has now recently saved the students of Hogwarts by killing a basilisk that was terrorizing the school. Clearly, the Potter family has done the country and its people a great service. Therefore, I, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic of Magical Britain and Ireland, by the power bestowed upon me by the Wizengamot, posthumously award the late Lady Lily Potter with the Order of Merlin, first class, he announced. There was thunderous applause as Harry stepped onto the stage. He smiled and shook hands with the minister as the cameras flashed. A witch came forward carrying a medallion. It was gold, with a silver band. Harry bowed as the minister placed the band and medallion around his neck. His smile widened as a large shield, with two wands crossed at the center, proudly displayed his mother's name below the golden letters signifying the Order of Merlin, first class. Harry cleared his throat, signifying that he was about to make a speech. The stage was charmed so that his voice was magically enhanced and could be heard all over the atrium. He internally smiled as he saw Serena Miller in the crowd, with a small crystal suspended in midair next to her. She winked at Harry, signifying that she was ready. I would like to start by thanking the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, the Chief Witch Lady Acton and the august body of the Wizengamot for presenting my mother with his prestigious award, began Harry. The crowd listened in rapt attention as Harry had never before given a public interview or speech. As an orphan, I don't know much about my parents. What I do know, I only gathered after talking to my godfather and after reading their journals, but it wasn't the same. I wish I had known them, but that can be said to many of those who lost their families in the war due to Tom Riddle, said Harry. He purposely called the man Riddle and not Voldemort. The war took many lives of so many talented witches and wizards. As the minister said, there was rash Muggle killing. It was difficult to maintain the international statute of secrecy while at the same time capture the Death Eaters. My mother knew that my life was in danger. Like any other concerned mother, she took action, even though she knew that she had to die in order for me to live. She gave up her life so that her son could live, so that we could all live. Harry looked at them all and said, her actions ended the war. But why is that stagnation still permeates the country? Tom Riddle killed so many talented witches and wizards. He didn't care about our world, he only cared about himself. It has been 12 years, so why haven't we risen yet? We still shudder when we hear a made-up name made by a delusional teenager that had daddy issues. We are magical beings. We are better than that. We have survived so much and have risen to form the best society there could be. Why should we let the fear of that man torment us even now? I say enough. We need to wake up. Magical communities around the world are thriving and we used to contribute to the international society. What happened to us? We need to get back up. Remember all those who died in the war. Remember their sacrifice so that you can help create a better magical society today. Let their deaths not be in vain by us not improving our beloved magical world. Remember them, and let us rise again. Remember those times, so that someone else like Tom Riddle can never come back to kill us all again. Let us get back up, he said, finishing his speech with silence. Suddenly, there was thunderous applause. Harry bowed to them and stepped down from the stage. He mentally smiled. He had planted the seeds. Now all he had to do was let it grow. Diagon Alley was buzzing with activity. One shop in particular caught everyone's attention. The place looked full. It was Miller's Magical Mirrors. Many people stepped inside to see what it was about and were stunned by their discovery. Shelves of different types of mirrors could be seen. They were not for vanity, no. They had different purposes. There were communication mirrors which could be used to send messages or used to call others. There were other large mirrors which could be used to watch the news or Quidditch matches. It seems the Magical Daily Press had teamed up with Miller and the news could now be seen on the mirrors. Advertisements of the Quidditch teams Montrose Magpies and Puddlemere United could be seen on the mirrors as well. It was said that the mirrors were going to be used in the next matches and they were going to be recorded and could be watched while staying at home. There were many other features which people were interested in. Hadrian Potter receiving the Order of Merlin on behest of his mother and his speech later was also shown on several of the large mirrors. Many of the customers were buying the products excitedly. Harry exited the shop with a small smirk on his disguised face. It was a few days later that there was a breaking news on the large mirror which had been installed in Harry's master bedroom. The reporter said, "There has been a shocking report from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Death Eater and mass murderer Peter Pettigrew has escaped from Azkaban. It is unknown how he escaped, but the general consensus is that he might have used his animagus form, which is a rat, to escape. But considering that the Ministry was aware of the fact, we are not sure how Pettigrew could have escaped the fortress that was considered escape." Proof. Peter Pettigrew was convicted and sentenced to life in Azkaban 2 years ago for betraying the Potter family to the dark wizard Tom Marvolo Riddle, which led to the murder of James and Lily Potter, and for the attempted murder of the boy who lived, Lord Hadrian Potter. Lord Sirius Black was then sent to Azkaban on false charges, but was released 2 years ago after finally receiving a trial. There has been no further report from the Ministry of Magic concerning the escape, but it is advised by the population to be vigilant and to report any suspicious activity. If you spot Pettigrew, call the Auror office immediately. This is Steve Green, reporting for the Magical Daily News. Harry couldn't believe it. Pettigrew had escaped. What was the rat planning on doing? He stood up and started pacing. The only options that he thought were that the rat was either coming to kill him or find Voldemort. Option 2 wasn't appealing at all. So far, he had destroyed only 2 Horcruxes while 3 more remained. He had to get them too. But he needed Sirius's help for that, and there was the problem. Harry didn't know if he could confide in Sirius and Amelia with something so delicate. He needed Sirius to gain access to Bellatrix's vault. He had also researched who R.A.B. could be and had come to only one suspect, Sirius's brother, Regulus Arcturus Black. He didn't know how Regulus had known about the Horcrux, but he was never going to find out unless he spoke to Sirius. After a few more minutes, he decided that he would wait for a while. If he could accomplish it without involving Sirius and Amelia, he was all for it. If he needed them, he would tell them during the Yule holidays. The next morning, the Magical Daily came as usual. Peter Pettigrew escapes Azkaban. Minister Fudge deploys Dementors all around the country and at Hogwarts. Pettigrew is suspected to target the boy who lived. Dementors. Harry's eyes went wide at reading that. He hated those things with a passion, as he truly believed they were incredibly dangerous. He did not want to be defenseless if he ever faced one. It looked like he had to master the Patronus charm. Expecto Patronum, he said. A white mist formed from his wand but disappeared quickly. Next to him, Daphne repeated the same but wasn't successful either. I have never struggled to learn a spell, ever, said Harry irritably, taking a seat. I have to agree it is quite hard, replied Daphne, sitting opposite to him. They had both started practicing the Patronus charm, but it was proving to be exceptionally difficult. The charm needed a happy memory, but no matter how much Harry tried, he just couldn't get it. They had been trying for a month now, with no success. Nothing much had happened during the month. A manhunt was organized to track down Pettigrew. The censors around Britain were tightened so that he could not leave the country. So far, there was no luck in finding him. "It's so frustrating," yelled Harry. "I have some happy memories. Why can't I do it?" They both sat quietly for several minutes, when Daphne spoke out saying, "What if we are looking at this the wrong way? What if the happy memory alone isn't enough? What if there is the emotional component that is required?" Harry sat up straight. "Just like how the unforgivable curses need emotion to power them?" he asked. "Exactly," replied Daphne. "Let's give it a try." Harry closed his eyes and thought back to when he was happiest, but unfortunately, it was proving to be very difficult. He had spent a whole month on this spell. How could he not get it right? He opened his eyes out of frustration and looked at Daphne. She had her eyes closed and was meditating. His happiest memories had been with Daphne. She was the bright spot in his life. The one who was always there for him and loved him. Sirius and Amelia cared about him too, his devoted elves who loved him always, without a cause. And finally, his beloved Thunderbird familiar, his brother. He always had Aquila. He let the emotions of happiness and love he had for them fill him up. Daphne, Aquila, Sirius, Amelia, and others, he loved them all. He thought about his parents, how much his dad loved him. How his mother used to tease his father by calling him the most whipped dad on the planet, looking at the way James would shamelessly play with Harry for the baby's amusement in the weirdest ways. His mother hadn't been anything less. He thought about all the love they had showered on him when he was just a baby. Tears leaked from his eyes as he thought about them all as he whispered, "Expecto Patronum." Something large and silvery shot out of his wand. It wasn't defined, so Harry pumped in more emotion into the spell. He thought about the moment when Daphne had given him the photo album, their first key. The silvery mass expanded. A beak showed up, followed by a face and neck, wings, more wings, a tail and finally another pair of wings. His Patronus was a thunderbird. "Aquila," whispered Harry, his voice thick with emotion. "He's beautiful," said Daphne, coming to stand beside him. The large thunderbird Patronus came forward for Harry to touch it. Harry extended his hand and touched its neck. It stood more than 12 feet in height, towering over them. Harry could feel happiness and love radiating from it. The touch felt so different, as if he was connecting to his soul. After several seconds, it disappeared. "What's the secret?" asked Daphne. Harry breathed deeply to get his voice under control. "You were right. It needs powerful emotions to power it. You need to feel the happiness and love, only then would you be able to create a fully corporeal Patronus. You might want to take your time, though. Let the emotions fill you," he said in a shaky voice. Daphne nodded and thought about it. Harry watched as her face slowly flushed. A large smile formed on her face, just as a lone tear slipped down her cheek. After more than 2 minutes, she whispered, "Expecto Patronum." A silvery mass erupted from her wand as well. Daphne opened her eyes and concentrated. Nearly a minute later, after great effort, it started changing. Giant paws started forming, along with a tail. A body soon took shape, and finally, a face appeared as well. It too was large, more than 6 feet in height. It had spots on its body, along with an inflamed neck. Daphne's Patronus was a Nundu. Daphne extended her hand, and the big cat came forward to touch it. A silvery tongue licked her fingers and Daphne giggled. She petted it until it disappeared. "Your Patronus is a Nundu," whispered Harry, astonished. Nundu, while considered by many as the most dangerous magical creature in existence, wasn't labeled as a dark creature, unlike the basilisk or a dementor. Nundus preferred to stay isolated, and not interact much. There had been rare instances where the big cats had not harmed witches and wizards at all, even though they were highly destructive. So the magical governments gave explicit instructions to its citizens to avoid the deadly cat as much as possible. It was decided to leave the creatures in their natural habitat and not disturb them. In fact, just like how dragons were sacred to the Chinese, snakes were sacred to Indians, Nundus were sacred to many magical African tribes. They were deadly, cunning, intelligent and silent. They attacked only when provoked or for prey, otherwise were known to be peaceful and people avoided them at all costs just by their reputation alone. It was quite fitting that it was Daphne's Patronus. "I can't believe it," she said. "I never expected it to be something so powerful." "I guess Ollivander was right." "Ollivander?" asked Harry sharply. "What did he say?" "My wand is aspen and dragon heartstring," explained Daphne. He explained that it was a powerful and deadly combination. It seems aspen wands create fine duelists, not to mention an affinity for charms. He also said that those who truly mastered aspen wands turned out to be revolutionaries, so he said I would do great things in the future. Harry looked at his wand and said, "My wand is you and Noondu heartstring." Daphne's head snapped up. "Yes, Noondu, that's why I was surprised to find out that your Patronus was one as well. Ollivander said the same to me, that I would do great things in life. Let's not prove him wrong." A few days later, Harry stood in his study, surrounded by his painted ancestors. He was holding the sword of his ancestor, Godric Gryffindor. "I can't believe you finally found it," said the portrait of William Potter. "I remember searching for it myself, and I never found it." "The Sorting Hat had to give it to you, you say?" "Yes," replied Harry, examining the sword. "He said that Godric had told the hat to give this to a Potter who embodied what Hogwarts stood for, and apparently, it's me." "Well, go on," said Doria Potter née Black eagerly. "Let's see if the family magic accepts you." Harry nodded and took a deep breath. He reinforced his mental shields and pressed his palm to the very bottom of the blade and slashed it. A deep gash appeared on his palm, and he let the drops of blood fall on the sword. After 9 drops, there was a flash of light, and Harry thought he heard a lion's roar. Harry was surrounded by a golden aura, as if magic itself was testing to see if he was worthy. He remained resolute, holding his head high. After a minute, the aura seeped into his skin, just as he said, "I, Hadrian James Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble House of Potter, Scion of the most ancient and noble House of Gryffindor, do hereby solemnly swear, by wearing this ring to uphold the values and traditions of the Gryffindor family. As Lord Gryffindor, I swear to bring back my family's honor and strive for the betterment of my magical brethren. This I swear, so mote it be." The entire study was filled with golden light which slowly seeped into Harry's body. A golden ring, with a large ruby encrusted on top with a roaring lion appeared on Harry's right middle finger. He closed his eyes, as knowledge of Gryffindor properties and places of hiding entered his mind. Harry organized them using occlumency, so that he could access them later. "Audaces fortuna iuvat," he whispered. It was the Gryffindor family motto, which meant, "Fortune favors the bold." Harry opened his eyes to look at Godric's sword, now clean of blood, glowing in his hand. It suddenly disappeared, but he knew that it would appear to him when he called for it. The various portraits all over the castle started applauding for the new Lord Gryffindor, something which the Potters over the generations had been trying to achieve. "Congratulations, Lord Potter Gryffindor," said the portrait of Charles Potter, beaming with pride at his grandson. "So, anything you can tell us?" The other portraits listened eagerly. Harry smiled and said, "Well, it looks like Salazar wasn't the only one to have a secret chamber at Hogwarts." A man who seemed to be in his 20s, appeared in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, regally stepping forward from the apparition point. Instead of checking in as a visitor was supposed to, he strode to another entrance, which was deserted. He opened a door and walked with confidence, just as the features on his face changed. After a minute, he found a desk at the end of a corridor. He went there and tapped it 3 times with his wand. "Welcome to the Department of Mysteries. State your name and intention for visiting us," said a cool voice. "Lord Hadrian James Potter, here to listen to a prophecy that concerns me, given by Sybil Trelawney to Albus Dumbledore," he said in a calm voice. There was silence for a few seconds, and the voice said, "Please wait for an unspeakable to verify your identity and escort you to the Hall of Prophecies. The Department of Mysteries wishes you a good day." "Good day indeed," whispered Harry. It was a minute later that an unspeakable apparated in front of Harry. Harry calmly stood there, as the unspeakable looked at him. "I'm Unspeakable Bode, are you Lord Potter?" he asked. Harry, in turn, flashed his head of House Ring, which suddenly appeared on his right ring finger. The unspeakable looked at it closely, and saw the griffins and shield, along with the Potter motto, Natus Vincere, meaning, born to conquer, on the large red diamond ring. He nodded and turned. The unspeakable went to a blank section of the wall and tapped his wand on it. A metal disc appeared, with various runes on it. The man discreetly tapped various runes on it and spun the disc. This type of ward was nothing new to Harry, as he had dealt with it at Potter Castle. They were quite effective, as there was no fixed pattern. You had to know which runes powered the ward and disable it properly. If a wrong sequence was entered, the chamber would lock itself, tightening security. After Unspeakable Bode was done, a door materialized. He opened it and said, "Please follow me, Lord Potter." Harry nodded, and after walking along a corridor and through another door, found himself in the Hall of Prophecies. Tens of thousands of orbs were present, filling the entire room. They walked in silence to row 97, where the Unspeakable said, "This it is, a prophecy made by Sybil Trelawney to Albus Dumbledore, concerning the Dark Lord and Hadrian Potter. Only you would be able to retrieve it. Once you're done, place it back in its hold. I'll be back once you're done listening to it." He then left, leaving Harry alone. Harry looked at the prophecy orb and carefully took it from the shelf. He erected a privacy ward around himself. He tapped his wand on the orb, and he saw Sybil Trelawney say, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have the power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Harry grimly placed the sphere back in its hold. The contents had been just as he had suspected. He would either have to kill Voldemort or be killed by him. And there was no way he was going to let that monster live. He would have to increase his training. He would have to be ready for the final battle. He walked back to the door and knocked. The Unspeakable nodded to him and took him back to the entrance. Harry nodded to the man and stepped back to the atrium. On the way, he morphed back to an adult, and once he reached the atrium, disapparated back to Potter Castle with a silent crack. The woman looked from on top of the building, disillusioned. Her employer had paid her a good amount to get this job done. She was clearly one of the best in her field. So far, her target was proving to be frustrating in that it was very difficult to assassinate him covertly. Therefore, this was the plan. One of her contacts had mentioned that he was in Diagon Alley. It was irritating that she had to do it in such a public fashion, but her employer did not care, he just wanted the target dead. She turned to look around and spotted him, leaving an expensive restaurant with a young man. She didn't know who the young man who appeared to be in his 20s was, as her contact couldn't identify him, but it didn't matter to her. Her target was in sight. She pointed her wand in his direction. She needed precision, and there was an instrument that gave her wand that precise balance. She just had to grab hold of the handle and say the incantation, and the wand would fire. She didn't have to worry about missing the target. But the problem with the device was that it was stationary, so it couldn't be used in actual fights. But it would serve her purpose for now. She took aim and adjusted her wand slightly. Perfect. She grabbed her wand handle and scrounged the necessary height and whispered, "Avada Kedavra." The green curse headed directly for its target. Her employer would be pleased. Hadrian Potter and Sirius Black left the restaurant, arguing about the Quidditch match they had watched on what was now called the E-Mirror last night, E, standing for entertainment. Harry again had morphed to look like a man in his 20s. "I don't know why you don't like that maneuver, Padfoot. It works," said Harry, looking at his godfather. "Maybe so, but that doesn't discount the fact that if a bludger were to hit your face, you're doomed," replied Sirius. "I mean, you're already diving at fast speed, and if the bludger hit you, you would be thrown off the broom and tell the snitch goodbye." Harry snorted and turned back to face the street to look around and said, "That's the point, Padfoot. The Wronski feint is done to deter the other seeker. Besides, if you can dodge that bludger and execute the feint, you're a gen." But he stopped in mid-sentence as a green jet of light was headed directly for Sirius. Flicking his wand to his hand, he conjured marble in a fraction of a second. The killing curse impacted the marble stone, and the conjured stone cracked as the curse hit it. He looked at the source but didn't find anything, but he could sense magical energy, disillusionment charm. Harry immediately turned on the spot and apparated to the top of the building and started firing curses. The assassin, who wasn't expecting to be found so quickly, dodged and pulled out her secondary wand and started casting spells as well. Harry dodged them all, and immediately put up anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. They were the simpler kind, not long-lasting, but were effective. He could hear panicking people from below as the people in the alley panicked at seeing the spell fire. The assassin tried to apparate, but found out that she couldn't. She tried the portkey that was ingrained in her clothes but found that she couldn't use it. The man in front of her had put up the wards during the time she had fired spells at him. She had never found herself in a situation, she was a stealth assassin, not a duelist. After a few seconds, she found her wand leaving her hand. She was immediately hit by several binding charms, just as she heard several cracks around her. "MLEP. Put your wands down," said a voice, as several people surrounded the scene. Harry calmly flicked his wand back in his holster and flashed his ring. "I'm Lord Hadrian Potter under disguise. This woman just attempted to assassinate Lord Sirius Black. As you can see, I've subdued her," he said. Sirius apparated on top of the building too. Harry's wards prevented anyone from leaving, not entering. "Harry," he shouted, as he hugged his godson. "Are you all right?" he asked, concerned. Harry morphed back to his usual self and turned to his godfather. "I'm fine, Sirius. But I must say it was a close call for you," he said, looking at the bound form of the assassin. As the members of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol moved in to secure the assassin, an Auror came up to question Harry and asked, "Lord Black, Lord Potter. What happened here?" Harry gave the man a good summary of what had happened. He told him about finding a killing curse headed their way, how he had conjured marble, how he had apparated to the roof and started firing spells at the disillusioned assassin, how the assassin had retaliated, which had given him time to cast the wards to prevent her escape, and had finally subdued her. The Auror had his jaw open in shock. "Forgive me, but aren't you just a 13-year-old boy?" he asked, dumbfounded. "To think you can apparate as this age, duel an adult and win, and not to mention cast anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards, however basic, during a duel is astounding. You might want to consider a career as an Auror." Harry chuckled. "While my father might have liked it, I don't think it's for me. But thank you for your assessment, Auror. I appreciate it." The rest of the MLEP took the still-bound woman and disapparated, while some of them gathered her wands for evidence. The Auror looked back at Harry and said, "We will contact you soon for the investigation, Lord Potter. And I would like to inform you beforehand that you might be asked to pay a fine for illegal apparition, though you can gain a license at the Department of Magical Transportation since you're emancipated and can apparate. It depends on if you pass the test though." He then nodded to both Harry and Sirius and left the building with a crack. Harry and Sirius looked at each other, and with two cracks, disapparated back to Black Manor. "I can't believe he would try such a direct approach," said Sirius, as he sat on the couch in the informal drawing room. "That shows Lucius Malfoy was desperate," said Harry. "The other stealthier methods of assassination probably didn't work. And you've got to admit, this certainly could have worked. By hiring an assassin, he didn't have to get his hands dirty." "It will be difficult to pin it on him, though," said Sirius darkly. "Secrecy oaths would prevent us from finding out that it was him, so legilimency and veritasium are probably useless." "There are other ways to make her talk," said Harry lightly. "The only reason I know for sure it's Lucius is because dear Draco blabbed. How that brat ended up in Slytherin, I'll never know. Salazar would be in tears had he been here." Sirius snorted. They sat in silence for a few minutes, when Sirius was alerted by the wards that someone had flowed into the manor. A minute later, Amelia entered the room, with a grim look on her face. She, being the head of the DMLE, did not unusually involve herself with such inquiries, but this was a high-profile target. "Lord Black," she said in a formal voice. "I would like to request permission for bringing 2 Aurors with me for the formal enquiry. The wards, if you don't mind." Sirius stood up, and said formally, "Of course, Madam Bones." He went to the entrance hall, and after a minute, 2 Aurors entered the manor. After they all sat in the formal drawing room, Amelia began. "Can you please describe the event?" she asked, a dictaquill writing down everything, next to her. Sirius looked at his fiancée. "Hadrian and I were out for lunch, as he wanted to shop for his school supplies. We exited the Grand Elixir restaurant at about 2:30 in the afternoon. We were on our way to look at the new firebolt broom as we had finished our shopping when I saw a jet of green light coming towards me. But suddenly, a block of thick marble was conjured in front of me, and as the curse hit it, the stone cracked. The block of marble impacted me, and I fell down. By the time I got up, I could see spellfire on top of a building. I apparated there and found the magical law enforcement patrol there, along with Hadrian, questioning him. It was explained to me that it was an assassination attempt, with me as the target, said Sirius. Lord Potter, said Amelia. Can you describe what happened from your perspective? Harry nodded and began. As my godfather said, we were walking to Quality Quidditch Supplies when I saw a curse being fired from on top of a building. I immediately recognized it to be the killing curse, so I knew a shield was useless, so I conjured a block of marble. The curse hit the marble, and I immediately apparated to the top of the building and started firing spells at the place I thought the disillusioned assassin was present. I was successful in removing her disillusionment charm, when she started firing curses at me. I used that to my advantage and cast the basic anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards which prevented her from escaping. Several seconds later, I had her subdued, and that's when the MLEP arrived. Amelia nodded. Thank you both for your cooperation. Lord Potter, I'm afraid you would have to pay 25 galleons for apparating without a license. I would suggest you take the test if you do know how to apparate. You can get the license early since you're emancipated. Any progress in the investigation? Asked Sirius. Amelia sighed and told them. With that, Amelia left along with her 2 Aurors. An hour later, Harry and Sirius were in his study, watching a play based on one of the stories mentioned in the Tales of Beetle the Bard on the new e-mirror installed there, as they both were still on edge. Suddenly, there was an alert on the mirror, so Sirius frowned and waved his hand. Another channel appeared, the Magical Daily News. This is a special report, said the reporter. We have received information from inside the Department of Magical Law Enforcement that a little more than an hour ago, there had been an assassination attempt on Lord Sirius Black, the Lord of the most ancient and noble House of Black, in Diagon Alley, when he was helping his godson Lord Hadrian Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble House of Potter, shop for his school supplies. The details are sketchy, but Madame Amelia Bones, Director of Magical Law Enforcement, has released a press statement. Here it is. The reporter's face minimized and went to the edge of the mirror, while Amelia's face occupied the remaining space. Harry was very happy that the Magical Daily Press had adapted very quickly to the new magical technology. From the amount of sales and views of both the Magical Daily newspapers and the mirrors, he knew both his business ventures were very profitable. More than an hour ago, said Amelia, looking at the crystal suspended in front of her and a couple of reporters, Lord Sirius Black was attacked by an assassin in Diagon Alley. The assassin was perched on top of a building and fired a killing curse at him. Lord Hadrian Potter, who was with Lord Black, saw the movement and conjured a block of marble in front of his godfather. The unforgivable curse impacted the block, and it cracked. The marble then hit Lord Black, but nothing else happened to him. Lord Potter then apparated to the top of the building and overpowered the assassin, just as the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol appeared at the scene. I personally questioned Lords Black and Potter about the incident. But when we unbound the assassin to question her, she consumed poison that was later found to be under her tongue. She died of a very fast-reacting poison, while not strong was effective. The bezoar which we administered to her was useless. She has been confirmed dead, and we are looking for any clues as to find out who could have employed her. Lord Black and Lord Potter are both not injured. Thank you. The reporter came back and continued, it has not been ascertained as to who could have hired the assassin to kill Lord Black, but speculations have arisen that say that Lord Lucius Malfoy, the head of the noble of Malfoy, had threatened Lord Potter at Hogwarts a few months ago. Lord Malfoy seems to have been involved in the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, which led to the basilisk attacks at Hogwarts, which resulted in various students at Hogwarts being petrified until Lord Hadrian Potter killed the creature. We are not sure about the involvement of anyone else, but we can safely say that it is going to be difficult with the death of the assassin. Madame Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement of the British Ministry of Magic, has been greatly appreciated by many to have kept her professional composure and followed her duties accordingly, even though she is engaged to Lord Sirius Black, who was almost assassinated. She also didn't bend the rules for Lord Hadrian Potter, who has been fined 25 galleons for apparating without a license. As the viewers can guess, many have been astounded by Lord Potter's ability. Apparition at the age of 13, and to put up wards and defeat an assassin is quite extraordinary. But then again, we are talking about a boy who killed a 70-foot-long basilisk with a sword, so we probably shouldn't be too surprised. For more news, stay tuned. This is Steve Green, for the Magical Daily News. Harry smirked. It was time for him to strike back. He was a Potter, he didn't sit idly by. He would conquer, he would always conquer. Born to conquer, he repeated, which was the Potter family motto. Lucius Malfoy threw his bottle of fire whiskey to the ground. The bottle shattered, as he angrily looked back to the mirror that stood suspended on the wall of his study. He didn't particularly like that new contraption because quite frankly it was something he couldn't control. That magical daily press was the bane of his existence. Oh, how he wished he could get his hands on the new owners of the press. The move of someone taking over the Daily Prophet had almost given him a heart attack, and he was very young by magical standards. He didn't know what was up with him lately. He should have known better than to publicly threaten Potter, but honestly, what could a 13-year-old boy do? How dare that brat destroy the diary? Even thinking about his master's reaction should he return sent chills down Lucius's spine. How in Merlin's name had Black survived that attack? He scoffed at the mere thought that Potter could have performed all those feats of magic. The boy was merely 13 years old, it was probably the media exaggerating again. But this report he had just watched was a big blow to him, his credibility would take a massive hit. He would have to do something to get it back. What to do? Damn that Potter brat. Albus Dumbledore was pacing in his office, fuming. A large mirror was suspended in thin air on the other side of the office. Oh, how he wanted to destroy it. He had absolutely no control over it or the magical daily press, and now he was being targeted by all. The people had started questioning whether it was time for him to step down from the post of headmaster. He was Albus Dumbledore. There was no way he was going to step down as headmaster. This was his castle, damn it. He and Minerva McGonagall had come under heavy fire after the incident of the chamber, and that was unacceptable. That blasted Lucius Malfoy couldn't even get rid of Sirius Black properly. How that man was a Slytherin, he didn't know. Really, an assassination attempt in the middle of Diagon Alley was bound to attract attention. And Black didn't even have the decency to die. Harry had to have intervened. His grand plan for Harry's second year had blown up in Albus's face. He had made progress by making the entire school and country turn against the boy, but after Harry killed that basilisk and explained about the true nature about Parseltongue, he was once again the hero. Coupled with the fact that Lily Potter had managed to save her infant son and had defeated Voldemort in the process, and by giving her the Order of Merlin, the popularity of the Potter family was tremendous. He had tried to stop Cornelius from giving the Order of Merlin, but alas, the man hadn't listened to him. Why didn't people understand that what he did was for the greater good? Harry had a destiny to die by Voldemort's hand. After Albus destroyed all of Voldemort's Horcruxes, he was sure the man would feel remorse for his actions, take back his name as Tom Riddle and become the next leader of the Light. Again, Harry had been a thorn in his side. The brat had revealed Voldemort's real name and had thus exposed Tom for who he was. Albus looked at the Elder Wand in his hand. He had thought that the wand had switched masters after Harry had disarmed him, but he was starting to wonder if that was indeed true. The wand had not disappeared, and Albus could still use it, just like before. Maybe he was still the master of the wand because he was far more powerful than Harry. He conjured a chess board. "Oh, Harry," Albus whispered, looking at the chess pieces. "You have managed to one-up me. But you are still far too inexperienced compared to me. You will fall, I'm sure of it. I'm willing to wait. After all, patience is something I have in plenty. You cannot avoid your destiny forever, my boy." Albus wouldn't realize until much later that his theory was wrong, and that even though he might slow Harry down, it wasn't possible for him to defeat Harry, as karma was sure to bite Albus in the ass. "You're hiding something." It wasn't a question. It was after dinner at Black Manor. Harry, Sirius and Amelia were discussing what had happened in Diagon Alley. The DMLE had hit a roadblock in the case of the assassination attempt. Amelia knew that it was very difficult for Harry to have seen the curse being fired for him to react so quickly. She was incredibly grateful that her honorary nephew saved her fiancé, but she knew that there was something else. Harry sighed. He knew that Amelia would figure it out. She didn't rise up to the head of the DMLE due to political influence. No, she had done it through talent, intelligence and skill. "You're right," said Harry, taking a sip of water. "My eyesight is very sharp, much sharper than any witch or wizard." "How?" asked Sirius, intrigued. This was the moment. Harry could either trust them, or withhold information. He then decided to tell them about this particular talent. Let this be a test. If they passed, he would later reveal to them about the Horcruxes. "Watch," said Harry. He stood up, and suddenly in his place was a large golden eagle. Amelia and Sirius were startled to find the eagle there. The eagle flew around the large room and landed in front of the couple. Sirius and Amelia looked closely, and they could see that the eagle's eyes were vivid green in color, not the yellow you would see in case of any other golden eagle. The bird hopped down, and eagle transformed back into Harry. "I'm an animagus," he replied. "That's how my eyesight is a lot more acute than any average witch or wizard." "Wow!" exclaimed Sirius. "You're an animagus at 13, Harry. I'm so proud of you." "Actually, Sirius," said Harry with a small smile. "I've been an animagus since I was 9 years old." "How is that even possible?" asked Amelia, her eyes big. "I'm told that the process is very difficult, and the person needs to have grounding in human transfiguration. How could you as a 9-year-old child achieve it? And what does your eyesight have to do with you being an animagus?" asked Sirius. Harry took a deep breath and began. "I didn't use the common method of achieving the animagus transformation. Instead of using the self-transfiguration method, I used occlumency to connect with my inner animal. Each person has an inner animal. It's the manifestation of your soul in the form of an animal. If you can merge with it, you can become an animagus, and this also helps you in that you might gain some of the powers of your animal. As you know, no witch or wizard can transform into a magical animal or have multiple forms. It's fundamental law of magic. In my case, my inner animal, my soul representation and hence my animagus form is that of a golden eagle. If you look at it, it makes a lot of sense. I do exhibit several traits of an eagle," said Harry. "How so?" asked Amelia, leaning forward with interest. Harry blushed a bit and said, "Well, eagles are known to fly high and not interact with others much. I'm quite well known in school for that. Unlike others, I tend to have a long-term plan, while tweaking my short-term goals, and it is said that eagles have long-distance vision. This is where I get my enhanced eyesight. I've read a lot about eagles, and golden eagles in particular, and it is said that eagles love the storm. And trust me when I say I love to fly in such weather." He took a deep breath and continued. "Eagles also tend to have trust issues, so they like to test others before accepting them, and I'm the same way. They love challenges, and I'm sure you already know that I do too." He smiled when he said, "Eagles also mate for life, and this is definitely true in my case. Daphne is my one and only." "Wow," said Sirius, finally. "How long does it usually take for the transformation?" he asked. Harry shrugged. "It probably differs from one person to another. It took me over a year, but I was just 8 years old then. Finding your form is one thing, but merging with it is something else. In my case, the eagle took more than 6 months just testing me if I was worthy until we finally bonded. In a sense, you're testing yourself to see if you're ready. It really is an amazing process. Daphne has already started working on it," he explained. "This really is amazing," said Amelia. "It could revolutionize the way a person achieves the animagus transformation." Harry spent the next few minutes explaining about the process, and how to use occlumency to enter one's core to find his or her inner animal. Clearly, Amelia was interested in becoming an animagus as well. "All right," she said. "I assume you're not registered." Harry shook his head. "It's dangerous to register here at the ministry as it is public record. Besides, I don't want the attention, nor do I want people to realize that I'm an animagus. In case of an attack, it's a useful talent to have." "Have you tried registering with the ICW?" asked Amelia, with a small smirk. Harry snorted. "That was my plan too. I know that any citizen of a member country of the International Confederation of Wizards can register there as well. In such a case I would be registered in all the member countries. But I don't have any contacts there, and people don't do it because of how expensive it is, and hence I stand out. which is bound to attract attention as I'm mentioned in nearly every book which mentions the killing curse all over the world. Besides, there was no way I was going to deal with the ICW when Dumbledore was still around, he said. You leave that to me, said Amelia. I'll make sure you're registered without any fuss and publicity. As the director of British Magical Law Enforcement, I have international contacts. I can pull some strings. This way, if someone does find out about you being an animagus, they can't prosecute you. Harry whistled. Thanks, Aunt Amy, he said. The distinctive feature of my animagus form, as you have seen, is my green eyes. Amelia nodded. She couldn't wait to try the method Harry had suggested. There is something else we need to discuss, said Sirius. The wedding. We've decided to get married during the Yule holidays. What do you think? Harry got up and hugged them both. I think it's wonderful. You need any help, don't forget to ask me. Good, said Sirius smirking. This is easier than I thought. You are my best man. Amelia and Sirius laughed when Harry choked. Me, he spluttered. I thought Lupin. No, said Sirius immediately. It's not the same anymore between Remus and I, Harry. He truly believes that Dumbledore made a mistake and that he deeply cares about us all. I even offered to get him a job with a person who didn't care about his problem, but he refused. I understand that werewolves face a stigma in the society, but his condition isn't public, and I'm truly willing to help him, but he can't let go of his pride. But the same Remus Lupin has now accepted the post of defense teacher at Hogwarts this year. Harry straightened and looked at his godfather. Is this another attempt at Dumbledore to spy on you? Yes, said Sirius. Last summer he also went and blabbed to Dumbledore that we were leaving for France and that pissed me off. Dumbledore kept hounding me for days telling me that it wasn't safe for you to leave the country. He snorted. As if he had kept you safe when he left you with those filthy muggles, he sneered. Well, it looks like dear Sirius is accepting his family ideals after all, thought Harry, with a small smile on his face. If that's what you want, Padfoot, that's what it will be. I'd be honored to be your best man, said Harry. We still haven't decided on the venue, said Amelia, deep in thought. We've thought of several places, but nothing seems right. What about holding it here, at Black Manor? Suggested Harry. Both adults looked at him with confusion on their faces. I know it hasn't been done recently, said Harry. But it used to be quite the norm among the ancient houses before. We can have the ceremony in the grounds and the reception in the grand ballroom. After all, we need a place to dance. The formal dining room can be modified to accommodate all the guests for dinner. The ward scheme would have to be modified for the evening, but I'm pretty sure it has been done before by the Black family when they used to host parties. What do you think? I think it's a wonderful idea, said Amelia, with a smile on her face. Who am I to disagree? Said Sirius, grinning. He ruffled Harry's hair affectionately and said, Good thinking, kiddo. On the 1st of September, Harry packed his trunk, ushered a reluctant Tango, his Krupp in his cage and went down to the entrance hall. He then shrank his trunk, put it in his pocket, picked up Tango's cage and stepped into the fireplace. Platform 9 3/4, he said in a calm voice. The green flames enveloped him, and he immediately stepped out of the fireplace as he looked at the Arlette train in front of him. He stepped on board and found an empty compartment. He resized his trunk and removed Tango from his cage. The Krupp barked happily and settled down next to Harry. A few minutes later, Daphne and Astoria entered the compartment. Nervous? Asked Harry to his future sister-in-law. Yeah, a little, replied Astoria, taking a seat opposite to Harry and Daphne. Which house do you think you'll be sorted into? He asked. Daphne and Astoria looked at each other and she said, Well, I know there is no way I'll be in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. I don't think I would fit well there. So it's either Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Harry nodded. Either way, you don't have to worry. You have Daphne to take care of you in Slytherin and you have me in Ravenclaw. Astoria snorted. I don't need either of you to take care of me. I'm a big girl, she said indignantly. Sure you are, chorused Harry and Daphne, earning a smirk from the other. Remember what I told you, said Daphne. Be careful with the older boys, especially one Ponzi git named Draco Malfoy. He might lure you into a trap just to get back at us. Soon, the rest of their friends arrived as well. They started talking to each other, and Harry consciously made it a point to join into the conversation as well, he couldn't remain buried behind a book for the rest of his life. An hour later, he got up to go to the bathroom. On his way back, he found an eccentric-looking girl searching for a compartment. He frowned as he realized that she was Luna Lovegood. "Miss Lovegood," he said. "Don't you have any place to sit?" She turned to face him, her eyes unfocused. "Hadrian Potter," she said in a dreamy voice. "No one wants me in their compartment as they call me loony, so I was searching for another place to sit," she explained. Anger bubbled in Harry's gut as his eyes flashed bright green. Nevertheless, he smiled at the younger girl and said, "Well then, Miss Lovegood, why don't you come join us in our compartment? I'm sure there's room." Harry decided then that he would keep an eye on Luna when they reached Hogwarts. If he discovered any bullying, the school was going to pay. On the way, he smiled and waved at Fred and George Weasley, who were probably plotting something again to prank the school. While he didn't like Percy because of his authority worship and dotting people's ass, and Ron Weasley for, well, being Ron Weasley, and Ginny Weasley because of Dumbledore, though he had decided to stop avoiding her, he didn't know if she was in on the plot. She was a kid after all. He genuinely liked the Weasley twins. They were among the few who had very vocally disputed the claim of him opening the Chamber of Secrets last year. He had also collaborated with them to prank the staff, which turned out to be a great success. He also smiled and nodded to Cedric Diggory as well as he entered the compartment. The older boy had also not believed that Harry had opened the chamber, something which he was quick to point out to his fellow Hufflepuffs later on. This had led to Cedric now being considered as the epitome of what Hufflepuff stood for, and now had great influence in the house. Harry had spoken to the boy a few times last year, asking if he was all right after the Lockhart incident. It turned out that Cedric did go to a mind healer, but had slowly come to accept what had happened. "Hey guys, do you mind if Luna Lovegood joins us? She doesn't have a place to sit and has been searching for over an hour," he asked. "Sure," said Neville, making room. Luna sat down next to Hannah and smiled. "I'm Luna Lovegood," she said in a dreamy voice. "Nice to meet you all. It seems there are no nargles infesting this place like the rest of the compartments." The rest of them in the compartment blinked. Harry was the first to recover. "Well, that's a good thing then, isn't it?" he asked. "Miss Lovegood, meet Daphne and Astoria Greengrass, Neville Longbottom, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott and Tracy Davis." Luna nodded at them all, took out a magazine and started reading it upside down. The rest of them in the compartment turned to look at Harry with their eyebrows raised, but Harry just shook his head. They all went back to what they were doing. Several hours later, when they were half an hour away from Hogsmeade, the train started slowing down. "What's going on?" asked Astoria. "No idea," replied Daphne. "We can't be there yet." Harry opened the compartment door and stuck his head out. He could see many others doing the same as well. Suddenly, the train gave a violent jerk and Harry was thrown back in his seat. The lights flickered and went off. It suddenly became very cold. Tango howled, and put his face under his paws. "There's something moving out there," said Hannah, in a scared voice. Harry and Daphne looked at each other with wide eyes. "No," said Harry. "They can't do this," said Daphne, horrified. "There are no teachers to protect the students." "What are you talking ab?" said Susan, when the train gave another violent jerk. Shadows were moving outside their compartment. Harry and Daphne flicked their wands out of their holster. The Dementor opened the door and stuck its head inside. "Peter Pettigrew isn't here," said Harry in a clear voice. "Leave." He was doing his best to ignore the memories that were cropping up in his mind. "Lily. It's him. Take Harry and run. I'll hold him off." "No. Please. Have mercy. Avada Kedavra. You'll pay for this, you freak. Your father was a drunk and your mother was a whore. You'll learn your lesson, freak. You're nothing but a useless waste of space. It's time you learned your place, boy. Hadrian Potter, such a beautiful boy. Daphne Greengrass was only targeted because of her connection to you. Aquila. I'm so sorry, buddy." The Dementor was itching closer and closer. The memories were flooding his mind, and the Dementor was getting closer. Expecto Patronum. The incantation was the trigger. Harry saw Daphne's wand light up, just as Silver Mist appeared. "Expecto Patronum," he said, pointing his wand at the Dementor. Both silver shields weren't enough. Harry and Daphne looked at each other for support. Suddenly, there was a thunderbird's screech and a Noondo's roar. The head of both Patroni formed, which then drove the Dementor away from the compartment. Harry and Daphne walked out of the compartment and pointed their Patroni at opposite directions of the train, just as a wolf Patronus joined them. Together, they chased the remaining Dementors away. Slowly, the lights came back, and the train started moving. Harry and Daphne fell back in their seats. Daphne curled up and buried her face in Harry's chest. All of them in the compartment were shaking badly. Just then, Remus Lupin entered. "Is everyone okay here?" he asked, looking at Harry. "We're fine, Professor," Harry replied curtly. "Everyone, this is Remus Lupin, our new defense against the dark arts teacher," he said to the group. Everyone murmured, but no one was in a state to care. Lupin looked at them, broke a piece of chocolate and handed it to them. "Eat," he said. "You'll feel better. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to speak with the driver." "So that's a Dementor," said Tracy, after he left. "It's a lot scarier than what was described to me." "What did you both do to drive it away?" murmured Neville. "Patronus charm," replied Harry. "It took us a month to get it right, but as you could see, we still need to practice." "Tanny," said Daphne suddenly. The elf appeared in front of her. "What can Tanny do for Miss Daphne?" asked the elf. "Tanny, can you please get my entire stash of chocolates? It's urgent," she said in a flat voice. The house elf nodded, disappeared and appeared a few seconds later with a bag of chocolates. She thanked the elf and it disappeared. "The first years?" asked Harry, understanding what his fiancée was up to. "And others, who were traumatized," she replied in the same flat voice. Harry nodded and left with Daphne, after giving the group chocolates as well. Harry entered the next compartment, which he knew was occupied by first years. "Hey," he said to them. "You lot all right?" The first years were all shivering, doing their best to keep from crying. One girl had already broken down and was sobbing her heart out. Harry went over to the girl and hugged her. "Shish," he whispered. "It's okay. The Dementor is gone now. It won't harm you anymore." Daphne smiled and gave them all chocolates. "It's chocolate," she explained. "Eat it. Trust me, it'll help." "Who are you?" hiccuped the girl. "I'm Hadrian Potter, and this is Daphne Greengrass," he said in calm, soothing voice. "You're the boy who lived," she said, her eyes big and wide. The rest of the first years gaped at him. Harry chuckled. "You can say that. Make sure all of you eat plenty of chocolate at dessert tonight at the feast as well. If you need anything, we'll be right next door." With that, Harry and Daphne exited the compartment and went over to the next. 15 minutes later, they both had a huge fan following and an empty bag of chocolates. After they got back to their compartment, Daphne again curled up against Harry and buried her face in his chest. "I'm so proud of you," whispered Harry in her ear. "You'll make a great mother someday." "And you'll make a great father," replied Daphne, smiling into his chest. "Don't think I didn't notice how you handled the hysterical kids. You were amazing." Harry blushed, but didn't say anything more. The weather was bad as they all climbed into the thestral-drawn carriages, but luckily it wasn't raining badly. Once they reached the castle, they entered the great hall and sat at their respective house tables. Soon, Professor McGonagall entered with the first years. The Sorting Hat sang the song as usual and the sorting went underway until "Greengrass, Astoria," said McGonagall. Astoria nervously walked up to the stool. After a few seconds, the hat shouted, "Slytherin." Harry smiled. Daphne definitely could take care of her sister better than he could, so it was good that Astoria had been sorted into Slytherin. Once the sorting was done, Dumbledore stood up and said, "Welcome back to another year at Hogwarts. Now, before we dig into our magnificent feast, let us welcome Remus Lupin, our new defense against the dark arts teacher." "Good luck, Professor." There was a bit of applause, but more were curious about the man. He was wearing decent robes, but his face and neck had scars. Scars were very rare in the magical world, so naturally, many were curious as to what could have caused it. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. "As many of you are aware, especially after the search of the Hogwarts Express, the school is currently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic business. I would like to warn each and every one of you not leave the school without permission. It is not in their nature to understand pleading or excuses. Therefore I must ask the head boy, girl and the prefects to ensure that no student runs afoul with the Dementors. Now, I'm also happy to announce the appointment of another member to our staff. Please welcome our new Care of Magical Creatures teacher, our very own Rubeus Hagrid," announced Dumbledore. Harry looked at Daphne, their expressions mirrored. While Hagrid was a nice guy, was he qualified to teach them? Knowing the subject and teaching it were two separate things. Besides, who would recommend someone to purchase a biting book? When Harry had purchased it, he didn't understand the reason behind it, until he scanned the book. He then showed the shopkeeper the way to stroke the spine to calm the book down. The shopkeeper had given the book to Harry for free in gratitude. After the applause stopped, Dumbledore said, "Let the feast begin." The feast was wonderful, and Harry saw most of the first years helping themselves to more chocolate. He smirked. Dumbledore had not even bothered to tell the students that bit of information. He would have to go down to the kitchens later to talk to the elves. Clearly, they needed more chocolate on an everyday basis if they were going to survive the Dementors. After the feast, he went to Ravenclaw Tower, while talking to his housemates. Harry could see that many of them were happy that he had not held a grudge because of the debacle last year. After chatting for more than an hour, he finally went to his room. He locked the door and cast an expansion charm around the room along with several security wards. He then changed the color of the wallpaper to red and silver and stuck the picture of his family on the wall. On the other wall, he put up the big mirror he had bought just for keeping it in his room. Harry was surprised how well the mirrors had been accepted by the public, but he wasn't going to complain. Serena had employed several people with the standard secrecy oaths, of course. She didn't want anyone to use her knowledge and steal her work, and this had helped with the rising demand since the branches in Paris, Berlin and New York City were to open in a month. Harry changed his clothes and went to bed. He wondered what was in store this year. The next morning, after a rigorous workout, he had cajoled Daphne to join him for his morning workouts and a bath. Harry entered the Great Hall for breakfast. He sat at the Ravenclaw table and began helping himself to food when Professor Flitwick interrupted him. "Here is your schedule, Mr. Potter," the small professor said. "Also, the headmaster has asked me to tell you that he wants to meet you as soon as possible." "Already?" asked Harry. "I was expecting it to be later this afternoon or tomorrow, not this morning." "Indeed," said an amused Professor Flitwick. "Shall we?" The pair walked to the 7th floor and gave the password to the gargoyle. They knocked on the door and when they heard a "come in," they entered. Harry looked at Dumbledore with his eyebrows raised. He smiled at Fawkes and greeted the phoenix who trilled in response. He sat down opposite to the headmaster and said, "Good morning, headmaster. I must say I'm surprised that you've scheduled our meeting this soon. I was expecting it to be this evening." Albus smiled. "That was my intention, Harry. But alas, things didn't go as planned. How were your holidays?" "Very good, sir," replied Harry, his face neutral. "The assassination attempt was an irritant, but I took care of it." Replied Albus, looking at Harry under his half-moon spectacles. "I've noticed something disturbing, Harry," he said finally. "You seem to have signed up for Care of Magical Creatures, Arithmancy and Ancient Runes for your electives. While I'm sure Hagrid would be delighted to have you in his class, I don't think you should bother with the other two subjects, my boy. They are bothersome, and I think divination would be a better course of action, don't you agree? I've taken the liberty to change your schedule for you. I'm sure you'll find it much better," he said in a grandfatherly voice, his eyes twinkling merrily at Harry. Dumbledore expected Harry to rank and rave, and he had fully intended to put his foot down on this matter. Harry needed to know that prophecies were real if he were to accept the fate of his life. But what he did not expect was the 13-year-old boy to burst out laughing. Harry gasped out and got his laughter under control. "Those two subjects are bothersome?" asked Harry, chuckling. "Professor Dumbledore, have you checked the merit list and the student rankings of my year? I'm the top student. If I can't handle it, then I don't think others can too. Besides, who in their right mind would give up such an important and interesting subject such as ancient runes and take divination of all things? Sorry, headmaster, I'm not insane. I'm afraid I must insist, my boy," said Dumbledore firmly. "This is for your own good." Harry shook his head. "Oh my dear Albus, you seem to have lost your touch," said Harry, smirking at Dumbledore. "If you think this pitiful attempt at you trying to steer my life in the way you want it would work, then you're more self-deluded than I thought. Don't think I don't know why you want me to take divination in the first place." His smirk widened when he saw Albus pale. I'm not an idiot, Albus. You'll have to up your game if you want to stay on the board. I think we're done here. Harry got up, and just before leaving the office, he said, "Oh Albus. Check. And pretty soon, it'll be checkmate. I would pack your bags if I were you. We don't want you taking a long time to leave the castle once you're booted out, now do we? Good day, headmaster." With that, he walked out with a shocked Professor Flitwick in tow. Harry smirked when he heard the angry yell coming from behind the door. Who did Dumbledore think he was? The first class was arithmancy. Harry found himself seated next to Daphne as the students slowly filled in. It wasn't as full as the other electives, as arithmancy was quite difficult, and very few people wanted to go into the field of spellcrafting. But Harry found it fascinating. In a duel, he wanted to use spells that no one else knew about. That would give him an edge over his opponent, which then would be easier to bring him down. Daphne too was very interested as she wanted to be a professional spellcrafter and enchantress. For that, she needed a thorough grounding in charms, arithmancy and ancient runes. The teacher, Professor Vector, came in and started lecturing them about the properties of various numbers, and particularly about how they could be used in magic. She explained that numbers were the basis of all spells, whichever language they may be. Arithmancy had evolved over time, and this was the version they could see today. When the teacher started asking questions, Harry and Daphne sat back to watch the rest of the class as they didn't want to alienate the others with their advanced knowledge. Daphne too was now ahead of her peers, a fact that she was quite proud of, even though no one apart from she and Harry knew about it. Harry was also ahead, though not as much as he was in other subjects. He was more fascinated with runes while Daphne concentrated on arithmancy. Of course, Hermione Granger didn't have a problem raising her hand and answering every question that the teacher asked. She kept shooting smug looks at Harry and Daphne, for which the pair rolled their eyes. Really, would the girl ever mature? After arithmancy, Harry headed for transfiguration, which he had with the Gryffindors. The other crowd of students, who had divination, came in with worried looks on their faces. When McGonagall transformed into a cat and back to demonstrate the animagus transformation, no one reacted. "Really, what has got into you all today?" said Professor McGonagall, turning back with a faint pop, and staring around at them all. "Not that it matters, but that's the first time my transformation's not got applause from a class." Many of them shifted in their seats until finally, Parvati Patil spoke up. Professor, we've just had our first divination class and..." Harry snorted. McGonagall too understood what had happened. "Of course. I should have realized. So, who's going to be dying this year?" she asked blandly. Many of the students looked at her with incredulous expressions, until Neville finally raised a trembling hand. Harry looked at his friend with surprise. "I see," said McGonagall. "Well, if you must know Longbottom, Sybil Trelawney has predicted the death of one student a year since she arrived at this school. None of them has died yet. Seeing death omens is her favorite way of greeting a new class. Divination is one of the most imprecise branches of magic. I shall not conceal from you that I have very little patience with it. True seers are very rare, and Professor Trelawney..." She sighed and continued with her lecture. Once the class was done, Harry pulled Neville aside. "Why in Merlin's name would you take that subject?" asked Harry, his eyebrow raised. "What? Divination?" asked Neville, confused. "Yes," replied Harry. "It's completely useless unless you have the gift. It's not something that can be learnt. Why didn't you take ancient runes?" When Neville stammered, Harry calmly spoke to him. "Neville, you're the future Lord Longbottom. You can't go around not knowing something as important as runes. Screw divination, go talk to McGonagall and change to ancient runes. It'll help you in the long run. If McGonagall objects, tell her to read the Hogwarts bylaws. You can change your electives in the first semester if you feel like you can't handle it. And listening to someone telling you that you're going to die isn't something anyone wants to hear. Besides, it's not like you can't handle being in ancient runes, you're one of the top 10 students of our year." Neville took a deep breath and nodded. He went back in the classroom. Just as Harry had suspected, McGonagall tried to deny the change possible, but after Neville pointed out that it was indeed within his rights to change his elective, she relented. His timetable was now ancient runes instead of divination. After lunch, they headed for Care of Magical Creatures. This was a class which consisted of Ravenclaws and Slytherins, though it was higher in number as compared to arithmancy. Harry saw that Hagrid was waiting for them by his hut. "Come on, now, get a move on," he called as the class approached. "Got a real treat for ye today. Great lesson comin' up. Everyone here. Right, follow me." Harry and Daphne held hands as usual and followed. They reached the edge of the forest, where there was a clearing. Hagrid stopped and turned around. "Everyone gather round the fence here," he called. "That's it, make sure ye can see. Now, first thing ye'll want ter do is open books." "How?" said the cold, drawling voice of Draco Malfoy. Said Hagrid. "How do we open our books?" Malfoy repeated. "Didn't the shopkeeper at Flourish and Blots tell you?" asked Daphne, coolly. "Or were you too stupid to figure it out yourself? A simple magical analysis charm would have given you the answer, Malfoy. You're supposed to stroke the spine. As you can see, you're among the very few who haven't figured it out." Draco flushed, as indeed, most of the class had opened their books without complaint, while he, Crabbe and Goyle were the only ones struggling with theirs. "Good job," said Hagrid proudly. "Right then, let me introduce you to the magical creatures you would be studying today." He strode away from them into the forest and out of sight. "God, this place is going to the dogs," said Malfoy loudly. "That oaf teaching classes, my father'll have a fit when I tell him." Just then Harry saw Hagrid bringing a dozen hippogriffs near the students. He raised his eyebrows as he looked at Daphne, who mirrored his expression. Harry was familiar with hippogriffs, considering that they were bred by a Potter-held company and sold all over the world. He had interacted with the creatures many times and had grown to like them. The hippogriffs sold by the Potters were among the best, which was the reason why they charged high prices. They were well trained and didn't attack people unless there was an attack. But he doubted these creatures here were trained that well, if at all. Hagrid explained about the hippogriffs and finally asked if anyone wanted to try to befriend them. When no one volunteered, Harry stepped up. When Hagrid started giving him instructions, Harry simply put his hand up to stop his instructions. He knew how to deal with them, he didn't need a distraction with these clearly untrained creatures. He slowly walked up to a gray hippogriff, while maintaining eye contact. After a couple of seconds, he bowed. The hippogriff looked at Harry for several seconds and bowed back. "Well done, Harry," said Hagrid, ecstatic. "Right, ye can touch him. Pat his beak, go on." Without saying anything, Harry slowly approached the hippogriff. When he was near enough, he extended his hand and slowly petted the creature and stroked his feathers. "Hello to you, oh noble creature," he whispered to the hippogriff with a small smile. "Professor Hagrid, what's his name?" asked Harry suddenly, after Hagrid had stopped praising Harry for his accomplishment. "His name is Buckbeak," said Hagrid proudly. "Well then Buckbeak," said Harry, stroking its feathers. "Want to go for a spin around the grounds?" To everyone's immense surprise, the hippogriff lowered itself to the ground. Harry smiled and sat on its back. "Ready," he said to the creature. Buckbeak stood up and expanded his wings, and soon, Harry was in the air. Harry really loved it when he was flying, and soon he found himself high above the lake. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning and he heard an eagle's shriek. He grinned and jumped off from Buckbeak's back. Just before Harry hit the water, he was grabbed by a golden-colored thunderbird. Harry hugged Aquila from behind and said, "Missed you, buddy." "Likewise, little one," replied Aquila. Harry, Aquila and Buckbeak spent a few minutes flying over Hogwarts Castle and grounds until Harry jumped again and landed on Buckbeak. "Thanks for the ride, Aquila. See you in a week," said Harry telepathically. "Bye Harry. See you soon," said the Thunderbird, as it disappeared again in a flash of lightning. When Harry came back to the ground, there was thunderous applause from everyone. While they hadn't seen him riding on Aquila since he had been flying on the other side of the grounds, they were clearly impressed with him riding on the hippogriff. Harry knew that his peers knew of his Thunderbird familiar, but he wasn't comfortable with letting them see his familiar yet. They just wouldn't understand the sibling relationship he shared with Aquila, and he knew he would lose his temper if anyone said anything about the massive Thunderbird. "Good work, Harry," roared Hagrid as everyone except Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle cheered. "Okay, who else wants a go?" Harry watched as Daphne petted one of the chestnut-colored hippogriffs, when he heard Malfoy insult Buckbeak. In a flash, Harry had his wand out, and just as Buckbeak raised his talons, he cast a silent shield charm between the creature and Malfoy. Protega. He was successful, as Buckbeak's talons impacted the shield, while Malfoy was thrown back because of the power of the shield. While Hagrid pacified Buckbeak, Draco Malfoy was withering on the ground. "I'm dying," he yelled. "It's killed me." Harry snorted. He went over and kicked Malfoy in the groin. Draco howled in pain, just as Harry said, "You're the biggest idiot I've ever seen, Malfoy. Insulting a hippogriff, and then acting as though it has injured you. Tisk tisk, such a disgrace has never fallen upon your family, has it? But then again, that is something to be said to a family that has no honor in the first place. Get up. You're embarrassing the rest of the Slytherins. Salazar would cry if he were to know that someone like you had been sorted into his beloved house." The entire class was staring at the spectacle now, ignoring the hippogriffs. Only Daphne understood why Harry was so angry. If Harry hadn't accompanied his godfather that day, Sirius could very well have died because of the Malfoy family. And it was Draco who had threatened Harry at the end of last term in the first place. Draco Malfoy was pink in the face with anger and embarrassment. He looked up to see the glowing green eyes of Hadrian Potter. His face paled when he saw the intense anger and loathing in those green eyes. Malfoy got up and made a hasty retreat back to the castle. The news of what happened during the Care of Magical Creatures class was the talk of the Hogwarts rumor mill. Many of them openly snickered when they saw Draco, some even going so far as to pretend crying like a baby to annoy the bee-owned boy further. The next day, Harry had defense against the dark arts with the Slytherins. He was quite curious what Lupin would be teaching them. The syllabus for the third years was a wide variety of dark creatures, so Harry wondered which they would start with. He and Daphne were softly talking when Lupin entered the classroom and told them to follow him to the staff room. It was a curious class which headed to the staff room. There was an old wardrobe which was wobbling and banging off the wall. Harry immediately recognized what was inside it. Professor Lupin explained to them about a boggart and decided to make the students face it. There were many things that seemed to frighten Harry's classmates: a snake, a spider, a ghost, a mummy, a crab, until Harry calmly went in front of the boggart. He didn't know what would scare him the most, so he was quite curious. But he was no way prepared for what he saw in front of him. Daphne Greengrass was lying on the floor, twitching, injured and covered in blood. Tom Riddle, looking exactly like he did a few months ago in the Chamber of Secrets, looked at Harry and said in a deadly voice, "I only targeted her because of you. You'll find out now why you should fear Lord Voldemort, Harry." Riddle pointed his wand at Daphne and said, "Crucio." Many of them in class screamed, but just then, Harry pointed his wand at the boggart and said in a calm, clear voice, "Ridiculous." The scene shifted, and suddenly, there was a man wearing green robes, sitting on a stool. In front of him was Tom Riddle, on both knees. "Oh Tom, you've been a naughty boy," said Salazar Slytherin, in an amused voice. "You deserve to be punished, don't you think?" Salazar then started spanking Riddle, while the younger boy cried like a baby, literally. The class was frozen in silence until Daphne snorted. Soon Harry started laughing, deep belly laughs. He again pointed his wand at the boggart and said, "Ridiculous." The boggart exploded into fine dust. "Very good, Mr. Potter. You finished it off," said Lupin, but he wasn't laughing. The rest of the class too was staring at Harry. "Thank you, Professor," said Harry. Lupin recovered and gave the class homework and dismissed them. Once they were away from everyone, Daphne hugged Harry and asked, "Are you okay?" Harry bent down and keyed her. After a minute, they broke apart and he said, "While that may really be what frightens me the most, it takes more than a boggart to break me." Daphne smiled, and they headed to the kitchens. Once Daphne tickled the pair, they entered. Immediately, there was pin-drop silence, which surprised Harry and Daphne, as the elves liked them both and were usually very cheerful. An elderly elf came up to Harry and said, "Greetings, Lord Gryffindor. How we be help you?" Harry's eyes went wide and Daphne looked at him with surprise. "How did you know?" asked Harry, regaining his composure. "We be sensing you, my lord," said the elf, looking at Harry with confusion, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Okay," replied Harry slowly. "But could you all not say that in front of anyone else, or not mention it to others, least of all our headmaster?" he asked. The elves all nodded and the head elf replied, "Our allegiance is to you, Lord Gryffindor. We be not informing Headmaster Whiskers." Harry and Daphne couldn't help but snicker every time they heard that name the elves had coined for Dumbledore. "Okay, good," said Harry. "I came here to see if you're all fine, and to request you to send more chocolate every night. We don't want the students affected by the Dementors, do we? By the way, do they affect you? Is there anything we can do to help?" The elves swooned. "Master is kind," said a young female elf. "We be sending more chocolate, Master," replied another. "We be eating chocolate too, Master. It helps keep bad demons' effects away," said another. "Good," said Daphne kindly. "If you have any problems, please come and inform us. Your happiness is important to us as well. Now, can you provide some lunch for us? We don't want to go to the Great Hall right now." Once lunch was served, Harry put up a privacy ward around them and told Daphne about him being Lord Gryffindor and showed her the ring. She was fascinated by it, also a bit hurt that he had not told her, but Harry apologized. He had truly forgotten to mention it to her. So far, it looked like the year was going to turn out great. The next 2 months at Hogwarts seemed to fly by. Harry and Daphne again spent a lot of time in the room of requirement studying. Harry, of course, was way ahead and was now more than halfway through the 7th year material. It was going at a slower rate than he would have liked, but Newt material was quite difficult. His target was to finish the Newt material before Yule, so he was working rigorously. Daphne wasn't any less, who was now close to finishing 4th year material. So far, Peter Pettigrew hadn't been spotted by anyone, and the Magical Daily was quick to point out that he might have escaped the country. Unfortunately, Minister Fudge was not buying it and was convinced that Pettigrew would attack Harry, and so the Dementors were still placed at Hogwarts, much to everyone's displeasure. On Halloween, there was a Hogsmeade trip scheduled. Harry and Daphne were looking forward to go on a date to the village. That morning after breakfast, the couple stepped outside the castle, on their way to Hogsmeade when someone shouted, "Mr. Potter." Harry groaned silently and turned back. Professor McGonagall was looking at him with an annoyed expression on her face. "Where do you think you're going, Mr. Potter?" she asked. Harry simply raised an eyebrow. "Hogsmeade, Professor," he replied slowly. "Is there a problem?" "I didn't receive a letter from your guardian saying that you could go, Potter," said McGonagall in a no-nonsense voice. Daphne got a distinct feeling that Minerva McGonagall could very well have been like Hermione Granger when she was in school. Her attitude really was very annoying. "Besides," she continued, "the headmaster doesn't think it is appropriate for you to go to the village during these troubled times. So in you go." Harry simply stared at her. Daphne was about to say something, but Harry squeezed her hand, letting her know that he would handle it. "Professor, let me remind you that I'm emancipated," said Harry calmly. "That means I don't require a guardian's permission for anything, which includes going to Hogsmeade. Professor Flitwick, my head of house knows this, and he has no objection in me going to the village. And please clarify as to what troubled times you're talking about. As far as I'm concerned, the past 2 months have been quite peaceful." McGonagall's eye twitched. "I'm talking about Peter Pettigrew," she said stiffly. "He is after you, and the Dementors are here solely for your protection, and it is irresponsible for you to—" "Sorry to interrupt you, Professor," said Daphne. "But there is absolutely no proof that Pettigrew is here and wants to attack Harry. That was a story built by Minister Fudge. It is also a misconception that the Dementors are stationed here at Hogwarts only for Harry's protection. It was done by Minister Fudge again, who wants the people to know that he is seen to be doing something. Personally, I feel that the Dementors are more of a threat than Pettigrew, as we don't even know how many of them are guarding the castle. If they attack, we're all in trouble. As for the headmaster's opinion, please thank him for caring about my fiancé's well-being. Unfortunately, his decision to act as Harry's guardian comes several years too late." "Thank you for your time, Professor McGonagall," she said, grabbed Harry's hand tighter and pulled him away from the shocked Transfiguration teacher. "Wow," whispered Harry. "You really know how to throw a mean punch." Daphne smirked. There was a reason her Patronus had taken the form of a Noondu, and her Animagus form was what it was. Harry had bet 10 galleons that he would figure out what her form was. She knew without a doubt that she would win. While she had met her animal form, it was a slow process to merge with it. So far, there was little progress, but she was confident that she would be able to do it. The couple walked around the village, exploring the various shops. As Daphne had a sweet took a mile away, Harry bought her a large bag of chocolates at Honeyduke's. They went to Zonko's but didn't purchase anything. They knew that Filch was just waiting to confiscate something they brought back in, besides it didn't suit their needs. After looking around and talking for more than an hour, they entered the Three Broomsticks, a popular pub in Hogsmeade. They made their way to a table, and Harry ordered 2 glasses of butterbeer and some light lunch. Once it was served, Daphne put up a silencing ward around them. "So, were you successful?" she asked eagerly. Harry grinned. Flashback. Harry was walking around a deserted part of the castle. He was on the 5th floor, searching for something. After 10 minutes and waving his hands and extending his senses to search for a ward or a magical enclosure, he struck gold. His hand was touching a particular piece of stone that he knew didn't belong there, even though it looked perfectly normal to the BPD eye. He placed his hand on the stone and closed his eyes. Just as he had suspected, there was a blood ward in place. He moved his hand a bit, and said in a low voice, "Open in the name of Lord Gryffindor." The Gryffindor ring flashed and a pedestal appeared in the wall, creating a cavity. Harry waved his hand over his palm, and a deep gash appeared. He let the drops of blood hit the pedestal and healed the wound. After a few seconds, there was a rumble and the stones parted to reveal a stone passageway. Harry lit his wand and entered. He flicked his wand and the ancient lighting charms flickered into existence, bathing the staircase with light. Harry climbed up the stairs until he reached a door, with a lion engraving. The lion looked at him and roared. Harry calmly showed the lion his ring. After passing through another blood ward, the door opened. Once he stepped inside, Harry gasped. Inside were mounds of gold and other precious metals and gems. There were also several tomes of books on shelves. Further along, there was a study and a bedroom. This was clearly Godric's private chamber if he wanted complete solitude. He must have filled this place with treasures and books just before he moved to Potter Castle. When he entered the study, he realized that there were preservation wards woven into the room. His eyes went wide when he saw a thick diary on top of the desk, with the Gryffindor crest on it. When he reached for it, the ring once again flashed and the diary opened. There was a message written on the first page. It was clearly written in Old English, so Harry cast an advanced translation charm on it. "Dear Descendant, I am Godric Gryffindor, and if you're reading this, then it means you are the descendant of my daughter Geraldine and her husband Alan Potter, and you have obtained my sword from the Sorting Hat. I congratulate you on your success, as I had instructed the hat to only pass it on to a descendant of mine whose values matched what Hogwarts stands for: bravery, intelligence, loyalty and ambition. I have gone through a lot in my life. I have experienced hardship, happiness, love, and despair. This is the book that gives you the information about my life, and how this school came to be. All my properties and treasures now belong to you, use them well. If you're interested in knowing about my life, go ahead and read this journal. If not, well, can't stop an old man from hoping his grandchild would want to read it someday. This is the last time I would be at Hogwarts. My health has deteriorated rapidly after the death of my dear friend Salazar, so I'll be staying with my dear daughter and son-in-law at Potter Castle. I just can't bring myself to go back to Gryffindor Castle, not now. At this age, having so many feelings buried within me, I won't be able to survive alone at that place. I'm sure the headmaster I've hired is more than up to the task of running the school as I'm just not able. How ironic, it is the greatest curse for a battle mage to become so weak. Salazar always warned me about it, but I never considered it. My dear friend would probably be laughing now. Oh, how I wish I could meet Helga, Rowena and Salazar one more time before I leave, even if it is to hear them laugh at me. Learn from my mistakes, child, and do not repeat them. Do your best to take care of this school that we have built to keep the knowledge of magic alive. May the goddess magic bless you and may you find peace in your life which I could never achieve. Godric Gryffindor. Tears formed in Harry's eyes as he read the first page. This was a message from his ancestor Godric Gryffindor, for him. He touched the journal to his head and stood in silence for several seconds. He kept the book down and looked at the mountains of treasures and books around him. It was safer to transfer them all to Potter Castle. He didn't want them here at Hogwarts where Dumbledore's influence remained. "Toby," he said, The elf popped in front of him. What can Toby do for Master Hadrian? He asked in a calm voice. Harry cleared his throat and said, Toby, this is the secret chamber of Godric Gryffindor, at Hogwarts. As you can see, there are tons of gold and other precious stones, along with books and weapons. Do we have an empty high-security vault at Potter Castle where we can store this? Toby looked around in awe and answered, yes, Master Hadrian. There are very little treasures in high-security Vault 12. We can remove it and place all this there. Harry nodded. Good. Get the other elves too. Assist you. Also, find out about the state of Gryffindor Castle. It may be in a state of disrepair. In any case, we can't start on any repair work until Sirius and Amelia's wedding. So for now, transfer everything here to Vault 12. Harry then proceeded to the diary. He used a powerful copying charm on it, and his ring flashed again. A copy of Godric's journal appeared on the desk. Take this diary and place it in the vault in my study, Toby. I don't want this going into the main vaults, he said, handing the diary gingerly to the elf. It will be done, Master Hadrian, said the elf. End flashback. Wow, said Daphne, taking a sip of butterbeer. I can't believe you found the journal of Godric Gryffindor himself. It would definitely answer a lot of questions about what truly happened at that time. For one, are you sure he said that Salazar was his friend? Harry nodded. That was something he mentioned more than once. I'm really curious about that because according to our history, Godric and Salazar didn't get along at all. I wonder what that was about, he said, his voice trailing off. They finished their lunch, explored more of the various shops in the village and then proceeded to the castle. The dinner that night was fun and after a hearty meal, Harry went back to Ravenclaw Tower. Once everyone was asleep, he came back to the common room and sat on a comfortable armchair in front of the roaring fire. He opened the photo album that Daphne had given him almost a year back and started flipping through the various pictures of his parents. It was nearly midnight when Harry finished looking through all the pictures. He hugged the photo album to his chest and stared into the fire, idly accessing the memories which showed his parents from when he had been an infant. Just then, he sensed that he wasn't alone. He looked around and saw Luna Lovegood, who seemed to be searching for something. Luna, what are you doing out of bed? Have you lost something? Asked Harry curiously. He had tried to keep an eye on Luna, but between his intense study sessions with Daphne and searching for Godric's chamber, it proved to be difficult. Hadrian Potter, said Luna in a dreamy voice. I was looking for my possessions, it looks like the Raxperts have taken them again. They also seem to have taken the picture I have of my mother which was kept on my nightstand, so I want to find it soon. Harry clenched his fists. Anger bubbled in his gut as he realized what had happened to Luna's possessions. He saw that Luna was wearing flimsy clothes and no shoes as well. As a result, she seemed to be shivering. He also knew that Luna's mother had been a spellcrafter, and one of her experiments had gone wrong and had died as a result. Harry had observed that Luna could see the Thestrals as well, so it was pretty clear that she had seen her mother die. And now, she was being bullied by her own housemates. Harry cleared his throat. He flicked his wand to his hand and cast warming charms on her body and feet. Don't worry, Luna. I'll take care of it. Why don't you go back to bed? All your items which the Raxperts have taken from you will be returned to you. I'll make sure to deal with them, he said kindly. Thanks, Hadrian, said Luna happily. She skipped to the other end of the common room and paused. She turned back and said, Thank you for your help, Lord Gryffindor. Harry's eyes went wide. Luna, what are you talking about? He asked. The Nargles told me that you're now Lord Gryffindor, she said simply. With 4 lordships, I'm sure you can implement your ideas better, Hadrian. 4 lordships? Asked Harry sharply. Luna, I only have 2, and please don't tell anyone about the Gryffindor one. No, it'll be 4. You'll find out soon. Hadrian. Good night, said Luna, and skipped up to her room. Harry watched her go with confusion. What the hell was that all about? He shook his head. Maybe she was just toying with him. Either way, he had a bullying problem to solve. Sally, he called. The Hogwarts elf popped in front of him. What can Sally do for Master Hadrian? She asked happily. Harry smiled and bent down to the elf's level. Sally swooned, but Harry said, Sally, there is a student named Luna Lovegood in 2nd year. Her housemates are stealing her things, and she can't seem to find them. Could you and the other elves please find them all and give it back to her? And please compile a list of what all had been stolen and by whom. I would greatly appreciate it, Sally. Of course, Master Hadrian, said Sally eagerly. We be doing it at once. Harry smiled. He went back to the armchair and started reading Godric's journal. 3 hours later, Sally returned. And she wasn't happy. Master, she said unhappily. We be finding all of Miss Lovegoody's things. This be the list of things stolen and who be keeping them. Shall we be giving them all back to Miss Lovegoody? Yes, please do, Sally, he said, taking the piece of parchment from the elf. You and the other elves did a good job. Thank you. Sally beamed and disappeared with a pop. Harry looked at the piece of parchment with fire burning in his green eyes. This was no prank, this was all-out bullying. More than 1/4 of the Ravenclaws were tormenting Luna indirectly, and at least 20 of them were doing it directly. The list spanned clothes, shoes, personal items, homework and others. Harry wondered if Luna had anything left with her at all. He would have to do something about this. But what? An evil smirk slowly formed on his lips. A fitting punishment indeed. The next morning, Cho Chang woke up to find that many of her possessions were missing. She frantically tried to find her stuff, but they had all disappeared. She only had one set of her uniform. Nothing else. She heard someone harshly knock on her door. She opened it to find Marietta Edgecombe standing in front of her with a furious and scared expression on her face. All my possessions are gone. Marietta screeched. Cho pulled her into her room and said, so have mine. What happened here? I don't know. I've tried a summoning charm, but it wouldn't work, said Marietta, freaking out. Do you think Lovegood is behind this? Asked Cho in a low voice. Marietta scoffed. Loony. Please, like she is capable of something like this, she's insane. This is the work of someone else. We have to go to class soon. What do we do? Finally, without a choice, they dressed in their only pair of uniform and went to the Great Hall without their bags or books. They both didn't notice the agitated looks of various other Ravenclaw girls as well. A furious Professor McGonagall stepped down from the teacher's table and said, "What is the meaning of this?" Cho looked at the furious teacher and frowned. "What do you mean, Professor?" she asked confused. "Why aren't you all dressed in your uniforms?" asked McGonagall crossly. Many of the girls looked at each other and finally, Marietta said, "We are wearing our uniforms, Professor. And all our possessions seem to have disappeared." Many of them in the hall had their jaws on the floor. McGonagall went red in the face. 5 points from Ravenclaw, Miss Edgecombe. I suggest you all head back to Ravenclaw Tower and change into your uniforms. I won't tolerate such behavior again, she said and marched back to her seat. What did I say? Asked Marietta, confused. You said that you don't want to wear the uniform as the dress you're now wearing makes you look why, and you want the boys to notice your beeps. And ass, said Cho in a frightened voice. What? That's not what I said, said Marietta, freaking out. What is happening to us? Asked another girl angrily. No one had an answer. Nobody saw Harry smirk slightly. Legilimency and a confundus charm to not notice that the clothes they were wearing was not their uniform and a compulsion to not mention about their misplaced belongings was a wonderful idea. By the time the day was over, the entire group would have lost Ravenclaw 100 points and would have hated by their fellow housemates. Wasn't mind magic wonderful? In 2 days, Ravenclaw had lost more than 100 points. The entire gang of girls who loved to torment Luna Lovegood were shunned by the entire house as no one could figure out why the girls were doing such a thing in the first place. They had not changed into their uniforms, had come to classes without their books and wand, had spoken in derogatory language in front of the teachers and worst of all, acted as though they were the victims. The entire house was furious with them as not only had the bunch of nearly 20 girls got detention, but they had also lost more than 100 points from Ravenclaw, removing them from first place. The girls had all tried to explain to their teachers that their stuff was stolen but to no avail. This lasted for 2 more days, until finally after serving multiple detentions, they each found a note in their pocket. It read, "If you want your possessions back, come to the empty classroom on the 3rd floor, on the right side. If you inform the teachers or anyone in authority, say goodbye to your belongings." The note was not signed. By this time, the entire group of girls was both scared and furious. After dinner, they marched to the empty classroom and went inside. The room was dark and dusty. Just when they had lost patience after waiting for nearly an hour, the door to the classroom snapped shut. The girls shrieked, but suddenly, there was a movement near the door. The disillusionment charm lifted, and suddenly, in front of him stood Hadrian Potter leaning on the door, his arms folded and looking at them with an expressionless face. "Potter, what are you doing here?" asked Cho crossly. She didn't like Harry because she felt that he had stolen her spot from the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Harry simply raised an eyebrow. "I thought you girls wanted your stuff back," he replied calmly. "It was you," screeched Marietta. "You're the one who is responsible for stealing our stuff. You're responsible for us being punished by the teachers." Harry tilted his head a bit and asked, "Are you the one bullying Luna Lovegood? Are you the one who stole her possessions? Are you the one who destroyed her homework? Are you the one who locked her out of the tower?" There was silence. "Who the hell cares about Looney?" snapped Marietta. "I want to know about, blah." Suddenly, bubbles sprouted from her mouth and the rest looked at Harry in shock. "Tisk tisk," said Harry mockingly. "You really shouldn't call someone insane, when you yourself are demented, my dear. If I had done something like that, I'm pretty sure my mother would have washed my mouth with soap were she alive." He cancelled the charm on the girl and suddenly the temperature dropped. Harry extended his aura and his skin radiated a faint white color and his eyes glowed an intense green. The group was unnerved by the display of power. "You know who else is dead other than my mother?" asked Harry coldly, looking at the group. "Pandora Lovegood, Luna's mother. She was a spellcrafter, and when Luna was about 9 years old, one of her experiments backfired. Luna watched as her mother died right in front of her eyes." "You all have parents, don't you?" snapped Harry, looking at the girls with cold eyes. "How would you feel if they died? Worse yet, how would you then feel if you were called insane and were bullied by a bunch of more than 20 girls older than you? How would you feel if someone stole a picture of your dead mother?" The girls flinched at the tone. "Luna is eccentric," said Harry. "That doesn't give you the right to bully and harass the poor girl. The last 4 days have given you a pretty good insight into what you've been doing to her. Her belongings have already been given back to her. If you apologize to her and never try to bully her again, your possessions will be returned to you. Do we have a deal?" Cho sneered. "Well, it looks like someone is cheating on his girlfriend," she said snidely. "What's the matter, Potter? Greengrass not good enough for you? Though I'm surprised you've chosen Looney of all people. Looks like Greengrass has lost her charm." "I agree," said Marietta snidely. "She's nothing but an uppity ch that spreads her legs for any bunch of boys in Slytherin." Suddenly, there was a flash of light and both girls fell down in pain. Cho and Marietta looked at each other's faces and gasped. There were boils all over their faces forming the word, ch. They heard gasps all around them and turned to look at Potter. Their eyes widened when they saw Daphne Greengrass standing next to Potter, with her wand in hand. "I'm the ch. said Daphne, with a smirk on her face. "I think there has been a minor confusion, you might want to check your faces first. Even idiots like you can figure it out." Daphne turned to look at the other girls. "We're not here to trade barbs with you. We're here to let you know that unless you cease your attacks on Miss Lovegood and apologize to her, you won't be getting your stuff back. And as you've observed over the past 4 days, you won't be able to inform the teachers either. Try to act funny and you'll end up worse than those 2 pieces of filth over there." "Do we have a deal?" she asked coldly. Fine," stammered a girl, speaking for the entire group. "Good," said Harry. "If you've apologized and learnt your lesson, you'll find your possessions back by tomorrow morning. Now get out." This conversation never happened. The door opened and the girls all left, with Cho and Marietta shooting hateful looks at Harry and Daphne as they went along. Once they were alone, Harry put his arms around Daphne's waist and pulled her into a hug. He leaned down and captured his lips with hers. They kissed until they broke apart, gasping for air. "Remind me never to get you mad at me," said Harry, grinning at Daphne. "Oh, my dear Harry," whispered Daphne. "Do you think I would use such a direct means to get my way with you? I would do it in such a way that you would admire my subtlety and have no choice in the matter once I'm done." Harry chuckled and kissed her again. "I love you," he whispered, nuzzling her face. "I love you too," whispered Daphne, hugging him closer. "What do you mean we're playing Gryffindor?" asked Roger Davies. I thought they were playing against Slytherin. I'm not sure, replied Abigail Turner, the captain of the Ravenclaw team. All I know is that Slytherin isn't playing, so we'll be playing against Gryffindor this Saturday. Harry frowned. He knew that the Gryffindor team had a new seeker, Ginny Weasley. He didn't know how good she was, but Wood was making them practice like crazy, while the Ravenclaw team hadn't practiced as much, since their match wasn't scheduled this soon. Any chance we could book the pitch? Asked Harry. Already done, said Turner. We only have a few days, so let's make the most of it. The weather was quite bad, but while others were struggling due to the bad weather, Harry loved every second of it. Flying in a storm was second nature to him and he couldn't wait for the match. Saturday morning, Harry got ready and frowned when he saw the weather didn't look natural. Something was wrong. He extended his mental link with his familiar and asked, Aquila, what's wrong, buddy? I sense you might be in danger, little one, replied the Thunderbird. I don't like those bad demons around the school. There are too many of them. Be careful. Harry's frown deepened. He knew that Dumbledore too hated the Dementors, and resented the fact that the Ministry had placed them around the school. Harry had always been worried that they would attack when they got the chance. It looked like today was their day of celebration. Harry went down to the Great Hall and sat next to Daphne, who was already seated at the Ravenclaw table, talking to Luna Lovegood. Be alert, he whispered to Daphne. There might be an attack on the students today. Daphne looked confused for a few seconds until realization dawned on her. Dementors, she whispered back. Harry nodded and helped himself to breakfast. Once done, they all headed to the Quidditch pitch. The rest of the team looked apprehensive playing in the weather conditions, so Harry spoke up. Okay, listen, he said firmly. I know the weather conditions aren't ideal, so we'll make a deal. Leave the stealing of the quaffle to me. I can handle it, but when I pass it on to you, score. With any luck, we'll be ahead of Gryffindor soon. And use warming and water-repelling charms on yourselves. It may not be of much use in such heavy rain, but it might still be effective. Chances are that Gryffindor hasn't thought of using them. The others nodded and cast the charms on themselves. Once done, they took off. Once Madame Hooch released the quaffle, the Gryffindors took control at once. Harry immediately used the low cloud cover to his advantage. This weather was where he thrived, and he was going to use it well. He dived when he spotted Angelina Johnson having the quaffle, stole it and passed it on to Abigail Turner, who scored, taking advantage of Oliver Wood's shock of Harry's sudden appearance. This continued for more than an hour, with Ravenclaw leading 90-20. Finally, Harry saw the snitch. He went higher, with Ginny Weasley hot on his tail. The snitch went higher in the sky with both seekers after it. The snitch was at Harry's fingertips when suddenly, Ginny Weasley screamed. The air was cold, very cold. Dozens and dozens of Dementors surrounded them. Weasley, try to get to the ground, now! Shouted Harry. They both tried to return, only to be blocked by several of the Dementors. Harry could feel the oppressive darkness and negative emotions overwhelm him, so he flicked his wand to his hand, thought of all the happy moments he had with Daphne and how much he loved her, and shouted, Expecto Patronum. In the stands, Daphne felt the temperature drop suddenly. She had been searching for Harry, but had lost track of her fiancé after he had gone searching for the snitch. She spotted the Dementors before anyone else could, as no one was actively looking for the Seekers. She had to help Harry. With that in mind, she gathered all her happy thoughts and emotions, stood up with her wand pointed towards the sky and shouted, Expecto Patronum. The large Noondu burst from Daphne's wand, just as the enormous Thunderbird Patronus burst from Harry's. By now, people had seen the group of more than 100 Dementors surrounding the Quidditch stadium. Just as people started screaming and panicking, the two powerful Patroni formed and took off into the sky. The entire sky lit up in silvery light as the Noondu and the Thunderbird chased away the Dementors. Soon, they were joined by a phoenix, a cat and an owl. The Dementors didn't stand a chance and were soon chased away. Everyone present at the stadium was now staring at the two large Patroni, the Noondu and the Thunderbird. No one had ever seen anything like it. The Thunderbird shrieked and the Noondu roared, and stood in front of their masters. Daphne nodded to the Noondu Patronus, which bowed to her and disappeared. When the Thunderbird Patronus did the same to Harry, he smiled and said, Thank you, Aquila. Harry frowned when he saw that he seemed to have something in his left hand. He held it up and his eyes went wide when he saw the snitch, struggling against his fingers. He held up his fist, just as the crowd roared. "Hadrian Potter has caught the snitch," yelled Lee Jordan. "Dear Merlin, how did that guy do that?" As much as I hate to say it, Ravenclaw wins 240-20. Dumbledore and the rest of the staff were baffled. Did Hadrian Potter and Daphne Greengrass, two third-year students, conjure fully corporeal Patroni to chase the Dementors away? And was he seeing things, or was one of them a Nundu? Who taught them that spell? What the hell was going on here? A few hours later, Harry and Daphne were in the room of requirement, telling Amelia Bones what had happened. "There were more than 100 of them," said Daphne heatedly, looking at the mirror. "They are honestly a threat to the students, and unless they are taken back to Azkaban, Fudge can be looking for a new job soon." "I agree, Aunt Amy," said Harry softly. "Don't worry, you two," replied Amelia. "I'll ensure that the Dementors are taken back to Azkaban in a few days. No one is going to let an attack on the students of Hogwarts by the Dementors be forgotten. I'll keep you updated." The mirror went blank. The next morning, Harry smirked when he saw the magical daily. Dementors attack Hogwarts students. By Rita Skeeter. It has come to this reporter's attention that more than 100 Dementors that were placed around Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry attacked the students during a Quidditch match yesterday. These Dementors were placed at the entrance and around the school on the orders of Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, to capture Peter Pettigrew if he comes to the castle, which according to the minister, is a high possibility. But it looks like the Dementors seem to have posed a greater threat to the students than the escaped convict himself. Yesterday afternoon, during a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, the Dementors seemed to have grown restless and attacked the students. Lord Hadrian Potter, the Ravenclaw seeker, was attacked, along with Gryffindor seeker Ginny Weasley, while the teachers were oblivious to what was going on. Indeed, the Dementors seemed to have used the low cloud cover to their advantage. But it seemed that not everyone was distracted. Daphne Greengrass, heiress presumptive of the most ancient and noble house of Greengrass, seems to have been searching for her fiancé when she spotted the Dementors. She, along with her fiancé Lord Hadrian Potter, conjured 2 fully corporeal Patroni to drive the Dementors away. Yes, readers. 2 13-year-old students conjured 2 fully corporeal Patroni. To those who don't know, the Patronus charm is the only known defense against the Dementors. The DMLE has medallions that work on a similar principle to keep the demons away from the witches and wizards who are employed at Azkaban, but they don't drive the Dementors away but merely keep them at bay. The Patronus charm is highly complex, and most adult witches and wizards have trouble casting it. Even if some of them succeed, it is a silvery shield at most. A true Patronus charm takes the form of an animal, which acts as a guardian, protecting you from the Dementors. A 13-year-old witch or wizard casting a fully corporeal Patronus is a phenomenon that has never been seen before. Daphne Greengrass and Lord Hadrian Potter have set a new record. Will the Dementors still be placed at Hogwarts? This reporter has received word that Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, is on the warpath against Minister Fudge for sending not a few, but more than 100 of those terrible demons to a school full of defenseless children. What will it take for Minister Fudge to see that his Dementors are the danger, not Peter Pettigrew? Any number of our children could have been key, and yesterday if not for the timely action taken by 2 13-year-old students. This reporter appeals to you readers to ensure that this government isn't going to condemn our children to a fate worse than death because of our minister's stupidity. Way to go, Rita, said Harry, looking at the paper. She doesn't seem to have held back at all, replied Daphne, taking a sip of her tea. They both were in the Hogwarts kitchen, having breakfast. It turned out to be good publicity for us, didn't it? Chuckled Harry. Daphne simply smirked. The Dementors were taken back to Azkaban that afternoon. Minister Fudge was banging his head against the wall while Harry and Daphne had smiles on their faces. Harry stood in front of the wall which formed the entrance to the room of requirement. He had put it off for too long, and it was time to finally retrieve it. He paced in front of the wall thinking, I need to access the place where everything is hidden. I need to access the place where everything is hidden. I need to access the place where everything is hidden. On the third try, he smiled when a door materialized. He opened the door and his eyes went wide. Well, this is going to take some time, he whispered to himself, looking at the various things hidden by people over the last 1,000 years. Harry spent the next 5 hours looking for the diadem. Finally, he sat down opposite to a dusty cabinet to rest, when a gleam caught his eye. He frowned and looked closer to examine it when his eyes went wide. He got up and went closer to the bust, which had a tiara on its head. Harry extended his senses, and he could feel the oppressive darkness coming from the diadem. It was the Horcrux. He gently levitated the diadem and closed his eyes. The room around him blurred and suddenly, Harry found himself standing in the room which he and Daphne usually occupied. He placed the diadem on the floor and looked at it closely. It was clearly Ravenclaw's diadem, as he had seen Rowena's statue many times at the tower. He closed his eyes and concentrated. He let all the hate and anger flow through him. He remembered how Dumbledore and McGonagall had left him on a doorstep without a care in the world, how the Dursleys had treated him when he was in their care, how Voldemort had killed his parents and grandparents, how Snape had given the prophecy to Voldemort which had caused Voldemort to hunt his parents in the first place, how Dumbledore had targeted him repeatedly over the past 2 years. Once he felt he had enough hatred, he pointed his ebony wand at the diadem and snarled, "Avada Kedavra." A jet of green light flew from the tip of his wand and hit the diadem. The Horcrux gave a loud scream, rattled, and suddenly the diadem went still. Harry scanned the device, and once he felt the diadem was no longer contaminated, he performed an ancient cleansing ritual which would remove any remaining dark magic effects on the relic. After that, he picked it up and looked at it closely. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem was the most sought-after treasure in the British Isles. He himself had always been curious about it, as it was said to bestow the bearer with wisdom. Carefully, Harry placed the diadem on his head. After a few seconds, Harry smiled when he realized that Rowena truly was a genius. The diadem did not bestow the wearer with wisdom, but it did help the wearer access all his memories with ease. This would greatly help Harry access many of Riddle's memories that he had still not accessed. But it would take a lot of time, which he didn't have at the moment. He was currently working on Sirius and Amelia's wedding, finishing the Newt syllabus and reading Godric's journal. He just didn't have the time to go through the memories right now, but he sure as hell was going to do it soon. "Toby," he called for his elf. The elf appeared in front of him. "What can Toby do for Master Hadrian?" he asked. "Take this diadem and place it with Godric's journal in the vault in my study," said Harry. Toby nodded, took the diadem and popped away. Harry breathed deeply, another Horcrux down. "All right," said Harry. "Let's get started." It was the Yule holidays, and Harry was at Black Manor, organizing the preparations for the wedding. Amelia and Sirius wanted to spend a lot of money and ask wizarding architects and designers to come and design the grounds and manor for the wedding, but Harry convinced them that he would handle it himself. He didn't want to involve others in this, he wanted to do it himself and wanted to make it as grand as possible. After all, this was the marriage of the Lord and to be lady of the most ancient and noble House of Black. There were certain standards that had to be maintained. Besides, he wanted Sirius and Amelia to have the best, and he could certainly provide that. Harry had called for all his house elves. "Here's the plan," he addressed the elves. The guests would be either apparating right outside the manor grounds, or would use the flow. In case they apparate, I want a clear path from the front gate to the place of the ceremony. Decorate it the best way possible. In case of the flow, it is in the entrance hall, so it is naturally decorated as well, but add an extra touch, just in case. The ceremony is being held outside at sunset, with the manor as the backdrop. Sirius said that he didn't have a budget, so this is even better. Contact the best companies and fill the entire place with red roses, it's Aunt Amy's favorite flower. Decorate the outside of the manor as well, use different types of lighting charms to light up the manor and grounds. Harry continued and said, "As for the grand ballroom, I want it expanded to a large size. Decorate the various corners of the ballroom with large Yule trees, and make sure that the floor has charms that prevent people from slipping. These are the various decorations that I want done as well. As for the formal dining room, expand it too, and order for several round tables that can seat a group of 6 people. This would be for dinner, and here is the menu that has been selected by Sirius and Aunt Amy. Before the ceremony, I want snacks to be served on the grounds to people who are hungry." "It will be done, Master Hadrian," said an elf happily. House elves loved to work, and the more that was given to them, the happier they were. "All right," said Harry, looking at his notes. The orchestra has been booked, hasn't it? He asked. Yes, Master Hadrian, replied another elf. Excellent, said Harry. Good luck, he said and dismissed the large group of elves. It was the evening of the 24th of December, 1993. It was 5 in the evening, and important members of the British Magical Society like Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, Chief Witch Lady Acton, members of the Wizengamot and others found themselves at Black Manor. Minister Fudge stepped into the fireplace at his house and flowed to Black Manor. When he stepped out, he saw a smiling Hadrian Potter there to welcome him. Minister Fudge, said Harry, extending his hand. Harry was dressed in very expensive black and silver dress robes made of acromantula silk. It fit his body perfectly, and Fudge couldn't help but be self-conscious in front of the very handsome young boy in front of him. Harry was wearing a deep green shirt, black trousers, a silver tie and vest, and his form-fitting robes were black with silver highlights. Welcome to Black Manor. I'm very pleased that you have graced your presence at such an auspicious occasion. Please, this way. Lady Daphne will accompany you to your seat. Daphne was wearing a beautiful deep green dress with silver accents which perfectly matched the colors worn by her fiancé, with diamond jewelry glittering off her neck, hands and ears. She was looking like Aphrodite herself. This way, Minister, she said with a smile, as the rest of the minister's office followed them. To those who apparated to the front gates of the manor, Susan and Neville were there to greet them. The Bones and Longbottom families were quite close, so Augusta Longbottom had insisted that Neville help with organizing the wedding as well. It didn't matter in the end, as Susan had dragged him anyway, something which made Daphne smirk in amusement. All the guests were in awe of the decorations and splendor the grounds and manor had to offer. The entire place had been decorated with red roses, with tiny drops of water on them. While there was light snow, it didn't fall on them, creating a very beautiful scene of the snow falling from the sky. The grounds and manor were lit with lighting charms of different colors and styles. The food served as appetizers along with tea was simply delicious. Wide area warming charms were applied so that the guests would not feel the chill of the winter evening. Harry, Daphne, Susan and Neville, along with Andromeda and Nymphadora Tonks worked overtime, socializing with the guests, acting as ushers and making sure everything ran smoothly. The orchestra was seated in the corner, playing soft music. While the Malfoys were invited because Narcissa was still a daughter of the Black family, she didn't take part in anything as she chose to sit silently. Andromeda had been brought back into the Black family, so Narcissa chose to watch her sister instead. Everyone understood the meaning when they observed that Albus Dumbledore had not been invited. Rita Skeeter and a photographer from the Magical Daily were there as well, but they had received strict instructions from Harry not to misbehave. So Rita was moving around discreetly, noting the decorations and the guest list, and basically observing everyone. When it was 15 minutes to 7, Harry went to Sirius's room to check up on his godfather. He knocked and entered, and spotted Sirius there along with Ted Tonks, adjusting his robes. He looked really nervous. Ready to go, Padfoot? Asked Harry, smiling at his godfather. Sirius took a deep breath, and grabbed the goblet containing a mild calming draught and drowned it. Once his expression relaxed, he nodded. He and Harry walked down the stairs and into the gardens where the ceremony was to be conducted. As they walked to the elevated podium, people clapped. Sirius stood with Harry next to him, waiting for Amelia. Sirius too was impeccably dressed, with a white shirt, black pants, silver vest and tie, and his black robe with silver accents were all made of very expensive acromantula silk. Sirius mentally snorted when he realized that such an arrangement would have made his mother proud. He shook his head. He didn't want to go there anymore. He had long ago decided that his Aunt Doria was a much better mother to him than his own mother. Indeed, once he had run away to Potter Manor. Doria Potter had sent a howler to her niece, telling her how traumatized Sirius had been, to choose to run away from home instead of staying there for the summer. Sirius only wished that Regulus had been alive. His baby brother had been the only one in his family he had truly cared about. Just then, the bridal march began. Amelia was being escorted by her brother, as the rest of the Bones family had been killed by Voldemort. She was dressed in a beautiful white dress, with silver accents on it. She didn't look like the fierce director of British magical law enforcement. She looked like a woman who was happy that she was getting married to the love of her life. Amelia came to stand in front of Sirius, with Susan next to her. The ceremony went well, and was picture perfect. I declare you bonded for life. The wizard presiding over the ceremony lifted his wand above them. There was a flash of light, and Amelia and Sirius's hands glowed where they were holding each other. Several twinkling silvery stars burst from the wizard's wand, over the newly married couple. Harry smiled and nodded to an elf who was discreetly standing where Harry could see him. Just when the audience started applauding, magical fireworks exploded in the air in various colors. The crowd gasped as they saw the beautiful fireworks in the air. Sirius and Amelia, who weren't in on this plan developed by Harry, looked at the sky in awe. Suddenly, another firework exploded, which formed the words, "Congratulations to Sirius and Amelia Black." Harry grinned at the awestruck expressions on Sirius and Amelia's faces. "Like it?" he asked happily. "This is amazing," whispered Amelia. "It really is spectacular." "Indeed," said Sirius. Once the show was over, Harry, Daphne and the others led the guests inside the manor to the enlarged formal dining room. There were multiple round tables, with beautiful lanterns and candles floating in the air for enhanced effects. Harry sat down next to Daphne and sighed in contentment. They socialized with others as they ate dinner, which was a mix of various cuisines. After a truly delicious meal, the guests were ushered to the grand ballroom where people gave their gifts to the newly married couple and started dancing and socializing. Harry and Daphne together spent a lot of time talking to various people, important or otherwise. Many women had congregated around Elizabeth Greengrass as she was 7 months pregnant at this time. The orchestra played spectacular music which enhanced the experience of those on the dance floor. The grand ballroom too was beautifully decorated. Virtual snow was falling from the ceiling, and there were several ice sculptures at various places. The entire place was covered in beautiful roses, holly and mistletoe. The wedding really was very grand, as Harry had not spared any expense to make it very special for his godfather and honorary aunt. "I think it went rather well, don't you think?" asked Harry, as he danced with Daphne. "Oh, definitely," she replied, looking into his eyes. "If you're willing to go through all this for your godfather's wedding, I can't wait for ours." Harry laughed. "Don't worry, Daphne," he said softly. "I'll make sure ours is the wedding of the century." Daphne chuckled lightly as Harry hugged her to his chest. "Don't let anyone hear you say that," she said. "There are many young girls here who are already looking at you as though you're a particularly delicious piece of meat." "Who cares?" whispered Harry in her ear. "I can see many boys eyeing you as well. You look gorgeous tonight, Daphne, you're the prettiest girl here. As long as they stay the hell away from you, I don't have a problem. In fact, I think I'm going to stake my claim right now," he said, and his lips slowly found his way to hers, dotting her softly and deeply. Daphne, of course, didn't mind and she reciprocated happily. Cyrus Greengrass sighed and steered his wife the other way. "What?" asked Elizabeth, looking at her husband. Cyrus inclined his head the other way, pointing to where Harry and Daphne were dancing and dotting each other deeply. "Oh come on, Cyrus," said Elizabeth exasperated. "They've been together for 2 years now. Your daughter is 13 and betrothed. Isn't it time to let go?" "Only 13, replied Cyrus. "When I see her like that, I can't help but remember the small infant you placed in my arms when she was born. How am I supposed to handle this?" Elizabeth rolled her eyes. "They're only dotting and you yourself said several months ago that you didn't have a problem with it. Besides, it could be a lot worse. We know we can trust Harry. It could have been some other boy who might have been horrible and stuck up. Besides, just look at them. Aren't they so adorable?" she gushed. "I guess," said Cyrus, hugging his wife for comfort. "Look," said Elizabeth softly, to comfort her husband. "Daphne is growing up. She will always be your daughter, no one can change that. But she is also the future Lady Potter, and you're going to have to get used to Harry being the most important man in her life. If it bothers you so much, talk to her. I'm sure Daphne wouldn't mind. At least be happy that she found someone who she loves so much and who loves her back as well. Harry might have been forced upon her, but they're both clearly very happy with each other. Be happy for your daughter, dear. And someday, when they both get married in a ceremony just like this, you would have buck up and deal with it." "Understood." Cyrus nodded morosely. His daughters were growing up so fast. Elizabeth smiled and said, just remember dear, while both your daughters might be growing up, you will soon have an infant son to spoil." Cyrus looked up at his wife and his eyes lit up and a grin formed on his face. "That's true," he said happily. "Let's dance." Draco Malfoy was looking from the other side of the ballroom where he was dancing with Pansy Parkinson. He was glaring daggers at Hadrian Potter and Daphne Greengrass, who were studying each other deeply, oblivious to their surroundings. While Pansy was nice for now, he had always wanted Greengrass. The girl looked so beautiful tonight that he had heard many say that she looked like Avila. He was supposed to get her, not Potter. He was Draco Malfoy, he deserved Greengrass as his future wife. But Potter just had to get in the way with that thrice-damned contract. This wasn't the way it was supposed to go. With Sirius Black now married, he wouldn't inherit the Black Lordship and fortune either, he thought morosely. He had always been told when he was growing up that he would be the future Lord Malfoy as well as Lord Black. He had wanted to get married to Daphne Greengrass to control the Greengrass Lordship and fortune as well. Now all his plans lay in ruins. Draco Malfoy truly hated Hadrian Potter with every inch of his heart. Remus Lupin returned to Hogwarts just after the wedding ceremony, not staying for dinner or the reception. He was sad that he had not been asked to be Sirius's best man. That honor had gone to Harry. He knew that Sirius was miffed because of his close contact with Dumbledore, but what was he supposed to do? This was Albus Dumbledore. He was also annoyed that Sirius had not invited Dumbledore to the wedding. Whatever problems Sirius had with the man, Dumbledore was a great wizard, and in his mind, no one could question that. Remus was sure that Harry must have had something to do with that. He had told Dumbledore about Harry's boggart. It had definitely been an interesting experience knowing what frightens Harry the most. But what was shocking was that Harry wasn't fazed at all. He had created a scene of Salazar Slytherin spanking Voldemort. Oh well, he better inform Dumbledore what happened at the wedding. The headmaster should be informed about what happens all around him. How else would he take important decisions when the need arises? Remus would trust the headmaster, and soon, Harry would realize his mistake and apologize to him and Dumbledore. After all, one couldn't help but look up to someone like Dumbledore. He was the second coming of Merlin after all. Albus Dumbledore was annoyed. Remus Lupin had just come back from Black Manor and had told him all about it. It was a public slap in the face when he was not invited to the wedding. He was a member of the Wizengamot, after all. He knew that people would definitely know that things were bad between the Lord and Lady Black and Albus Dumbledore. Albus didn't like Sirius and Amelia getting married to each other. That was another reason why he had sent Sirius to Azkaban. They were a powerful pair, just like James and Lily had been, and that just wouldn't do. Amelia was also the head of the DMLE, one of the most powerful and influential departments in the Ministry of Magic. With her now being Lady Black, her position was cemented as the most powerful woman in the country. She already had a base of power, and this marriage would create a bigger block. There was already a subtle shift in the Wizengamot. The most ancient and noble houses of Potter, Black, Greengrass and Longbottom were now together and were gathering support among the other houses as well as members of the body. Sirius was laying the foundation for when Harry would take his seat so that he could inherit a powerful bloc and alliances in the Wizengamot. Albus was also being targeted and discredited subtly nearly every week by the media. Things weren't going as planned at all. He felt like banging his head against the wall. Fawkes looked amused. The human was an unending source of entertainment for the Phoenix. He had chosen to accompany the human decades ago because he was fighting for something he believed in, and frankly, Fawkes had wanted a different experience. But only later did he realize that Albus was nothing like what he portrayed himself to be. The man wasn't really evil but just didn't care about anyone but himself. He always believed that he was acting in the best interests of others, but frankly, his decisions cost more lives than Albus would care to admit. Fawkes could have left Albus anytime, but he knew that Hadrian Potter had a special destiny ahead of him. All the magical creatures knew that change was imminent. Magic was going to be brought back to the forefront again, with Hadrian Potter leading it. The non-magical creatures sensed that something was going to happen as well that would benefit them. The Phoenix wanted to be close to the Lord of Lightning in case the boy needed help. Besides, it was fun watching the stupid human curse and destroy his office every time the boy did something that went against Albus's plans. Ah, what a vacation. The sorting hat too chucked. It was well past 2 in the morning when finally the last guest flowed back to their house. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and flowed to Potter Castle. He was exhausted, and he probably would get up only past noon. He went to the master bedroom, removed his clothes and just crashed in bed wearing only his boxers. He was sound asleep within seconds. Harry found himself being shaken awake. He frowned, still refusing to open his eyes. 5 minutes, Minnie, he mumbled, covering his eyes so that the sunlight wouldn't hit his face. I'm not. Minnie, said a voice. And you better get up now, Hadrian James Potter, or I will be forced to resort to drastic measures. Harry groaned, took a pillow and covered his face. Go away, he mumbled. Very well then, said the voice. Suddenly, Harry found himself hoisted in the air, with his ankle dangling in the air, and him hanging upside down. Ah, he screamed. It is 3:30 in the afternoon, said Daphne exasperated. You slept through breakfast, but I'm not going to let you skip lunch as well. All right, said Harry. Just let me down, will you? Daphne flicked her wand, and Harry came crashing down to his bed. Daphne's eyes went wide, and she blushed heavily as she caught sight of the large tent that had formed in Harry's boxers. Harry Yuletide, he said, standing up and stretching, much to Daphne's embarrassment. I'll be downstairs okay. Come down once you're dressed, said Daphne and rushed out of the room as fast as she could. What's up with her? Asked Harry out loud, confused. He looked down, and suddenly his eyes went wide and he blushed as he caught sight of his very obvious beep. This is awkward, he said as he went to take a bath. Once he was dressed, he went down to the informal dining room where Daphne was seated, reading the morning's copy of the Magical Daily, while watching something on her handheld e-mirror. Harry sat at the table and started eating. Anything about the wedding? He asked her. Daphne nodded. It's made the front page news. It's quite good, actually. It focuses on the beautiful decorations, the guest list, the ceremony, the magical fireworks, the delicious food and the wonderful time everyone had dancing with each other. Albus Dumbledore has been specifically mentioned that he had not been invited by Sirius and Amelia, so people now know that they can't get along, even if it was speculated before. And there is an article about the impact of the wedding on the balance of power in the Ministry and the Wizengamot. Harry nodded. That was good news. Once finished, Harry and Daphne flowed to Greengrass Manor as the Greengrasses had insisted that Harry should not spend the holidays alone. Harry's elves had transported all of his gifts to Greengrass Manor so that he could open them there. When it was time for Harry to give his present to Daphne, he first asked her, "What do you think it's going to be?" Daphne looked amused and tapped her chin. "Well, you've given me a ring, a bracelet, and a locket. So I'm going to go with earrings," she said looking around for the present. Harry grinned. He wandlessly summoned a large package and said, "Nope. This is my gift." Daphne curiously opened the package and removed a stylish pair of dragon-hide boots. "Oh, this is gorgeous," she exclaimed. "I remember you saying that your boots were getting worn out and that you wanted new ones," said Harry, smiling at her. "So here you go." Daphne smiled and kissed at his cheek. "Thanks, Harry. I appreciate it." Elizabeth Greengrass was shocked and suddenly she rounded on her husband. He remembers something she mentioned once. "How is that you don't remember the hints I give you even if I bang the ideas over your head? They've been together only for 2 years while we're been married for so many and you still don't know how to buy me a present," she ranted, her hormones taking control again. Cyrus cringed. "Sorry Lizzie. I'll pay more attention next time," he said, hoping it won't make her mad. Elizabeth huffed. "That's what you've been telling me since we've been dating." Harry looked at Cyrus and said, "I'm sorry for what I'm about to do, but if I had any indication that this would happen, I wouldn't have brought it with me." With that, he slid a small box to Daphne. Daphne curiously opened the box and her eyes went wide. "I knew it. It's beautiful." "Thanks Harry," she said and kissed at him. Elizabeth curiously looked at what Harry had given her daughter when she found a pair of stunning diamond earrings. "What?" she yelled, looking at her husband, who looked like he wanted to run away rather than deal with his heavily pregnant wife who seemed to have gone into one of her mood swings again. He is only 13 years old, and look at the stunning jewelry he buys for his fiancée. What about you? Your selection is horrible. You're a man in your late 30s and yet you can't buy proper gifts, Cyrus. What do you have to say for yourself? she demanded. Cyrus gaped at his wife and rounded at Harry. Okay, look. I'll do anything, he pleaded. Just take me shopping with you from now on. At least then I won't have 3 angry women yelling at me. All right, said Harry, raising his hands in a motion of surrender. If that's what you want, Cyrus, I'll be more than happy to take you shopping next time. I can't wait for this pregnancy to get over, muttered Cyrus. I could swear the last 2 were nowhere near this bad. What was that? Snapped Elizabeth. Nothing, dear, said Cyrus, not wanting his wife to get on with another rant again as both of them headed to their room. Harry shook his head. He couldn't believe how the sweet and soft-spoken Elizabeth Greengrass could yell like that. He smiled as he idly wondered how his mother must have yelled at his dad when she was pregnant with him. He would have to ask Sirius for stories. They surely must be funny. James Potter crouched behind a sofa with Lily Potter throwing hexes at her husband. He looked around and frowned when he realized that Daphne wasn't there. Just then, he spotted her levitating a very large rectangular wrapped present. She placed it in front of him and said, "This is for you, Harry." Harry, with brimming curiosity, unwrapped it and gasped. It was a large frame with several photographs of him and Daphne together. In the center was a large picture that seemed to have been. Wasn't this picture taken yesterday? In fact, there are many pictures that seem to have been taken last night, said Harry in confusion. Oh yes, replied Daphne. I was awake all night getting those pictures and arranging them. I only finished it this morning. Like it. Harry closed his eyes. Daphne always went out of her way to make something special for him. The photo album last year, and this large photo frame with their pictures this year, his gifts to her seemed so impersonal in comparison. Sure, his gifts were more expensive, but they lacked the emotional component which Daphne always preferred when gifting him something. What's wrong? Asked Daphne, kneeling down in front of him. Don't you like it? She asked with concern. I can change it if you'd like. I can add. No, it's perfect, replied Harry softly. It's just that I can't help but compare the gifts I give you and the ones you give me. You spend so much time and energy into them. They carry such an emotional and sentimental value, while my gifts seem so superficial and impersonal. Oh, Harry, said Daphne, cupping his face with her hands. I don't feel that way at all. I honestly love the presents you give me. Do you think any girl will complain about it? I don't mind at all. The reason I give you such presents which are so sentimental is because I want you to know that there are people around you who love you. I don't ever want you to forget that. That's why I don't care about any discomfort or lack of sleep. You've suffered a lot in your life, Harry. I just want to bring some sunshine and happiness in your life. Don't ever think that you are not worthy of being with me or something of that nature. I love you, and that is more than enough a reason for me to do this, just like it is a reason for you to buy me stuff which I like. There is no difference, she said, looking into his eyes. Harry smiled slightly and ran his fingers along the side of her face. Daphne was just so perfect. How could magic have created someone so utterly perfect for him? He couldn't believe the extent she would go to, just to bring some joy in his life. He brought her close to him, and touched his forehead with hers and looked deep into her eyes. You're the light of my life, you're the love of my life. I can't ever live without you, he whispered. You'll never have to. And I love you too, whispered Daphne, and key at him softly. Daphne then turned and saw that there was once more gift left. She picked it up and said, "It's for you, Harry. It's from Sirius and Amelia." Harry took the package from Daphne and opened it. His widened when he saw what was inside it. "Is that a firebolt?" asked Daphne curiously. Harry was too shocked to speak. He was very impressed with the newest and fastest broomstick in the market, but he had decided that since he had a working broom, he didn't want to buy another one. But looking at the broom in his hands, he had to admit this was the most stunning broom he had ever seen. Jet black handle and perfect bristles, along with a silver inscription of the broom number, 7 feet, along with his name, Hadrian Potter, were engraved on the handle. "I think I'm in love," whispered Harry. Daphne rolled her eyes. "Great," she muttered to herself. "I should have known something like this would happen." Harry then picked up a piece of parchment that was lying on the ground next to the wrapping paper. "Dear Harry, consider this as a thank you for all that you did to make our wedding so special. It truly meant a lot to us. We hope you like our present. Love, Sirius and Amelia Black." Harry smiled and stuffed the parchment in his pocket. He couldn't wait to fly on the broom. While nothing could beat flying in a storm with Aquila, flying on the firebolt was a whole different experience. It was now February. Nothing much had happened in the 1 month, but Daphne had called him to the room of requirement urgently. He went in and saw his fiancée looking very happy. "Hey Daph, what's up?" he asked curiously. "I finished the animagus transformation," said Daphne, grinning. "So, it's time for you to guess what my animal form is going to be." "You did it," said Harry, moving forward and giving her a tight hug. "I'm so proud of you." "Okay, if I have to hazard a guess, I think you're a leopard," declared Harry. Daphne smirked and transformed, and in her place stood a Siberian tigress in all her might. Harry screamed when the tiger pounced on him, knocking him to the ground. He looked up and saw the tiger's face was inches from his own. Unlike a regular tiger, this one's eyes were deep blue, a shade he was very familiar with. Suddenly, the tigress licked his face. "Okay," said Harry in a shaky voice. "That's a good girl. Now, why don't you get off me so that I can see you properly?" Damn, that was scary. Instead, the tigress roared, and Harry cringed. Daphne really looked scary as those sharp fangs were just inches from his neck. "Good girl," said Harry, nervously petting the tigress. The tigress purred and licked his face again, and got off of him. Harry got up and took a closer look at the tigress. "You're beautiful, Daphne," said Harry, running his hands through the silky yellow and black fur. He looked into her eyes again, and he couldn't help but get lost in those deep blue orbs. The tigress licked his face again, and in a flash, Daphne stood in front of him. "I think my animagus form is much better than yours, don't you agree?" asked Daphne, hugging her fiancé. "Hey," protested Harry. "I admit your form looks scary, but I prefer flying rather than walking any day. Besides, the eagle is considered the king of the sky. And while the tiger may not be called the king of the jungle, it definitely is the apex predator in the jungle, just like mine is in the sky. It really shows your character and personality, Daphne. I'm incredibly proud of you." Daphne smiled into his chest. "Thank you," she whispered. "Have you noticed any enhanced senses after the transformation?" asked Harry after a minute. "Oh yes," replied Daphne. "My hearing is much, much better than what it used to be. I don't need a super sensory charm to tell me that someone is approaching, I can just hear their footsteps and know. Not much has changed with any of my other senses, but I can see easier in the darkness now, not by much, but the change is somewhat noticeable." "Good," replied Harry. "It is perfect, isn't it? My enhanced eyesight and your enhanced hearing, we make a great team," he said, resting his head on top of hers. "We always are," said Daphne, smiling. "I'll inform Aunt Amy to register you with the ICW as well," said Harry. "It will ensure that we don't run into any problems in the future. Or maybe I can do it myself." A week later, Harry, Daphne and Astoria found themselves at St. Mungo's, waiting for Elizabeth to give birth to her son. After more than 2 hours, a healer beckoned them inside. The three of them went in to find Elizabeth holding a newborn baby boy. Cyrus beamed at his daughters and said, "Girls, I would like to introduce you to your baby brother, Dylan Stephen Greengrass." Harry looked at the baby, and he couldn't help but smile. It really was adorable. After some AWWS and cooing from both girls, Cyrus asked if Harry wanted to hold the baby. "Me?" asked Harry in bewilderment. "I've never even seen a newborn baby in my life, let alone held one." "Are you sure?" "Yes," replied Elizabeth. "Come here," she said, motioning him to come near her bed. Harry went over and tentatively took the baby from her grasp. He looked down and saw that, like Daphne, Dylan had inherited his father's deep blue eyes. The baby snuggled into Harry's hold and smiled. Harry wondered how his parents must have felt when he was born. He had always wondered why his mother had willingly sacrificed her life to save him, but now that he had an innocent, defenseless infant in his hands, he understood the feeling. Had he been a father, he would have done the same as his parents had. As he gave baby Dylan back to his mother, Harry stepped back to give the family some privacy. He looked at Daphne and couldn't help but smile. There was no way he would let someone like Dumbledore or Voldemort steal his opportunity of having a family with Daphne. He would be successful, he had to. Harry finally finished Godric's journal and put it down. Silent tears were flowing from his eyes as he thought about the life of the most celebrated founder of Hogwarts. People thought that Godric had been the epitome of goodness, while Salazar had been the evil wizard of the time. Oh, how wrong they were. Godric had been the firstborn son of the Gryffindor family. The Gryffindors were an old family, dating back to the time of King Arthur and Merlin. In fact, they, along with the Potters and Slytherins, were members in King Arthur's court hundreds of years ago. It was during such time that Godric had met Salazar, a boy 5 years younger than him, but they didn't have much contact during their childhood. He was taught magic by his parents and other tutors, and once he was an adult, he traveled abroad to learn the various branches of magic. While in magical Italy, which still carried its traditions from the ancient Roman Empire, he met a woman who was a year older than him, but she too wanted to go abroad and learn all about magic. Her name was Laurentia, and after fighting and convincing her parents, the pair traveled extensively for many years, learning various branches of magic. In Egypt, Godric won the friendship of the goblins, a warrior race, known for their expertise in banking, warding, warfare and creation of weapons from magical metals that only their race could work with. He spent a lot of time with them, learning about their culture and how to wield a sword. Once, he saved a bunch of goblins from a mob of muggles who wanted to kill them, so the leader of the goblin community finally accepted Godric's request and made a special sword for him as a reward. Godric still had to pay for it, of course. It was a 4-foot-long blade, made of goblin silver, so it was very conductive for magic use. While he was quite good with his wand, he couldn't help but be at home with his new sword. He spent many years enchanting and enhancing the sword to his style. By this time, he and Laurentia had fallen in love and had decided to get married. After talking to her parents and returning to Britain to talk to his family, it was finally decided to hold the marriage ceremony in Rome. Once they were married, Godric and Laurentia returned to Britain, hoping to create a better life for the people of their country. But there were problems as witch hunts grew in popularity. If Muggles detected witches and wizards or even magical creatures, they would be attacked in their sleep and killed in their beds. The Muggles would then drag the mutilated bodies for all to see. These instances horrified Godric, but he felt that once they could explain to the Muggles that magic wasn't evil, everything would work out and both Magicals and Muggles could coexist in peace. It was a few short months into their marriage that Laurentia found herself pregnant. The couple was ecstatic, and 9 months later, Laurentia gave birth to a girl, who they named Geraldine Gryffindor. When Geraldine was only a year old, tragedy struck the family. Godric's entire family had been targeted due to them being witches and wizards. His parents and siblings were all killed by a large mob of Muggles. Godric was filled with rage and wanted vengeance, but Laurentia managed to calm him down. It was then that Godric decided to rethink his plan for Muggles and Magicals coexisting with each other. During his tour of magical China and India, he had come to a startling realization that the magical community of both countries had separated from their Muggle counterparts because of all the violence and instability in their countries brought about by the Muggles. While the Muggle communities were unstable, the magical communities still thrived, keeping the rich heritage and knowledge of their ancient traditions and magic alive. Life went on, but Laurentia had made a friend from Scotland named Rowena Ravenclaw. She was several years older than Godric and Laurentia and had come back to Britain from Albania, where her husband's family was nobility. Godric was very impressed with the older woman's sheer intelligence and talent with her wand. The Gryffindor family slowly got to know Rowena, who became close to Laurentia, and thus as an extension, her husband Godric. But unrest in the Muggles soon found its way to strike again. One night, when Godric was away on business, the Muggles attacked his home. An entire mob of Muggles managed to overpower Laurentia, and burned her at the stake, while her 6-year-old daughter was badly injured. Luckily, Laurentia had managed to send a message to her best friend Rowena, who arrived quickly and managed to save Geraldine, but was unable to save her friend. Laurentia Gryffindor was killed. Rowena sent a message to Godric telling him to come back to Britain as soon as she could, while she took little Geraldine to a well-known healer of the time, Helga Hufflepuff. Although Geraldine was badly injured, Helga was able to save her life. Godric returned to find his wife dead, and his only daughter badly wounded. Rage filled him in a way he had never felt before. He headed back to the village where his family had lived and slaughtered the Muggles, every single one of them. The village was a bloodbath, and no one would forget the sight of Godric Gryffindor holding a sword in one hand and a wand in the other. killing everyone he could find, magic radiating off of him in waves, his face in tears. If the Muggles wanted to see death so badly, he would show them what death really was. Godric then spent his time raising his daughter. He befriended the Potter family, who had constructed a castle with a heavy amount of wards and a fortress so that no one could enter their home and kill them in their sleep. Godric then decided to do the same and built a castle at the outskirts of the same village where he was born, now known as Godric's Hollow. Only when he was sure that his daughter wouldn't be attacked did he breathe a sigh of relief. It was during this time that he had met his childhood acquaintance Salazar Slytherin, who Godric had heard was in a similar predicament like him. Salazar's family too was murdered when he was just a child and had grown up as an orphan, using his cunning nature to survive and manage his fortune. But unlike Godric, Salazar was more in control of his emotions and used his sly and cunning personality to win. He was not a battle mage like Godric, but he was very knowledgeable in obscure magical arts. When Godric found himself very troubled with his past, Salazar taught him how to control his thoughts and emotions, which was basically occlumency. Godric also taught Salazar many of the battle spells which he had learned during his travels. It was during this time that their friendship deepened. The two men realized that the witches and wizards were in grave danger, and thus the knowledge of magic was dying in their beloved country. The Muggles seemed to have forgotten the time when King Arthur ruled their land hundreds of years ago, when Britain's population of both Magicals and Muggles coexisted peacefully. It was then that Rowena came up with the idea of a school. The idea was accepted by Godric, Salazar and Helga, who had by then become Rowena's friend. They chose a remote location in Scotland, in the middle of a forest, away from prying eyes. They had to ensure that no one trespassed and attacked innocent children. They pooled all their money and constructed a castle. They collectively used their knowledge of magic to erect various wards around the place, to make the castle a magical fortress, something which Godric remembered the Potters stressing about. Once construction was completed, Helga named it Hogwarts. The four then spread the message among the magical community, so that parents would send their children to the newly constructed magical school. Godric personally went to Potter Castle to talk to them, and soon, Alan Potter was the first student enrolled at Hogwarts. As knowledge of Hogwarts spread, many more parents sent their children to the school, so that they could learn from the four learned witches and wizards. Godric specialized in battle magic and transfiguration, Rowena focused on charms, runes and spell crafting, Helga specialized in healing and potions, while Salazar specialized in rituals and other obscure arts of magic. Rowena even developed an open ward which was so large, that it could detect magical children born anywhere in the British Isles. It was then that the problems of Muggle-borns came to be. None of them were comfortable with magical children being raised by Muggles, so finally Salazar came up with the idea of taking the children from their Muggle parents, obliviating the parents of the knowledge of their children and fully integrate them into the magical world. Godric was very leery about taking children away from their parents. He couldn't ever imagine what he would do if someone took Geraldine from him without his consent. Helga pointed out that even if they took the children, they needed people to raise them, as the four of them couldn't do it themselves as they were very busy. While the plan was accepted by all four of them, Salazar acknowledged that it was very difficult to implement it. It was some years later that Godric found out that his daughter and Alan Potter were seeing each other. He was quite happy with the union, and soon the couple married. Rowena too had a daughter named Helena Ravenclaw, who grew up at Hogwarts with her parents, as Rowena's husband shuffled between living at Hogwarts and going to Albania to take care of his family business. Helga had several children with her husband, who was the herbology teacher at Hogwarts. Although he remained unmarried, Salazar too wanted children, so he adopted a young boy who was also a Parselmouth and gave him his own name, Salazar Slytherin Jr. But Godric had years later always suspected Salazar to have had a biological child of his own, a girl who Salazar was very fond of and not to mention possessed the man's vibrant green eyes, but Godric never found out if the girl was indeed Salazar's daughter or not. Salazar Jr. grew up at Hogwarts, but he tended to be very arrogant, and he looked at everyone as his inferior. The boy also hated Godric with a passion, which annoyed his father, as Salazar and Godric considered each other brothers in all but blood. Sure, the two men had their differences because of their opposite personalities, as Godric was loud and brash while Salazar was calm and cunning, but they both counted on each other as family. This slowly created a rift between Salazar and his adopted son. Several years later, when Salazar Jr. did something unforgivable, he banished his son from Hogwarts, telling him to never come back ever again. By this time, the founders were not their youthful selves. Rowena's husband had passed away, and her daughter had disappeared, and so had her diadem. While witches and wizards lived much longer than muggles, emotional distress tended to make them age a lot faster in their later years rather than physical problems. Rowena was dying, and there was nothing Helga could do to prevent it. Even in her deathbed, she craved and cried for her daughter, begging Godric to bring her back so that she could see her daughter one final time before she died. By the time Godric had found out that Helena Ravenclaw had been killed by the Baron, Rowena had breathed her last. It had been a sorrowful time at Hogwarts after they lost Rowena. But the other three decided to move on, and ensure that Rowena's name would live on at the school. After a span of a few years, whispers began reaching the school that Salazar Slytherin Jr. had started killing various witches, wizards and muggles alike, so that he could become the ruler of Britain. Salazar finally had enough of his son's actions, so he decided to go confront his son and end his life once and for all. Godric had wanted to come along with him, but Salazar refused, stating that this was an internal matter between father and son. Salazar left Hogwarts so as to stop Salazar Jr. from killing any more people, against Godric's advice. That was the last time Godric saw his friend. There was no news of his death, but Godric had used an arcane spell to check if he was alive. He was devastated to find out that Salazar Slytherin had been killed by his son, Salazar Slytherin Jr. By this time, Godric was old, and all the hardship that he had endured had weakened him. Salazar Jr. launched a massive offensive at Hogwarts, hoping to take the castle by force, but was thwarted by the wards and the combined forces of Godric Gryffindor and Helga Hufflepuff, though Helga was the one who finally fought with Salazar Jr. and killed him, although she died due to her injuries, while Godric dealt with Salazar's forces. But the battle had severely weakened the aged warrior, and he soon left to spend his remaining days at Potter Castle with his family. Harry finished narrating the tale to Daphne, who too had silent tears flowing down her cheeks as they both stared into the fire in the room of requirement. The story in Godric's journal was nothing like what was now said was history. "How ironic," said Harry. "The man who everyone thought was a Muggle lover turned out to be the opposite, and the man who everyone thought was a Dark Lord turned out to be murdered by his own son, while he was trying to stop the said son from committing mass murder. Our history is so crappy." Daphne nodded. "It was Salazar Jr. who wanted to wipe out Muggleborns, not Salazar. History is confused and clouded, and everyone thinks the founder was the one who was evil. How sad. What is actually ironic is the way they all died. Did you observe that?" she asked. Harry nodded. Godric was a warrior who died of depression and old age. Rowena was highly gifted and intelligent, but died of a heartbreak. Helga was a healer and her house is said to be non-confrontational and are widely called as duffers, but she died a warrior's death after dueling and defeating Salazar Jr. Salazar was widely known for his cunning nature, but he let his heart overrule him, and rashly decided to confront his son and died in a duel with him. It's completely contradictory to their given traits. Daphne sighed. This will shake the country to its very foundations. Do you plan to publish it? She asked. Harry looked at the Gryffindor family ring glistening on his finger and answered, definitely. I have a duty as Lord Gryffindor to let the people know the real story of the founders of Hogwarts. His eyes flashed green as he thought about the cause of so much misery, Muggles, and their narrow-minded views and mindset. They just couldn't keep to themselves and mind their own business. They were the barbarians and freaks, not the magical races. Life at Hogwarts went on as normal. Harry continued to study and practice dueling at a furious rate. The Ravenclaw Quidditch team won the Quidditch Cup thanks to Harry's spectacular performances as the team's seeker. The exams approached and Harry and Daphne sailed through them without any problems, although they had heard rumors that Hermione Granger had tried to sit for all the exams and her burned out. It seems even though she couldn't attend classes, she submitted the homework assignments for Muggle studies and divination as well, and so much work finally made her crack. Harry shook his head when he heard that. He just couldn't understand the girl's obsessive need to do homework and always be one who knew everything in books. While he understood that knowledge was very important, reading what was given in books and what was reality were different. Granger had already made quite a few enemies by her constant belittling of the magical world, which tended to annoy all of the purebloods and many half-bloods. The results of the exams came out, and Harry and Daphne were tied for first place. Harry may be far ahead of Daphne in knowledge and dueling, but she was no slouch. Hermione Granger was shocked that she was not the first, even though she had taken more subjects as compared to Harry and Daphne. In fact, Granger had dropped to the 5th spot in their year, something which infuriated the girl. But what else happened was that Remus Lupin was ousted as a werewolf. There was an uproar about that, and Harry was sure that Dumbledore had something to do with it. While he couldn't forgive Remus Lupin for his inaction, maybe they could form a tentative friendship now that the man knew that Dumbledore was only using him. Harry went over and knocked on the door of Lupin's office. When he heard a "come in," he entered. "Hello, Harry," said Lupin in a weird voice. "Come in, take a seat." Harry looked at the room and shuddered. "Something wrong?" asked Lupin, from where he was packing his stuff. "Nothing," said Harry stiffly. "It's just the last time I was here, I was beaked by Lockhart. And that's not a memory I want to remember." "I heard that you resigned," said Harry quietly. Lupin shrugged. "It was better than being booted out. Pretty soon the letters will start to arrive and parents wouldn't want me to be teaching their children. It's better this way," he said. Harry stayed quiet. "Remus, I hope you realize now that Dumbledore—" He was interrupted when he heard a growl. Lupin stared at Harry in anger and snarled, "How could you, Harry? How could you expose me for being a werewolf? And now, you're trying to pin the blame on Dumbledore, thinking I would spy on him for you, aren't you? Well, if that's your intention, you can forget about it." Harry's expression went cold and the temperature dropped. "You think I was the one who exposed you?" he asked quietly. "That I would want you to spy on Dumbledore for me? I don't need you to spy on him for me. You're too blinded to figure out that Dumbledore is using you as his pawn. Once he saw that you were of no use, he exposed you and kicked you out as the defense teacher. And yet you blame me. I came here hoping to somewhat mend our relationship, at least because of my father's memory. But I've changed my mind. It's just not worth it. And it looks like Sirius has figured out the same as well. Have a good life, Mr. Lupin," said Harry, and he walked out of the room. "I've become soft," he whispered to himself as he walked back to Ravenclaw Tower. "I won't make the same mistake again. I've forgotten the lessons I had learnt at the Dursleys." After Ravenclaw was once again declared the winner of the House Cup, Harry and Daphne climbed aboard the Hogwarts Express, done with their 3rd year at Hogwarts. Harry was especially happy, as the year had been very peaceful, not to mention he was able to take revenge on many of the students who had targeted him the previous year. All of them were repeatedly pranked and publicly embarrassed throughout the year, courtesy of Harry, Fred and George, the latter two who were more than pleased to help him out. He smiled and looked out of the window of the train. He was finally returning to Potter Castle for the summer. In the North Tower of Hogwarts, in a dingy classroom, a thin woman covered in beads and shawls suddenly looked up from her crystal ball. Her eyes were unfocused and she seemed to be having a seizure as she spoke. "It shall happen tonight," rasped Sybil Trelawney. "The Dark Lord lies alone and friendless, abandoned by his followers. His servant has been chained these 12 years. Tonight, before midnight, the servant shall finally rejoin his master and the Dark Lord shall rise again with his help, more terrible than ever before. Only the Lightning Lord can stop the Dark Lord, and should he succeed, he shall be blessed by death and bring about a golden age for the magical world that would last 100 millennia. But should the Lord of Lightning fail, it shall be the beginning of terror and destruction that will wipe out all life on earth. Tonight, before midnight, the servant shall finally rejoin his master." Trelawney coughed violently and sat down on her chair. She was feeling terrible. Maybe she overindulged in cooking sherry. Oh well, might as well retire for the night. Harry was pacing the floor in the enormous formal drawing room at Potter Castle. He had invited Sirius and Amelia to tea and had finally decided to come clean about the Horcruxes. The wards alerted him that the two blacks had flowed to the castle and were on the way to the drawing room. Once they hugged him, tea and snacks were served. "All right," said Harry. "This isn't a social call. I called you here for a reason. And that reason is Voldemort." Sirius and Amelia stiffened. "Voldemort? But he's been dead for nearly 13 years. What do you want to talk about?" asked Amelia. "He's not dead," replied Harry. He flicked his wand and a destroyed diary flew towards them, suspended in midair. This is the reason why he's alive. And until we destroy every last one of them, Voldemort cannot be killed. Sirius looked at diary which was suspended in midair. What exactly is that diary? He asked softly. Harry looked directly into his eyes and replied softly. It's a Horcrux. Sirius gasped, and fell back against the back of the sofa. He knew what that was, but Amelia was confused. What's a Horcrux? She asked. While Amelia was the head of the DMLE, that didn't mean that she knew what it was. Horcruxes were a taboo subject and there were very few books on the subject and people didn't talk about it. Sirius only knew about it because he and Regulus had accidentally found a book on the subject in the Black Library. Orion Black had been furious when he found out that his sons were reading such a book. Needless to say, both boys had been grounded by their father. A Horcrux is a piece of someone's soul which has been severed, answered Harry quietly, looking at the diary. Once the piece of soul is put into an object, a person cannot die. In such a case, the person is in a sense, immortal. Voldemort actually created one? Asked Amelia, looking at the diary with dread. Not one, no, said Harry quietly, still looking at the diary. He created 6. 6, yelled Sirius. Was he insane? Tearing your soul goes against the laws of nature, against the laws of magic. To create not 1, but 6 Horcruxes is more terrible than I can ever imagine. How do you know all this? Do you have any idea where they are? Amelia realized that this was the reason Harry had called her. She was the head of the DMLE, and thus was under her purview to eliminate the threat. She curiously waited for Harry to continue. Harry took a deep breath. Out of 6, 4 have been destroyed. I need Sirius's help to retrieve 2 more and destroy them. These are the Horcruxes of already destroyed. He flicked his wand and multiple objects appeared in front of them, slowly rotating in midair next to the diary. The diary of Tom Riddle, said Harry quietly. I destroyed it using basilisk venom down in the Chamber of Secrets. The ring which belonged to the Gaunt family, I destroyed it with the sword of Godric Gryffindor which has been imbibed with basilisk venom. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, long thought lost, I destroyed it by using the killing curse. An unintentional soul piece which was lodged in my scar, my elves used their brand of magic to destroy it. Sirius's hands were shaking. There was a Horcrux in your scar. He whispered. Not any more, Padfoot, smiled Harry, giving his godfather a tight hug. It was removed and destroyed when I was 7 years old. But I did gain Riddle's memories, which were transferred into my subconscious mind, said Harry. He then went on to explain to them how it worked, and how he came about Riddle's memories of him creating his Horcruxes. You said there were 6 of them, said Amelia after a few minutes of silence. What are the other 2? The 2 are Helga Hufflepuff's cup and Salazar Slytherin's locket. The cup is stored in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, and the locket was stolen by Regulus Black in an attempt to bring Voldemort down, said Harry softly, looking at Sirius. Sirius's head shot up. Reggie, he whispered. He looked at the slip of parchment which Harry handed to him. Tears filled his eyes as he thought of his little brother. Regulus had only been 13 when Sirius had run away from home. When they had met again at Hogwarts, Regulus had sadly told him that their parents didn't want him to talk to his brother any longer. Since Regulus was now the heir of the Black family, he had to abide by such rules relating to family laid down by their mother, Lady Walburga Black. The brothers had hugged each other, and that was the last time Sirius had spoken to Regulus. He had wanted to speak to his little brother after that, but he didn't want Regulus to get in trouble with their mother. Last he heard, his parents had forced Regulus to join the Death Eaters and had died in their service, and now, it looked like his little brother had died a hero. All right, Harry, said Sirius in a shaky voice. I'll help you. In memory of my brother, let's destroy those contraptions. Harry turned to Amelia but before he could say anything, she said, Harry, as the Director of British Magical Law Enforcement, I have the right to keep such delicate information to myself. After all, there have been cases when the director has been personally involved and not informed the rest of the department. As far as anyone is concerned, this was a case of highest security, and I handled it personally after receiving intelligence regarding the continued existence of Voldemort, which was a high threat to the people of magical Britain. Harry sighed in relief. He had hoped that Amelia would not insist on involving the rest of the ministry, and it turned out that his concerns were unwarranted. "Thanks, Aunt Amy," said Harry, smiling at her. "Now, Sirius, I want you to get that cup from Gringotts. I'm sure you'll have no problems getting in. My grandmother's portrait informed me that you can disown Bellatrix and reclaim all her wealth. Classifying her as a blood traitor is just an added bonus. As for the locket, Voldemort used the services of Kreacher to place the Horcrux in a cave where it was protected. At first, I didn't make the connection. It was only after I realized that Rab was Regulus did I realize that Kreacher was the elf which Voldemort thought he had sacrificed in that cave. Ask Kreacher if he knows anything about the real Horcrux. Once you find both, don't do anything to it. Bring it here. I don't want such treasures destroyed," said Harry. The next evening, Harry and Sirius were in the Lord's study at Potter Castle. In front of them were a golden cup and a silver locket. "It's done. Bellatrix has been disowned by the Black family and is now considered a blood traitor. It was tricky to gain entry into her vault with old man Lestrange still out and alive, but the goblins managed to do it without alerting him about my movements," said Sirius. "So, how do we destroy them?" he asked. Harry didn't answer. Instead, he focused on his anger and hatred, and once he felt that he was ready, he pointed his wand at the cup and said, "Avada Kedavra." When he said the incantation of the killing curse, Sirius yelped and moved away. A green jet of light flew from the tip of his wand and impacted the cup, which shrieked loudly and rattled. He looked at the locket and said, "Open." The locket opened, and it said in Riddle's voice, "I've seen your heart, and it is mine." "Oh, please," muttered Harry, rolling his eyes. He pointed his wand and said, "Avada Kedavra." The curse hit the locket, and the glass shattered, leaving a wailing locket behind, which trembled and went silent. "You can perform the killing curse?" asked Sirius, looking at Harry with wide eyes. Harry shrugged. "It was necessary in this case, Sirius. Don't look so surprised. You know that I'm not the epitome of goodness. I have a dark side as well, but I ensure that it is kept in check." "You would have made a picture-perfect heir of the Black family," muttered Sirius. Harry laughed. "Don't think the Potters were any different, Padfoot. You and my dad had a dark side too. Everybody does, but it just depends on how you control it. As long as you're in control, it's fine. But if your dark side controls you, you're in trouble. That's why I do my best to not use dark spells. I don't like the negativity it needs to power them." Sirius nodded approvingly. "As long as you know that and know what powers those spells, you'll turn out all right. Just promise me that if you ever feel like you're losing control of yourself, you'll talk to me." "Understood." Harry smiled and nodded. Finally, all of Voldemort's Horcruxes were destroyed. He only hoped that Voldemort himself was gone, but he held out little hope in that regard. He would have to face his destiny someday, and he would be ready for it. Peter Pettigrew left the room where his master resided and shuddered. He hated dealing with that large snake, but it had to be done. He didn't know how his life had become so miserable. It was going quite well until a few years ago when that blasted son of James had discovered him. He hadn't liked Harry as a baby, and he didn't like him now either. And Peter was sure that the feeling was reciprocated, both by baby Harry and by the teenager now. Once Peter had faked his death, he had arrived at a wizarding house hoping to stay as a rat and listen to the news. But once young Percy Weasley had decided to keep him as a pet, Peter reasoned that this was a better life than Azkaban. And so the years went on, without him arousing suspicion, until one day he was attacked while in Gryffindor Tower. The next thing he knew, he was in the Wizengamot chambers, having Veritaserum being poured down his throat. He was very confused as to how that came to be, but didn't have any time to ponder what had happened, as he had been tossed into Azkaban. He had been there for 2 horrible years. But one night, he was able to slip through the cracks in the anti-animagus ward, and this had allowed him to leave. He had stolen a wand that was in the hands of a sleeping guard, and he had used that to find his old clothes, ones that secretly contained his master's wand. The DMLE seemed to have missed it, he wasn't sure how, but he was so glad that some incompetent fool had checked his clothes, and once he had his master's wand, he escaped the dreaded island. He knew that it would be very difficult to leave England, so he had to figure out a way to move without triggering the censor net. Finally, he decided to use the Imperious Curse on a muggle who owned a small boat to ferry him across the English Channel, to France. It was very dangerous since he didn't know if the ward around the borders could detect if he hid as a rat and crossed the borders on a small boat, but he managed to reach France. He had to move quietly between various countries and avoid the magical and muggle governments, so as to not arouse suspicion. It had taken him a long time, but finally, he reached Albania, where his master was rumored to be. When he had stopped at an inn, one night, he thought he was surely caught when he saw a British witch Bertha Jerkins, but that woman turned out to be incredibly stupid. His glamour charms were nothing exceptional, but Bertha didn't suspect him at all. Thinking that she might prove useful for his master, he overpowered her and brought her to his master's wraith. He then used a newborn infant and followed his master's instructions, which enabled Voldemort to gain a rudimentary body. They had returned to Britain by a means unknown to Peter. Bertha had revealed a great deal, and now he was tasked to find out more about Barty Crouch and about the Triwizard Tournament. Oh well, anything was better than touching that damn snake. He shuddered when he remembered the incident when the snake swallowed that old Muggle man. Oh, how he hated snakes. Harry finished getting dressed and looked at himself in the mirror. "You look handsome, dear, I'm sure you'll impress your lady," said the mirror, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He was dressed in a white shirt, jeans, and wore a black leather jacket while sporting his dragon hide boots. Today was the finals of the Quidditch World Cup, and the teenager in him couldn't wait to get there. He could watch the game on the e-mirror at home like he had done for rest of the matches, but since he had been able to get tickets in the top box for the finals, he couldn't resist. He went down to the entrance hall, stepped into the fireplace and said, "Greengrass Manor." Emerald flames enveloped him and he stood a few seconds later in the entrance hall of the very familiar Greengrass Manor. He flicked his fingers involuntarily and the soot disappeared. He climbed up the stairs and went to Daphne's room when he heard a whistle. He turned to see Daphne smirking at him. "Looking very good, Harry. Dressed up to impress the villa, huh?" she asked. Harry smirked and slowly went over to her until he had cornered to the wall. She was looking stunning as well, with black jeans, blue top, a jacket and the dragon hide boots which he had given her for Yule. Her wavy dark blonde hair was beautifully styled. He pinned her against the wall, putting his arms on either side of her to prevent her from trying to escape. "The only villa I see is the one standing in front of me," he said huskily, dotting her jaw. "In fact, I would go so far as to say that you're more beautiful and why than any woman alive, villa or not. And I look good just to impress you, milady." Daphne nodded slightly as his lips found his way to her neck. "Thanks for the compliment, Harry, I appreciate it." But she found herself unable to form any coherent thought as Harry grabbed her and at her passionately. But their make-out time was interrupted when they heard someone clear their throat. They turned to find a smirking Elizabeth Greengrass holding a smiling and giggling Dylan in her arms. "There's a baby around, you know," she said, smirking further at the beet-red faces of both teenagers. "Some would consider your display inappropriate. But Dylan's only a baby," retorted Daphne. "He's too young to understand anything." "Maybe so," replied Elizabeth. "But it's time for us to have a mother-daughter talk, don't you think, Daphne?" "Oh no," whispered Daphne, her eyes wide. "You aren't going to give me another lecture about are you?" she asked. "You'll find out soon enough," replied Elizabeth with an amused expression on her face, walking away with her son. "This was all your fault," whispered Daphne furiously. "How was this my fault?" whispered Harry defensively. "You're the one who started it," said Daphne. "Did not. Did too. Did not. Did too." It was noon when Harry, Daphne, Cyrus and Astoria portkeyed to the place where the World Cup was held. Harry and Cyrus were excited about the game and were talking furiously about the previous matches and how the teams would perform during the finals. "Remind me why I'm here again," grumbled Daphne. "Because Daddy and Harry forced you to come," said Astoria, looking around with curiosity. "Still, that doesn't mean we had to listen to them," said Daphne. She would never voice out loud or admit to anyone that Harry could get her to do pretty much anything when he pouted cutely and looked at her with those big green eyes. She just couldn't refuse him. She idly wondered how James Potter had handled his wife when she had those green eyes as well. She hated the smirk on Harry's face every time she cracked under those mesmerizing green eyes. Well, she had a puppy dog face too that made Harry crumble, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that Harry had made her come to a Quidditch match, one where he wasn't playing. It was going to be torture. Harry looked around the various tents and finally found the one. "Aha, here we are," he said. He went in and saw Sirius watching the semi-finals on the large mirror. Daphne and Astoria looked at the men discussing Quidditch and rolled their eyes at them. Astoria spotted many of her friends, and after informing her father, went with them. Daphne was bored, so she went out to look at the various stalls. She idly noticed that the international statute of secrecy was blatantly being violated when she felt someone slap her bum and put an arm around her waist. In a second, her wand was pointed at the boy's face. "Hey, take it easy Dav, it's only me," said Harry. "We're in a public place, Harry. Behave yourself," hissed Daphne. "Someone's in a bad mood," muttered Harry. "What's with the long face? We're at the finals of the Quidditch World Cup. Aren't you excited?" asked Harry, smiling at her. "Not particularly." "Oh, come on," said Harry. "Let's turn that frown upside down." He used his fingers to move her mouth in a way to make it seem like she was smiling. Daphne just growled. It's not very ladylike to growl, Daphne," said Harry cheekily. "Who's a good kitty?" "You are, yes you are. If anyone else had dared to say something like that I would have cursed them into oblivion," snarled Daphne. "You're forgetting that I have sharp fangs and claws, Potter. I can snap your neck in one stroke. But you love me too much to do that, don't you?" asked Harry, playfully pinching her cheek. He at her forehead and said, "That's my girl." Daphne shook her head in exasperation, but she couldn't help but smile at her fiancé. It was very rare for Harry to be this carefree and happy, as he was usually quiet and serious. She would watch 1,000 Quidditch matches if only to make him smile and laugh. But she would never tell him that of course, he would probably drag her to very match possible. They bought omnioculars and several other goodies and went back to the tent. On the way, they met several of their schoolmates and spoke to them, and finally returned to the tent to find Cyrus, Astoria, Sirius and Amelia talking. "I need a vacation," said Amelia, rubbing her forehead. "This World Cup has been one big nightmare. I'm so glad my department isn't involved in that another nightmare at Hogwarts." Harry snorted. "I don't like the fact that they're doing it in the first place. It was discontinued for a reason. I think it's too dangerous, a disaster waiting to happen." "What are you guys talking about?" asked Astoria curiously. "Sorry Tori, but we can't talk about it yet," said Cyrus with a smile. "Only Wizengamot members and people at the ministry know about it as they wanted it to be a surprise for the students at Hogwarts. Suffice it to say, you'll have a very interesting year." "Then how come Harry knows about it?" she asked stubbornly. "Harry is a member of the Wizengamot," answered Cyrus patiently. "While he cannot sit on the body until he is 17, he is to be apprised on what goes on in there by his regent, who in this case is his godfather. Now come on, it's time for the game." They entered the gigantic stadium and climbed all the way to the very top. They found themselves in a box which had several purple and gilt chairs. They all sat down, and soon many important witches and wizards arrived. When Minister Fudge and the Bulgarian Minister of Magic arrived, Fudge loudly introduced Harry to the other minister. Harry was quite amused that Fudge had not used the translation potion. Really, it was quite expected for the Minister of Magic to do so. He calmly shook the Bulgarian minister's hand and conversed with the man in his native tongue, much to the shock of Fudge. Harry and the Bulgarian minister spent several minutes talking until finally, Lucius Malfoy arrived with his family. Harry's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lucius. He wished he could perform legilimency on Draco to find out what they were up to because he felt something was fishy, but he didn't want to risk it in front of so many high-level witches and wizards. Ludo Bagman soon began the commentary and the Bulgarian team mascots were revealed to be Vila, just as Daphne had suspected. Harry felt a small pull towards them, but he reinforced his occlumency shields and gripped Daphne's hand tighter. When Daphne saw that her fiancé wasn't affected by the Vila, she was incredibly happy and gave him a key on the cheek in appreciation, as there were very few men who could stand their allure. Once the Irish team mascots were announced, the match began. Harry was very impressed with Victor Crumb, especially his Wronski feint, the enormous mirrors provided by Miller's magic mirrors showing the maneuver in slow motion. The mirrors were a hit all over the world, especially in the field of sports and entertainment. Branches were soon being opened in various countries and Harry was making a killing because he owned half the company. Finally, Ireland won 170 to 160, with Crumb catching the snitch. With a smile, Harry and the rest of the group returned to the tent to pack up and leave home for the night. Well, everyone except Amelia, as she still had a lot of work to do. But all in all, Harry thought it was an outstanding match. "I'm so glad I'm not an Auror anymore," said Sirius, stretching his arms. "There is no way I would want to risk my life by telling the Irish to stop celebrating. Oh, my poor wife. Sometimes I feel so bad for her." Harry snorted. He completely agreed with his godfather. He looked at Astoria, who was busy talking about the match to her bemused sister. He found it amusing that Daphne didn't care for Quidditch while Astoria loved it, even though she never played the game. The next hour was spent eating slowly and chatting amidst laughter. Just when they decided to pack the tent and leave, they heard an explosion and screams outside. Harry and Daphne immediately got up, their wands in hand. "Something is wrong," said Cyrus, looking out of the tent. His eyes went wide. "We're under attack. Tori, you're with me. Harry, Daphne, come with me, but if we're separated, head to the woods. You can disapparate to the manor from there. Come on, let's move." They got out of the tent, amidst screams of terror. Harry saw many people walking slowly, their wands aloft, with 4 bodies of the Muggles high in the air, being tortured by the Cruciatus curse. He recognized them immediately when they started firing more Cruciatus curses at witches and wizards, Death Eaters. Harry's blood boiled when he saw them attacking and torturing innocent children. "Daphne, try to find as many children as you can. Take them to safety. Use lethal spells, these bastards don't deserve mercy," he said, and walked towards the Death Eaters. Harry twirled his wand, morphed into a man in his early 20s and started firing curses at them. The Death Eaters, who didn't expect any resistance, were quite shocked, and pretty soon Harry was fighting 5-on-1. He snarled as a killing curse came close to his body, though he was far too experienced to dodge it for it to do any damage. His power in the curses increased, and a red jet of light impacted one of the Death Eater's arms. The man screamed in pain as Harry's reductor curse cut off the man's arm. Harry created a large eagle of fire and one of the Death Eaters was caught in it. Harry watched with satisfaction as it quickly burned through his clothes, and then took a bone-breaking curse to the chest, courtesy of Harry. If the man remained without medical attention for long, he was as good as dead. Suddenly, the dark mark was fired into the sky from the other side of the field. The Death Eaters took one look at it and quickly portkeyed away at once. "Damn it," snarled Harry. He wasn't able to put up anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards as he was dueling 5 at once. Besides, the Death Eaters were quite proficient with those wards, considering they used to put them up before an attack during the war. He looked up and frowned when he saw the dark mark in the sky. He quickly ran to the place of the mark, hoping to catch whoever was behind it. When he approached there, he found a bunch of terrified children, being shouted at by a group of wizards. He tried to break through and it was quite dark, so he decided to get their attention. "Expecto Patronum," he whispered. The giant Thunderbird Patronus burst from the tip of his wand and stood next to him, emitting light and happiness. He went forwards with a calm expression on his face when he heard Barty Crouch shouting at the children, "I'm asking you one final time. Who was it? Which one of you cast the dark mark in the sky? Wow, talk about shifting blame on others instead of doing his job. Now where have I seen you do that before, Crouch?" said a voice. The witches and wizards parted, and they saw a man who appeared to be in his 20s, with an enormous Patronus by his side. Nobody recognized him, but everyone could practically feel him oozing magical power as if towering over them all. They watched the man come forwards, and kneel in front of the bunch of terrified children as he asked gently, "Don't worry about that bad man over there. You did nothing wrong. We would just like to ask some questions about that bad mark in the sky. Will you answer those for me? Just who do you think you are?" shouted Crouch, his eyes big and wide. "Aurors, arrest him. Going to throw me in Azkaban without a trial like you did to my godfather, Crouch," sneered the man, his face slowly morphed into the face of the very famous Lord Hadrian Potter. "Try it, and I'll have you executed by tomorrow morning." Many of the people around gasped when they recognized the boy who lived. The Thunderbird Patronus came forward, bathing the place in light and warmth. Harry immediately turned to the crying boy in front of him. He guessed that the boy was probably 6 years old, and so were his companions. He gave the young boy a hug and soothingly rubbed his back. "Don't cry," he said softly. "We'll find your parents soon, all right? For now, can you please answer some questions? For one, what's your name?" The boy sniffed and said, "Adam Shaw." The other kids muttered their names as well. "Nice to meet you all," said Harry, smiling at the kids. "I'm Hadrian Potter, but you may call me Harry." "You're the boy who lived," said one of the kids, looking at him with big, wide eyes. "That's right," said Harry. "And I want to help you. But before I do, can you tell me if you saw anything in relation to that mark in the sky? You see, it's a bad sign of a bad man, and we want to make sure the people who caused all this are captured. Can you do that?" he asked soothingly. Adam looked at the vivid green eyes of his childhood hero and said in a shaky voice, "There was a man there. He said some spell and the thing came in the air. I don't know anything more." With that, he broke down again, and Harry hugged him tightly. The Thunderbird Patronus came closer, bathing the children in warmth so as to make them feel better. "Preposterous," yelled Crouch. "Clearly he was behind it. A child who doesn't even own a wand firing a curse known only to Death Eaters?" asked Harry coldly. "Do you have a brain at all, Crouch? These are children, the fact that you're pinning the blame on them shows what a complete moron you really are." "Do you know who I am, boy?" snarled Crouch. "You will address me with respect." Harry didn't flinch. "I'll show respect to those who deserve it. And you, Crouch, will never be on my list of those whom I can respect. Just shut up and do your job instead of pinning the blame on innocent children. Search the area if you wish. If the kid is right, you might find apparition traces or magical residue over there. Now get out of my way. I need to get these children to their parents, something which you couldn't be bothered with." People were watching the display with their jaws hanging in shock. Many didn't know how to react as Crouch was the head of a very important department in the ministry, and Harry was the lord of a most ancient and noble house, not to mention the boy who lived. Harry didn't care about any of that. Instead, he asked the kids to follow him, when suddenly, people gasped. "Is that a Noondu?" asked someone in awe. A silver Noondu appeared in front of Harry. He nodded to it as it stood next to the Thunderbird Patronus, leading the way. Harry slowly led the children to their forest where Daphne was surrounded by children and parents alike. Suddenly, they heard a voice. "Adam." A woman came up and hugged the little boy who again started crying once he found his mother. Many more hysterical parents found their children and hugged them. Harry went over to Daphne who greeted him with a hug as well. "Thank you so much," said a man in a shaky voice. "You rescued our children. We don't know how to thank you." "There is no need for that," said Daphne, standing beside her fiancé. "We did what any decent witch or wizard would do." "You had better take them home," said Harry quietly. "Many of them are traumatized because of Barty Crouch yelling at them. You might want to file a complaint, though, as he accused your children of casting the dark mark in the sky." Many of the parents gasped in outrage. They profusely thanked the couple again and they all disapparated. Harry dispelled his Patronus after Daphne did the same, took her hand and disapparated to Greengrass Manor. When they entered several minutes later, they found Cyrus Greengrass pacing in the living room. When he saw them, he sighed in relief and shouted, "Where were you? Do you have any idea how worried we've been?" Without waiting for an answer, he took out a communication mirror and called Sirius. He informed the other man about their safe return and deactivated it. Pretty soon, Sirius arrived as well. "Well," snapped Sirius, "what do you two have to say for yourselves? I remember Cyrus telling you to go to the forest and apparate home, so why didn't you?" Harry and Daphne looked at each other and spent the next 15 minutes explaining what had happened. Pretty soon, they were all sitting on the various couches, lost in thought. "I never thought Barty Crouch could sink so far," said Sirius finally. "How could he accuse defenseless children to have conjured the dark mark?" "I would like to know the same thing," said Elizabeth, frowning. "Those poor kids were probably traumatized." "They were," said Harry quietly. "All of them were hysterical and only one boy was in control enough to tell me what happened and he too was crying. It was quite frankly disgusting. Whatever the case, I'm proud of you both," said Elizabeth, giving them a smile. Cyrus and Sirius nodded as well. Once the adults left, Harry turned to Daphne and said, I don't know what I did to deserve you, but I sure am glad you're mine. You're amazing, Daphne. I'm so proud of you. Daphne smiled and nuzzled his face against hers as she whispered, I'm the one who should be proud of you. You fought 5 Death Eaters at once, you saved those children from Crouch and delivered them to their parents. This is one of the reasons I love you so much. You have a big heart. Harry smiled as he trailed Key's on the side of her face. Pretty soon, they were asleep on the couch with Harry lying on his back and Daphne's head on his chest, hugging him tightly. The next morning, Elizabeth got up and made her way to the living room. She stopped when she saw the sight of her daughter sleeping next to her fiancé, her arms and legs wrapped around him and her head on his chest. She couldn't help but smile as she found it really adorable. She conjured a blanket and placed it on them and left the room. She was sipping her tea when her husband came into the dining room in a daze. Cyrus, what happened? Asked Elizabeth. Did I just see my eldest daughter hugging and sleeping next to her boyfriend? He asked in a bland voice. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. You mean her fiancé, and yes. They were probably too tired and must have fallen asleep there last night. Besides, it's nothing we didn't do at that age. But we were 17 then, grumbled Cyrus. They're only 14. 14 and betrothed, she clarified. Just leave them alone. I hope you didn't wake them. Cyrus sighed. No, I didn't. Still, why must I be put in such a situation where I must watch my children grow up and not need me anymore? Elizabeth smirked. If that's the case, you wouldn't mind taking care of Dylan for the day, would you? I was planning on going shopping and you just accommodated me. Oh, aren't you sweet? With that, she walked away. Cyrus grumbled and said, I knew that I shouldn't have married a fellow Slytherin. He started eating breakfast when Harry and Daphne slowly made their way to the dining room as well. Good morning. Slept well. I could see you were very comfortable, said a smirking Cyrus. Harry's eyes went wide. We can explain, he said quickly. It's fine, grumbled Cyrus. My wife already made me accept it and tricked me into taking care of Dylan for the day. Just know that if you hurt my daughter, I'll come after you with my wand blazing. Understood, said Harry. Daddy, we talked about this, said Daphne, her eyes narrowed. Cyrus rolled his eyes. I know. Geez, could I go on without being attacked by one of you girls for a day? But no, that's not how it works in this house. Be careful, Harry. She'll trick you into doing things you would never want to do. She'll use your own words against you, and by the time you've realized what was going on, she would have left the room, with you wondering how you were tricked by her without even seeing it. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you were complaining about me and not about your eldest daughter, said Elizabeth, coming back into the dining room, holding Dylan. She saw Harry snickering and Daphne throwing him filthy looks. Oh, you don't have to warn him, Daddy, said Daphne, helping herself to breakfast. While I don't deny that I do that, he's a master at manipulating me too, making me go to that stupid Quidditch match yesterday as a prime example. Damn those green eyes, she muttered finally. Look at this, said Harry quietly, interrupting them. They all saw the large mirror in the dining room was activated, showing the magical daily news. Good morning to you all. This is a special report, said the reporter. The aftermath of the finals of the Quidditch World Cup was filled with trauma and confusion as many dark wizards chose it as an occasion to attack witches, wizards and muggles alike. These wizards, who were confirmed to have been Death Eaters, were disgusting in that they also chose to attack children. When the Death Eaters attacked, there was wide-scale panic and confusion, which enabled them to continue with their attacks. We have received intelligence that Lord Hadrian Potter, Lord of Most Ancient and Noble House of Potter, along with his fiancée Daphne Greengrass, eldest daughter of the Most Ancient and Noble House of Greengrass, chose to remain behind to fight the Death Eaters. Indeed, Lady Daphne rescued many of the injured children and set up a camp near the forest so as to help them find their parents while Lord Potter fought 5 Death Eaters at once. Yes, viewers, a 14-year-old wizard fought against 5 grown-up wizards at the same time. He seems to have heavily injured 2 of them, though once the dark mark was fired by an unknown wizard, they all fled. It was at this time that 5 children around the age of 6 or 7 years old were at the scene of the crime. It was said that Bartemius Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, was yelling at the terrified children, asking them questions. It was at this time that Lord Potter came at the scene. It has been widely speculated after watching the scene that Lord Hadrian Potter might possibly be a partial metamorphagus. When Mr. Crouch was accusing the 6-year-old boy to have cast the dark mark, Lord Potter got annoyed and rebuked him. He then calmly asked the young child if he saw anything and took the children to safety. Here is what happened. The scene of the World Cup from when Harry entered to finally when he took the children and left was shown. Harry suspected that the magical daily probably took the pensive memory of one of the people present to show to clip. It accurately showed Harry trading barbs with Crouch, at the same time trying to calm the children. It even showed his and Daphne's Patronus. There you have it, witches and wizards. A 14-year-old schoolboy was able to keep his head while the head of one of our most important departments couldn't do so. What was Mr. Crouch thinking when he accused a bunch of defenseless children to have cast the dark mark? It is also astounding to see the form of Lord Potter and Lady Daphne's Patroni. Lord Potter's Patronus takes the form of a thunderbird, as it is well known that he has a thunderbird as a familiar. Lady Daphne's Patronus very shockingly takes the form of a Noondu. Yes, viewers, a Noondu. She definitely is a girl you don't want to mess with. The attack at the Quidditch World Cup has become an international incident, and this has been shameful for the British Ministry of Magic. Lady Amelia Black, the director of British Magical Law Enforcement, is furious as most of her Aurors and hit wizards were not present to repel the attacks. Indeed, the DMLE has already begun an investigation, and it was found that many of the Aurors and hit wizards were sent back to the ministry as well as on patrols at Diagon Alley, Godric's Hollow, Hogsmeade and other places on the orders of Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, Madame Dolores Umbridge. It is not known why she did so, as Madame Umbridge does not have the authority to order the employees of the DMLE, although reports by many have claimed that she threatened them with their jobs if they did not do as she ordered. Lady Black is understandably furious at the way her department workers were treated and is preparing plead her case to the Wizengamot in the next session. Why are dark witches and wizards running unchecked in our country? Why do we let such people roam free who take pleasure in torturing our children? What do Minister Fudge and Madame Umbridge have to say about this? How is Madame Umbridge involved in those attacks at the World Cup? Stay tuned for more news. This is Steve Green, reporting for the Magical Daily News. You're a metamorphomagus? Asked Cyrus, shocked. Harry nodded and changed the features on his face. He morphed back and said, a partial one, yes. I can only change the features of my face and hair. I honestly hadn't expected it to be kept a secret for this long. I had thought that it would be revealed a year ago. Oh well, I knew it would come out sooner or later. Harry's eyes narrowed when he thought about Dolores Umbridge. She was a nasty woman, who she hated magical creatures and muggleborns with a passion and was doing her best to round them up. He would have to do something about her as she was interfering with his plans. Harry, you've packed your dress robes, haven't you? Asked Daphne suddenly. Huh, said Harry, breaking away from his thoughts. Oh, you mean for the Yule Ball? Yes, I have. We can go shopping if you'd like, change the colors and maybe buy you a dress as well. I sure am glad you weren't in school when I was a student, muttered Cyrus. You probably would have had a harem and denied us all a chance to date girls. Harry and Daphne looked at each other and both suddenly burst out laughing. Daphne had tears in her eyes as she gasped out, Harry having a harem. I would kill to see how he would handle that. He would probably run away rather than face a bunch of angry wives. No thanks, Cyrus, said Harry, grinning. My dad would have been overjoyed if I did have a harem, but there is no way I would ever do that to Daphne. She's my one and only, he said, hugging her from behind and kissing the top of her head. Cyrus shook his head and smiled slightly. He sure was glad that Daphne was betrothed to Harry. He wasn't worried about the boy at all. He just pretended to so as to show his protective father persona. But he was terrified what kind of boy Astoria would choose. It was the last week before the school was set to start. Rain lashed against the windows of Potter Castle. Thunder could be heard and lightning flashed across the horizon. Harry stood in the middle of the grounds of the castle, with a thunderbird by his side. He was soaking wet, but he didn't care. Concentrate now, instructed Aquila. You are in control. You control the storm does not control you. The lightning powers you, use it. Let the lightning infuse your body. There is no distinction between you and the lightning. You are both the same, merge with it, control it. Release it. Harry was glowing. His skin was emitting a white light, His hair was pure white in color and his fingertips were glowing as well. His eyes were closed as he concentrated on the storm. He raised both his arms sideways, with his fingers pointing towards the sky. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck him. Harry screamed. "You are in control," repeated Aquila. "The lightning is you, there is no difference. Let us merge with you. Control it." Harry screamed in pain like he had never screamed before. As the current of the lightning bolt coursed through his body, he thought he was going to die. The pain was unbearable. No, he couldn't give up. The magical world needed him. He made a vow that he wouldn't abandon them. Daphne needed him. Aquila believed in him and Harry didn't want to let the Thunderbird down. He snarled and pulled the lightning bolt into himself. The current and the lightning's inherent magic seeped into his body as he took control. He was the one in control, the lightning was his. He created it and he powered it. He screamed and let out a blast of lightning into the sky from each of his fingertips from both hands. Harry's eyes glowed bright green, but you could see lightning bolts in the orbs. His entire body was charged with current and magic. Aquila bowed down to the Lord of Lightning, just as Harry climbed on him. It was a sight to be seen. Hadrian Potter, Lord of the Potter and Gryffindor families, was sitting on his Thunderbird familiar who was flying in the sky, lightning bolts flying from his fingertips as he finally was prepared for his destiny as the Lightning Lord. Magical and non-magical creatures alike everywhere bowed to the Lightning Lord, the savior of magic, the one to bring back glory to the planet, their savior from certain destruction. The house elves in the manor and all over the world kneeled down as a mark of respect. Centaurs let a stream of arrows at the sky. Merpeople sang songs. Dragons let out a breath of fire at the sky. Goblins looked at the sky and gave a warrior-style salute. Noondoos roared and bowed down in respect. High elves looked up at the sky and smeared mud on their foreheads. Unicorns neighed and bowed to the lightning bolts in the sky. Fox and other phoenixes trilled and sang beautiful songs for the future of the magical world. Thunderbirds bowed down to their master and king and many other species followed suit. The Lord of Lightning was finally here. The storm raged all over the world at the same time as magic welcomed its savior. Harry packed his trunk, told Hedwig to fly to Hogwarts and cajoled Tango into his cage and flowed to platform 9 3/4. He quickly found a compartment amidst stares and hungry looks from many of the girls and went inside. He sighed. Harry knew that he had grown taller during the summer and he had to admit he was quite good looking. He shuddered when his picture had appeared on the cover of Teen Witch Weekly just a few days ago, saying that he was the hottest teenager in the country, and this made him a target for many of the girls in school. Harry was now standing nearly 6 feet in height, which for a 14-year-old boy was quite tall. Due to the vigorous exercises and martial arts he did every day, his muscles were well defined. He was also sporting six-pack abs, a fact he was very proud of. His silky albeit a bit messy black hair went all the way to the base of his neck, touching his shoulders, and Daphne loved to run her hands through it every time they made out. His facial features were better defined now as well, and so he attracted attention wherever he went just by his looks alone. There was a knock on the door and Daphne entered the compartment. She gave Harry a quick key, and proceeded to levitate her trunk to the rack above. Daphne too had developed over the summer. She was tall and stunningly beautiful, and some would probably have thought she was a Vila at first glance. Her deep blue eyes and rosy pink lips highlighted her already pretty face. Dark blonde hair with slight waves in them ran down to the middle of her back. Her easts and curves had developed very nicely and boys couldn't help but stare at her when she passed by. The two were considered the best-looking boy and girl in the school. And Cyrus Greengrass had a right to be worried. Soon, their friends came into the compartment as well. The train started moving and Harry and Neville were busy discussing the Quidditch finals when the door to the compartment opened. Harry rolled his eyes when he saw who it was. He should have put up a "Notice Me Not" charm on the door. "What can do for you, Draco?" asked Harry with a smile. Malfoy was thrown off guard for a second when Harry greeted him with a smile. He blinked owlishly for a few seconds and recovered. "So, are you going to enter, Potter?" said Draco snidely. "A glory hound like you wouldn't hesitate to compete, right? More fame would only add to that big head of yours." Harry looked at Malfoy with a raised eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "You don't know?" asked Draco, laughing loudly. "My father heard it from Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself." I thought you would know, after all, you wouldn't miss this opportunity to show off, would you? He said and laughed. Harry sighed and sat back in a comfortable position. Oh my dear Draco, would you ever once use your brain? You're forgetting who you're talking to. Unlike you, I'm a member of the Wizengamot, so even if I don't sit on the body yet, I'm apprised on what goes on in there. That being said, I'm shocked that your father told you about such confidential information that was to be kept a secret. I guess we have to inform the Wizengamot Administration Services and the press that Lord Malfoy didn't care about the secrets of the Ministry. If he blabbed to you, who knows to who else he could have mentioned it to. It could become a disaster for him if people think that he's not fit to be a member of the Wizengamot, don't you agree? Run along now, he said. Draco was white as a sheet, and with a flick of Harry's wand, he and his goons were thrown out of the compartment. And that's how the Potters do it, muttered Harry, putting his arm around his fiancée. Harry, said Tracy tentatively. We all know what's going on at Hogwarts this year. Was it really supposed to be confidential? Daphne laughed. The tournament is an open secret, Tracy. Many of us know about it, but the general student population doesn't because the Ministry wants it to be a surprise. Harry did that just to make Malfoy wet his pants, nothing more. Harry smirked. Several hours later, they reached Hogsmeade Station. It was raining heavily at this point, and people were reluctant to get out. Harry and Daphne calmly got out and pointed their wands in the air. A small flick of light appeared at the tip of their wands as invisible magical umbrellas protected them from the rain. Getting the hint, the rest of the students used their wands to remain dry as well, and soon they entered the carriages and into the castle. Harry walked to the Ravenclaw table and sat next to his yearmates and started chatting with them about their summer. When the first years arrived, many of them were shivering due to the cold since they were soaking wet. Harry frowned. Surely McGonagall could fire some drying charms on those poor kids. Harry pointed his wand at them and started casting warming and drying charms at the first years. Only when he was finished did anyone realize what he had done, and the first years blushed and thanked him while McGonagall went pink in the face. Soon, the sorting began and the students were sorted into their houses. I have many announcements for you, said Dumbledore, smiling at everyone. But first, tuck in. With that, the food appeared on the tables and everyone happily started eating. Harry was happily chatting with various Ravenclaws when Padma Patil asked, "Who's going to be our defense teacher this year?" That question brought conversations to a halt as many were curious as well. There's no one here, said Terry Boot, looking at the staff table. Maybe Dumbledore will teach us again. I doubt it, said Harry. But just then the food vanished and Dumbledore got up to speak. There was a hush in the hall now as Dumbledore gave his usual speech. Now, I have great pleasure in announcing that this year at Hogwarts. But he was interrupted when the door of the Great Hall banged open with a thud. Harry turned and his eyes widened when he recognized the person standing there. If Alistair Moody was going to be their new defense teacher, it was going to be a fun ride indeed. He had read from his father's journal that Moody was an outstanding Auror, and he was hard as nails. This would be a wonderful educational opportunity. Dumbledore introduced the school to their new defense teacher and continued said, "We are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year." "You're joking," said Fred Weasley, and this set off the school as everybody laughed. Dumbledore then explained about the tournament and about the new rule that only those who were above the age of 17 could take part in it. He said that an impartial judge would select the champions who will compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory and 5,000 galleons personal prize money. Harry narrowed his eyes. Something about the way Dumbledore spoke about it seemed off, and he wasn't going to take any chances. He would be damned if he were to be forced to participate in this madness. He would have to take necessary steps to ensure that nothing unusual happened. Once the announcement was done, Harry returned to Ravenclaw Tower and spent several hours talking to his housemates. Girls especially were eager to talk to him, which made Harry a bit uncomfortable. Finally, at 2 in the morning, he entered his room, made his annual changes and went to bed. Harry was seething once Care of Magical Creatures class was finished. What was Dumbledore thinking in appointing Hagrid as a teacher? While there was no denying that the half-giant knew a lot about magical creatures, He just couldn't understand that many of those creatures were dangerous and deadly to witches and wizards. He wondered if Hagrid would have been expelled anyway without Riddle's interference all those years ago. He looked at Daphne, who had a frown on her face too. So instead of heading for lunch, they stayed behind and approached him. "Hagrid, can we talk to you?" asked Harry quietly. "Harry, o' course, what can I do for you?" asked Hagrid. "Hagrid, I know that you think these creatures, those blast-ended scroots, are interesting, but they are not part of the syllabus for the year and thus you leave us at a disadvantage for our owls," said Harry patiently. He was not going to allow them to be attacked by those creatures, so he decided to put a stop to it immediately. "You have also bred a firecrab with a manticore, a class 5 beast, and this was the result. Let me put it this way, you have blatantly violated the ban on experimental breeding, and if anyone reports you or is injured in class, you could very well be put in Azkaban." Hagrid paled at this. "My advice is to keep those creatures far away from the students and stick to the material provided. There are so many beautiful creatures you can introduce us to, like unicorns. If you bring magical snakes, I don't mind talking to them and translate to the rest of the class. But get rid of those creatures, Hagrid. It's for your own good as well as ours." With that, Harry and Daphne walked back to the castle. They walked into the entrance hall and saw the spectacle of moody bouncing Draco Malfoy, who was transfigured into a ferret. With a smile on their faces, the couple entered the Great Hall for lunch. The next day, Harry had defense with the Gryffindors. He entered the classroom and sat next to Neville. They were idly taking when Moody entered the room. After he finished taking the roll call, he began. "So, right to it," said Moody gruffly. "Who can tell me what unforgivable curses are?" Harry's head snapped up. Well, he had no objections with Moody teaching them about them, but he could feel Neville shudder right next to him. He would have to keep an eye on his friend. Hermione Granger's hand shot up as usual. "There are 3, she recited. They are the worst curses one can perform, and use of any one of them on a human being is automatic life imprisonment according to international wizarding law." "Correct," said Moody. "Can anyone name them? Which is the first curse?" Many people raised their hand and finally, Ron Weasley answered, the Imperious Curse. "Ah yes," replied Moody. "Your father would know about it. Let's see how it works." With that, he took out a spider from a jar and said, "Imperio." The class laughed when the spider found itself on many of their fellow students, but Harry didn't. He watched Moody with narrowed eyes. Explaining about the curses was one thing, but showing them was something else, and he didn't like it. "You think it is funny, do you?" snapped Moody. "How would you feel if I put it on you and made you do all sorts of things, like commit murder?" The class became silent once more. "Anyone knows another?" he asked the class. Neville tentatively raised his hand. Harry was shocked because his friend was shaking from head to toe, and he idly wondered if he should take Neville out of the class. "The Cruciatus Curse," he said. Moody's eye twitched when he asked for Neville's name. He went back to the spider, enlarged it and said, "Crucio." The spider twitched horribly as if it was being cut off into separate pieces. Harry saw Neville shake violently and so decided to take action. Moody was concentrating on the struggling spider until suddenly, the spider was pushed away from his wand, and it landed on the other side of the table. The spider relaxed once the curse was lifted. Moody looked around to spot Harry Potter wearing an expressionless look on his face as he said softly but firmly, "That's enough. I think they've got the gist of how it works." "Really?" asked Moody, limping towards Harry. "Then why don't you explain to the class about how the unforgivables work then, Potter? Maybe you can tell us about the third curse as well." "Very well," said Harry in a flat voice. He spoke softly, but his voice could be heard all over the room. "The 3 curses are called unforgivable because there is no blocking them. The third curse is the Avada Kedavra, also known as the Killing Curse. No magical shield can stop them. The only way to make sure you're not hit when you see the curses coming at you is if you dodge, thereby avoid getting hit, or if you conjure something in its path, like stone. All the 3 curses, like many of the true dark magic spells, require negative emotion to power them. Just pointing your wand and saying the curses aren't enough. You need to mean them, which is why these curses are hated so much. You would want to cause pain or kill for them to work. And I really don't think demonstrating them in class is a good idea." "Really?" said Moody, a sadistic grin on his face. You don't agree, do you? Sorry for that, Potter, but the students here need to know. You're quite familiar with the last one, aren't you? He summoned the spider to Harry's table and snarled, Avada Kedavra. A pale green light flew from the tip of Moody's wand and hit the spider, and it rolled over, dead. Not nice, not pleasant. Only one person has ever survived it, and he's sitting in front of me, said Moody. Harry looked at Moody with a blank expression, but his eyes were filled with rage. Once the class ended for the day, Harry quickly grabbed a reluctant Neville and they headed to the astronomy tower. After climbing the stairs, Neville again asked, Harry, what are we doing here? Harry didn't answer. Instead, he conjured two comfortable reclining chairs for them both and made Neville sit. He called for a Hogwarts house elf who provided them with snacks and drinks. I've brought you here so that Moody couldn't mess with your mind further, Harry explained. I have to say, I expected a lot from the man, but he's been a disappointment. Showing the unforgivables in class is unethical. Neville remained silent. They sat in silence for several minutes until finally, Harry asked, do you know the reason why your parents were attacked in the first place? Neville's eye twitched. I don't want to talk about it, he said firmly. Do you or do you not? Said Harry. What reason could there be? Snapped Neville. They were Aurors, and so were bound to be a target for Death Eaters. No, said Harry. That's not why they were targeted. They were targeted because of a prophecy that was made before we were born. What? Asked Neville, stunned. Harry spent the next 20 minutes giving the same speech he had given Daphne more than 2 years ago. Snape, snarled Neville, getting up as he started pacing. I'll kill that bastard with my own hands. How dare Dumbledore hire that monster and make him teach children? I had completely forgotten about this. Exactly my point, said Harry calmly. There is nothing we can do about those already in Azkaban except maybe move a resolution in the Wizengamot once we're adults to execute them through the Veil of Death. But what we can do is move against the rest. What are you talking about? Asked Neville, his eyebrows raised. Dumbledore painted a target on our families, said Harry firmly. Nev, you could very easily have been the boy who lived, with Voldemort going after your parents. Who knows what Dumbledore did so as to mold his two perfect weapons for his cause. Not to mention the whole chunk of Death Eaters out there who bailed out using the Imperious Curse excuse. You saw what happened at the Quidditch World Cup, do you think they'll stop at that? Look around you. Our batch is comprised of only 40 students. Can you imagine the amount of death and destruction caused by the war that left us at this state? We need to do something if we're going to save our society and our way of life. First it was Grindelwald, though he didn't cause much problems in Britain, he caused a lot of destruction abroad. Then it was Voldemort who killed so many witches and wizards, and who's going to be next? The Muggles. If we don't protect ourselves we could all be wiped out. If we have selfish, delusional and insane leaders like Dumbledore or Voldemort and incompetents like Fudge, we can key the magical world goodbye. I'm not going to stand for it. This is our home, Neville. It is our job to protect it, and not let it be destroyed by senile old men or some Muggle barbarians. Unless all of us join hands, we're doomed. Let our parents' sacrifice not be in vain. Do you understand what I'm saying? Neville stayed quiet for a minute, looking out towards the grounds as the wind blew in their faces. I do understand, he said finally. I'm with you, Harry. Let's catch those bastards who are the cause for all this and let's build a world worth living in. With that, the two shook hands. Harry had just secured the alliance of the future lord of the most ancient and noble house of Longbottom, and if Daphne's observations were accurate, the future lord of the ancient and noble house of Bones as well. 2 days later, Harry was once again furious as he sat in the defense classroom. What was up with Moody? This didn't sound like the great man his father had described. While Moody was tough, he would never suggest placing the Imperious Curse on students. When it was finally Harry's turn, he calmly walked to the middle of the class. Moody pointed his wand at Harry and said, Imperio. To everyone's immense shock, Harry didn't react. Instead, he smirked. Moody frowned and repeated, Imperio. Something wrong with your wand, Professor? Asked Harry, smirking at Moody. Those with advanced occlumency shields could counter the Imperious Curse, so it didn't even affect him. Well, that's more like it, said Moody gruffly, though he couldn't hide the look of shock on his face. Well done, Potter. It was Friday night on the second week of school. Harry discreetly walked to the first-floor girls' bathroom. He locked the door and noticed that Myrtle wasn't there. He was about to open his mouth to speak the password when he paused. Dumbledore knew the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets as Harry had shown it to the entire school. Surely the old man must have tried to access the chamber himself or at least alert him if Harry opened it again. With that in mind, Harry scanned the sink, and sure enough, there was a ward that would alert Dumbledore if the sink moved, and another was a listening ward which would probably record the Parseltongue password if Harry ever spoke it. Rolling his eyes, Harry disabled both wards. Once done, he checked for any additional wards and once he was satisfied, he hissed, "Open." The sinks parted and Harry jumped in. Once he reached the tunnel, he called for his elf, but he frowned when no elf came to him, and that's when he realized that there must be anti-elf wards in place. Very few people used that ward as many had house elves of their own, and this was the trick the Potters and Blacks used to their advantage. He crossed the tunnel and opened the giant stone doors after repeating the password. Once inside, he walked to the giant 70-foot-long basilisk and looked at it. "Forgive me, oh noble creature," whispered Harry to the corpse. "You were just following Riddle's orders, and you couldn't differentiate between friends and enemies in your old age. I'm sorry that your death was necessary. May magic bless you and your soul find purpose again." Harry activated his mage sight and looked around the chamber. He was sure that this place contained more than just the basilisk. He wanted to find Salazar's secret room. He walked to the statue and he sensed a ward there. He spent the next 1 hour examining it, until finally he was able to disable them and he hissed, "Open." To his shock, a blood ward activated, barring him entry. A pedestal appeared, just like the one that was protecting Godric's chamber as well. Harry didn't know what to do. What defenses would he trigger if he failed to breach the blood ward? Would he be attacked by some obscure curse? After a minute of pondering about what to do, he finally decided to give it a try. He waved his hand over his palm and a deep gash appeared. Bracing himself, he let the drops of blood fall on the pedestal. After 7 drops, the pedestal glowed, so he healed his wound with another wave of his hand and tried to step back. To his immense shock, his feet were stuck to the ground. Just when he thought of using his animagus form to escape, the wall in front of him parted with a soft hiss. Harry was astounded. How had he managed to pass the blood ward? Did that mean what he thought it meant? But how was that possible? He had extensively studied the Potter family tree, and there were no records of any descendants of Slytherin being married into the family. He nervously entered the room, and just as he walked in, lighting charms activated, bathing the room in light. His jaw dropped when he saw the place. It was empty. He frowned and extended his senses and he sensed another blood ward. Just as he had suspected, another pedestal appeared. But what was shocking about this was that it contained a piece of parchment as well. Harry slowly waved his hand over his palm again and the gash appeared. He let the drops of blood fall on the parchment, until finally, after the 9th drop, writing appeared on the parchment. Harry quickly healed his wound, and looked at the writing. It was clearly written in Parcel script, but he could understand what was written. "Dear descendant, I am Salazar Slytherin, the last member alive of this once noble family. I am about to go confront my adopted son, but before I do, I want to ensure that my true descendants would be able to access this place and know of their ancestor. If you're reading this, then Amarantha must have told you about this place. She assured me that she would tell her descendants one day about me hiding the Slytherin fortune and titles here in my chamber at Hogwarts. I hope the time is right for you to reclaim what is your right by birth. I was orphaned when I was 10 years old. My family were murdered by a bunch of muggles. I was devastated, but I had to take care of myself. I didn't trust anyone to take care of me because there were many who were jealous of my family's wealth and would have done everything possible to steal it from me. So I raised myself to be cunning and grew up in the shadows, and learned about the most obscure forms of magic that interested me. I went abroad when I was old enough and learnt from various tribes who taught me more obscure rituals and magic. I have always been ambitious, and I wanted to achieve something great. That's when my life took an unexpected turn. When I finally met Godric Gryffindor, he was in a bad shape. The man too had lost his family to those filthy Muggle barbarians and was doing his best to take care of his young daughter. We bonded over that and learnt magic from each other. Through Godric, I met Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff, 2 very gifted witches. Together, we created this school, Hogwarts. I didn't marry anyone at that time, but I wanted a child of my own, so I adopted a young boy and gave him my name, Salazar Slytherin. Oh, how I wish I knew that I was raising a boy who would be the cause of so much pain. I am so glad that I did not blood adopt him. If he had access to the Slytherin family magic, he would be more powerful than he is now. I only hope I can reason with him. He grew up very arrogant and had an intense dislike for Godric and saw the rest of the students as beneath him. I had warned him against doing so, but he didn't listen. When he was 18, he attacked a bunch of students, intending to beat them, and that's when I threw him out of the castle. We consider women to be sacred, the ones who are blessed by old magic to be able to create life. The fact that he could even think of something so atrocious still makes my blood boil. Several years later, there was a young student. Her name was Evangeline Noma, and after she finished her studies, she apprenticed under me. Though she was 30 years younger than me, I couldn't help but fall in love with her as we had several things in common, including the fact that we both were orphans. She too loved me, but she said that society wouldn't accept our relationship, given our great age difference, not to mention the fact that I was her mentor. If such a relationship was known to the magical public, they would stop sending their children to Hogwarts, fearing for their safety. So we got married in secret and pretty soon, she found herself pregnant. We were very happy about that, but we were also scared. She hid her pregnancy, but 9 months later, she died in childbirth. Oh, how I wish I could have asked Helga for help, but discretion was our focus. I was devastated, but when I saw the beautiful baby girl who was in my arms, I knew I couldn't let Evangeline down. I named our daughter Amarantha Evangeline. She is named after an old Greek flower, and as I understand it, it is a tradition she seems to have followed in her family in that she names the female members after a flower. I decided to give her mother's name as well, so that she could honor her mother for the rest of her life. She also seems to have inherited my green eyes and so have her children. It is a trait in my family that all of the Slytherin children have emerald green eyes. If you're reading this, then that means you passed the blood ward that I placed around this room. Please do not disturb the basilisk unless the castle is under attack. Give her specific orders, but try to leave her alone. Call her to battle against the Muggles only if all is lost, as innocent witches and wizards could die in the attack as well. But it is better to die by the stare of a basilisk rather than being mutilated by those filthy Muggles. And that brings me to Muggleborns. I had a beautiful plan that would integrate them into our society by obliviating the Muggles and taking and raising the magical children ourselves. This would ensure that we are not compromised. It is difficult to trust the Muggleborns as I'm not sure if they will betray us to the Muggles. But at the same time, I can't help but feel sorry for them. My idea of fully integrating them wouldn't be possible right now, as Helga pointed out to me. Raising Amarantha was difficult, and I can't imagine raising hundreds of children. Hogwarts is a school, not a nursery. If it is possible, please work on it. Use the Slytherin title and try to work things out in the Wizards' Council. You'll probably save many lives. My daughter grew up at Hogwarts under the watchful eyes of those faithful house elves. Rowena discovered that Amarantha was my daughter, but she agreed to remain quiet, although I'm sure Godric suspects it as well. Amarantha grew up to be a fine young woman and I couldn't be more proud of her. She met a young man in Greece and fell in love with him. I'm happy that my dear daughter has found love and happiness. Her husband even named their children after Evangeline when he realized how much Amarantha's last name meant to her, and I can't help but admire him. Merlin, that boy is powerful. He can probably give Godric a run for his money in terms of sheer magical power. In the end, my son-in-law turned out to be a better son than Salazar could ever be. But now, I have to go confront my son. Thinking about killing him makes my heart ache, but I shall do it. He has killed many witches and wizards in his bid for power, and I cannot let that happen. Salazar seems to have a family of his own, but what can I do? He is terrorizing people using my name, and I have to put a stop to it. Godric has volunteered to come with me, but I can manage on my own. I am confident I shall return to Hogwarts triumphant. My dear descendant, please accept the ring and magic of the Slytherin family. It shall help you in your future endeavors, as I'm sure you'll go on to do great things. My blessings are with you always. May you always succeed and Mother Magic be by your side. Salazar Slytherin. Harry looked at the piece of parchment, his eyes brimming with tears. Here was a wonderful man who did his best for the people of the country, but he has now been vilified and hated for nearly 1,000 years. He felt like ripping apart Hogwarts, a history for all the lies it has sprouted about his ancestor Salazar Slytherin. His ancestor. His mother was the true descendant of Salazar. The Evangeline line must have suffered something drastic that made the last witch or wizard lose their magic, but their traditions and names never vanished. It was very evident in the fact that even after 1,000 years, the daughters were named after flowers, Petunia and Lily. And the magic had once again manifested in Lily Evans, giving her the vivid green eyes of the Slytherin family. Oh, how he wished his mother was alive to witness this. He realized that Tom Riddle was the descendant of the adopted son, Salazar Slytherin Jr. That's how the Gounts came into possession of the locket. Jr. must have married into the family. Salazar Sr. must have given it to his son, or the younger man must have stolen it after killing his father. Harry got his emotions under control and stood up. He would not fail Salazar. He looked at the parchment in front of him and said in a clear voice in Parseltongue, "I, Hadrian James Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Gryffindor, Scion of the most ancient and noble house of Slytherin, do hereby solemnly swear by wearing this ring to uphold the values and traditions of the Slytherin family. As Lord Slytherin, I swear to bring back my family's honor and strive for the betterment of my magical brethren. This I swear, so mote it be." A green aura surrounded him, as if testing his worth. Harry stared ahead, with determination swirling in his eyes, and soon the family magic accepted him. A ring with silver band and a large emerald set on it with a snake engraving appeared on his left ring finger. Harry concentrated, and the Gryffindor ring transferred from his ring middle finger to his left as well. The green aura slowly seeped into his skin as the magic of the Slytherin family entered Harry. The Slytherin motto flashed in his mind, in quo percussit inimicum timit maxime, which meant, strike where the enemy fears most. He was now Lord Hadrian James Potter Gryffindor Slytherin, born to the son of the Gryffindor family and daughter of the Slytherin family. He opened his eyes and crossed over to the other side of the room and said, "Open in the name of Lord Slytherin." The wall parted and Harry's eyes went wide. Inside were tomes of books and tons of gold and precious stones. He was now probably the richest man in the world, with the fortune of all three families put together. He could use a lot of this for the development of the magical world and to protect the magical and non-magical creatures. At least, he and his family wouldn't have any financial problems, ever. Going by a hunch, since he was now Lord Slytherin, he called for his elf. Toby. The elf popped in front of him and asked, "What can Toby do for Master Hadrian?" "Toby, I want you to clear this entire place and place it in high security Vault 14 in Potter Castle. This belonged to Salazar Slytherin, and as his blood descendant, it's now mine. And along with the repairs of Gryffindor Castle, I want you to renovate Slytherin Castle as well. I'll tell you where it is." Toby's eyes went wide when he heard that, and he looked around. "Yes, Master. It shall be done." He called for several other house elves and they began shifting the books and treasures to Potter Castle. Harry walked out of the room and back into the chamber. He looked at the corpse of the basilisk and frowned. Maybe he could use the corpse. After all, it was in perfect condition, and he could have several potions. Ingredients as well as basilisk hide, which was even more durable than dragon hide. He called for some other elves who looked at the basilisk in fright. They were in awe of the fact that Harry had killed it with a sword. After he provided them with instructions on what to do, the elves promised to harvest the basilisk for any useful parts. After that, Harry began searching for an alternative exit. The pipe couldn't be the only entrance. After nearly half an hour, he found it. It was a concealed wall, and he opened it using Parseltongue. It led him to an empty part of the castle, on the ground floor. Once there, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, transformed into an eagle and entered his room from outside the tower. He changed his clothes and went to bed with a small smile on his face. He would make them all proud of him one day. He wouldn't let them down. Harry and Daphne were in the room of requirement making out hot and heavy. Daphne was sitting on Harry's lap, grinding against his beak, making him mow. Harry's hands were on Daphne's breasts, as he kissed her passionately. "I thought," said Harry panting as Daphne wiggled in his lap, she kissed his neck and nibbled on his earlobe, "going to he finished as he mo.net again and said, "Study why. Who said we aren't?" said Daphne, pushing him down to his back, and sitting on him and grinding against his beep as she ed him. "We're just studying a different subject. You've been too stressed lately and as a good fiancé, I can't let that slide, can I? Me enjoying it is just a side benefit," she said in mo.net. They ed for another few minutes until finally, they came, dampening their underwear and uniforms. Panting, Daphne slid next to Harry, hugging and lying next to him. "Oh, I love you so much," she murmured. "I love you too," said Harry, dotting her neck. He flicked his wand to his hand and cleaned them both in their uniforms with a flick of his wand. He then turned over and went to sleep, nuzzling Daphne's face. A few hours later, he woke up, idly wondering how Daphne had gotten him to loosen up as much as he did with her. He knew that he didn't like physical contact, though, with Daphne, it was something else entirely. He felt so comfortable with her, that he didn't mind the make-out sessions they frequently had. She didn't push him too much but gave him time to adjust, and he had trusted her. And now, he quite enjoyed such moments he had with her, enhancing their physical relationship. He knew they were no way ready for say, but what they were doing now was fine with him. He turned and ed her neck to wake her, he loved her so much. "Wake up, sleepyhead," he said softly. "It's time for lunch." Daphne groaned and buried her face in his chest and said, "Don't want to." "Oh, come on. I'm hungry. Let's go the kitchens instead, that way we don't have to socialize in the Great Hall," said Harry, as he nibbled on her earlobe. Daphne giggled involuntarily. "You'll have to carry me," she muttered. "Fine." Daphne yelped as she felt Harry lift her in his arms, bridal style. He then positioned her over his shoulder, so that her upper body was facing the opposite side. "Harry," yelled Daphne. "I was kidding, now put me down." Harry grinned and playfully swatted her ass. "How was I supposed to know that? You told me to carry you to the kitchens and that's what I'm going to do." Daphne wiggled and broke free from his grip. She glared at him and snarled, "You're incorrigible, you know that." Harry laughed and led her to the kitchens, trading barbs with each other the entire time. When they finally entered, the elves cheered and the head elf said, "We be proud to welcome you, Lord Slytherin. You be the first Lord Gryffindor Slytherin ever. What can we do for Lord and Lady Gryffindor Slytherin?" Harry and Daphne looked at each other bemused until finally Daphne cleared her throat and said, "We were wondering if you could provide us with lunch. We don't want to go to the Great Hall so." She didn't complete the sentence as they were quickly ushered to a grand table in a corner, with candles and flowers. Delicious food was served to them immediately. "Wow," said Harry. "I never knew those two lordships would make the house elves here so loyal to us." Daphne swallowed her food and asked, "Have you noticed anything different ever since you wore the ring? About Hogwarts, that is." Harry toyed with his fork and answered slowly, "I'm not really sure, but I have noticed changes. For one, I know many of the secrets of Hogwarts Castle, along with Gryffindor and Slytherin castles as well. There was a reason castles were built at that time and not manors, as witches and wizards were in grave danger due to Muggle attacks. Muggle-repelling wards weren't so strong back then, they were more of a recent invention. So they relied on a conventional fortress and heavy-duty wards to keep them safe. It is easier to put up high-powered wards around a castle than a small house, as the wards themselves would burn the house to a crisp. The castles, after a long time, also became a source of magical energy. These walls themselves are imbibed with magic after 1,000 years. In fact, according to the elves, I tapped into the magic of Potter Castle when I arrived there injured when I was 7 years old. It's old magic, in that magic itself is sentient, as you know. That's what all our traditions and beliefs are based on. I can sense the wards around Hogwarts, but I'm not sure if I can take control of them. I've realized that just being Lord Gryffindor or Lord Slytherin cannot give me complete access to the wards, but having both gives me considerable power. The wards are controlled by the headmaster, but I can override them if I feel the need to do so, which would then alert Dumbledore immediately. I also have 2 permanent seats on the Board of Governors which no one can take away, along with 2 seats on the Wizengamot. Together with the Potter seat, I have 3 votes. But votes aside, most ancient and noble houses have different influences. They're the top of the food chain, so to speak. It will give me greater control and political influence, which would greatly help in case of new ventures or elections. Once I claim my seats, my power and influence would be unparalleled by anyone in the country. Daphne nodded slowly in understanding. How soon do you want to run for the office of Minister of Magic? She asked, realizing where his plans were headed. Harry smiled slightly. This was one of the reasons he admired Daphne as much as he did. She had a sharp, keen mind and could understand and appreciate subtle actions and their impact. She may have a temper, but she was a consummate Slytherin, a tigress for real. I can't do it anytime soon, said Harry, thinking. Fudge was elected in 1990, so once his term is up, I'll ensure that he doesn't stand for elections again. He's an idiot as well as corrupt. Malfoy's gold can be found in his pockets, I bet. I'll have to wait for someone else to take this place, so once that term is done, I'll be ready. I'll be in my mid-20s by then, so it should be enough. I can't contest when I'm too young. Daphne nodded. There is no question of you winning, so that isn't an issue. But don't you want to try for the position of Chief Warlock? It could be done quicker, she explained. No, said Harry firmly. I had considered it, but I don't care much about judicial power or being the Speaker of the Wizengamot. I already have a lot of influence by carrying 3 votes of most ancient houses, so I don't need to be the Chief Warlock just to gain favor and power over the members. Besides, as the minister, it gives me executive powers. I can streamline the ministry and make international diplomatic contacts, which is crucial if my long-term plans are going to bear fruit. Point, muttered Daphne, looking into the distance. But if you're the minister, then that would mean that you would have to enter the political sphere as well, finished Harry, looking at her directly. That's something I'm counting on, as you have a knack for politics and with you sitting as the Lady Potter Gryffindor Slytherin, you can vote in my place. As the Minister of Magic, I can't use my family votes, but you can. You had already planned on it, right? Daphne smirked. Of course I had. But now that you have realized that it would be beneficial to let me take those seats, I don't have to resort to blackmail, she said. Harry snorted. Daphne was capable of doing it. How did the talk with Neville go? She asked lightly. Harry nodded and said, done. Longbottom, and if you are correct in your assumption, bones are in. Daphne smirked slightly. Excellent. We need to move slowly, but before we leave Hogwarts, we have to try to influence as many of the younger generation as possible. Already on it, said Harry, getting up and helping her as well. When they were about to leave, they saw a bunch of elves sobbing softly, and other muttering angrily. They went towards them and Daphne asked, "Are you all okay? Why are you crying?" One of the elves looked up and said, "No, we be not, Miss Daphne. There be trouble in Gryffindor Tower. One student be trying to free us by giving us clothes." The elf shuddered and spoke again, "She be hiding hats and shawls in places so that we would take them and become free. This be an insult to house elves, Master Hadrian. The bushy hag be trying to kill us," screeched the elf. Harry's eyes glowed bright green. "Daphne, what is she talking about?" he asked in a low voice. "Now I get it," whispered Daphne in realization. Granger has been acting strange ever since school started, and she had been distributing some form of badges since last term. As a Slytherin, they never came to me and others didn't care about her, so I never realized what she was up to. I thought it was nothing, but I heard someone mention something about house elf liberation and how she was going to free all elves or something like that. I heard her talking about Avery, this must be it. That by snarled Harry. What is she trying to do, kill all the house elves? Why didn't you tell me this before? He asked the various elves. The elves looked down and said in a morose voice, "We be not wanted to disturb Master Hadrian. We thought Bushy Hag would stop after a while." Harry sighed and kneeled down. "Look," he said kindly. "Being Lord Gryffindor Slytherin isn't just a status symbol. I already told you to talk to me if you have any problems. In the future, will you do that for me?" The elves all nodded happily and answered, "Yes, Master Hadrian." Harry smiled and he and Daphne got out. But instead of returning to the room, Harry cast disillusionment charms on them both. He closed his eyes and felt the people in the castle. The wards told him that Hermione was in the library. "Come on," he whispered. They both headed to the library. Once there, he used wandless legilimency on Granger to lightly probe her mind. She didn't feel anything, so Harry saw everything related to what she was doing about house elves and more. And what he saw made his blood boil. Trying to keep his anger in check, he grabbed Daphne's hand and pulled her to the room of requirement. Once there, he started pacing, muttering to himself. Finally, after a couple of minutes, Daphne asked, "Harry, what happened?" What did you see in her mind? Harry turned around, and Daphne could see lightning bolts in those glowing green orbs. She's a bigot, he whispered. Not in the sense that she believes that purebloods are above everyone else, but in that she believes that muggles are far superior to magicals. She calls us in our traditions barbaric and believes the magical world should become more like the muggle world, with her as the focal point of change. She is a narcissistic girl who only cares about her being first in class and wants to act superior by accumulating knowledge and telling others that she knows best. I get it that she wants to fight for the rights of house elves. That's a noble cause, but she's trying to kill them by setting them free. She truly believes that witches and wizards don't use muggle logic, he sneered at the phrase, and that only with her help along with the great and mighty Albus Dumbledore, with her being the minister of magic, can the magical world improve. She wants to stamp out the purebloods and throw away their jobs and give them all to muggleborns, and wants all witches and wizards to swear a magical oath to never attack muggles. Can you believe that? According to her, we shouldn't even raise our wands at those filthy barbarians, while they can attack us anytime they want, which would essentially wipe us out. What's worse is that she wants us to help those muggles at a time of need, and integrate into their society and accept their stupid laws. In other words, she wants us to become as to those filthy muggles. I'm boiling mad right now, he said, his entire body glowing and bolts of lightning appeared, surrounding his body. Daphne sat calmly in front of him, contemplating on what to do. She knew that Harry was very protective of the magical world, and he truly believed that the threat posed by muggles hasn't been reduced due to the International Statute of Secrecy, and that they would need to increase their protection if they were to survive in the future. And here was a girl who completely believed in muggle superiority and wants to subjugate witches and wizards, which has been attempted many times in the past by muggle rulers. He was understandably angry, and so was she. But she couldn't lose her cool. There was an unsaid understanding between them. When she was angry, he was calm. When he was angry, she was calm. It ensured that no one lost control. Harry being this angry was a very rare phenomenon. His patience much exceeded hers, and he wasn't known for raising his voice either. "I need to calm down," muttered Harry. He walked out of the room, and Daphne idly followed him. She followed him to the astronomy tower, where she saw him transform into a golden eagle. There was a storm now, with heavy rain with lightning and thunder. She just didn't understand how flying in such weather would calm him down. She watched for nearly an hour as Harry in his eagle form made various flying maneuvers in the air. Finally, he came back to the tower and transformed back. He was soaking wet, so she cast drying and warming charms on him with her wand. Once he was dry, she went over and kissed him passionately. She felt his arms wrap around her waist as he reciprocated. "Have you calmed down?" she asked finally. "Yes," said Harry quietly. "But I need to confront Granger. I don't want the elves to lose faith in me." "Agreed," said Daphne. "Do you want me to come, or can you handle it yourself?" Harry shook his head and said, "I don't think a Slytherin student would help matters in Gryffindor Tower. Your presence might make things worse. I'll handle it alone." Harry walked towards the portrait of the fat lady that guarded the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. The corridor was deserted when the fat lady bowed to him and said, "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Is Hermione Granger inside, milady?" he asked politely. "Yes, my lord," replied the fat lady. "She entered about half an hour ago. Do you wish to enter?" "Yes please," said Harry, reinforcing his mental shields as his emotionless mask went back in place. The painting swung open, revealing the portrait whole. Harry calmly walked in as if he owned the place and looked around the common room. When he entered, the people inside stopped talking and instead stared at him. How had he entered the tower? Did he know their password? "Potter!" yelled Ron Weasley. "What are you doing here? This is the Gryffindor common room, you're not welcome here." Harry rolled his eyes. "I'm looking for Hermione Granger." "Where is she? Why should we tell you?" asked Wellesley, going red in the face. Harry merely raised his eyebrow. "Well, it seems someone had a crush on Granger. I'm not here to flirt with her, Wellesley," said Harry, much to Ron's embarrassment. "You can have her and marry her for all I care. I need to talk to her. Where is she?" When one of them responded that she was in her dorm, Harry simply flicked his wand and silently cast the Patronus charm. The giant Thunderbird emerged from the tip of his wand and disappeared. Harry folded his hands against his chest and started at the fire, waiting for Granger, while the rest looked in awe, discussing his Patronus. Finally, Hermione Granger came down. "What do you want, Potter?" she snapped. "I was busy doing something important." In her hands were small fluffy hats and gloves. "That's precisely the reason why I'm here," said Harry in a quiet voice. The common room was quiet now, wanting to know what was going on. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, the two gossip queens of the school, took the best seats so that they could watch. "Stop what you're doing," he said. "Stop trying to trick the house elves into freeing themselves. While your idea of giving them more rights is a noble cause, the way you're going about it is not. So stop it." Hermione went red in the face due to anger. "I knew it," she screeched. "I knew that you wouldn't support my campaign ever since I saw you summon that poor elf a year ago. How dare you condone Avery? That's barbaric. I'm surprised that no one has tried to stop it yet. It just shows how backward your thinking is. House elves need to be free, they need wages and sick leave and better working conditions. I can't believe the Ministry of Magic condones this. Making them your South Avenue is monstrous. Why, in the Muggle world?" "Oh, don't act almighty, Granger," snapped Harry, his eyes glowing. "I'm pretty sure you arrived at this conclusion just by reading your stupid books, didn't you? Tell me, Granger, have you actually met a house elf before?" "Of course I have," said Hermione loftily. "I saw you summon that elf a year ago, and I also saw Lucius Malfoy mistreat his elf. That shows what backward thinking is. That's not what I meant," said Harry. "Have you personally spoken to them? Have you asked them if they're happy? Have you asked them why they need to bond with witches and wizards?" "They're obviously brainwashed by," began Hermione, but she was cut off. "So, you came to your own conclusion, did you?" asked Harry in a deadly voice, bolts of lightning surrounding his body. Many of them close to him edged away due to fright, while others were in awe of his sheer magical power. "That's the problem with you, Granger. You read what is given in one book, not verify it with others, not look at the real-life scenario and jump to conclusions. And now, that's what you have done in regards to house elves." "Let me enlighten you, Granger," said Harry. "House elves have always existed in our world, but they are not the only form of elves. There are wood elves which exist in the forests all over the world, but they are very, very rarely seen, as they prefer to remain isolated due to the danger of them being hunted down. High elves exist, who are considered by many as one of the oldest sentient magic species, but they too prefer an isolated environment and haven't been spotted for hundreds if not thousands of years. All these types of elves have a specific purpose, just like witches and wizards do. House elves are a species meant to serve. That is their function. If you rob them of their ability to do their job, then they lose the will to live, as they have nothing else to live for." Avery, began Hermione, but was again cut off. "The bond between a house elf and a witch or wizard has existed for thousands of years. That is the way for them to survive. Without the bond, their existence has no meaning, as they don't know anything else. They were born to serve. Unlike in your precious Muggle world where humans avenue other humans, we don't do that. Because old magic herself has created a species who serve us to help better ourselves so that we can improve our society. Every society needs others who cook, clean, do the housework, take care of the children and other essential things. In the Muggle world, it is done by other humans, while in the magical world it is done by house elves. You can't expect them to accept wages because they have no use for it. What do you think they would do? Go to a party? Watch a movie? Their inherent magic itself provides them with whatever they need, and coupled with the magic they get from witches and wizards ensures that they are self-sufficient. They use the magic received from the bond to reproduce, and you trying to free them shows that there is someone out there who wants to kill them all. You'll basically turn into a dark witch to them. Please, don't try to bring in your vaunted Muggle ideas into the magical world where it is neither wanted nor necessary," said Harry heatedly. "But of course you need Muggle ideas," screeched Hermione, her hair become bushier by the minute. "The wizarding world is still stuck in the Dark Ages, and only adapting to the Muggle world can bring them out of the funk. There isn't even the concept of divorce in the magical world, while it exists in the Muggle world. Polygamy exists here for God's sake. Only if we remove such barbaric laws and traditions could the magical world ever hope to be as advanced as the Muggle world. This comment brought outrage from many of them sitting in the common room. Nobody missed the part of Granger called them all barbaric, and many of the purebloods couldn't believe that she would think that the Muggle world could even compete with the magical world. "Let me tell you something, Granger," sneered Harry, his aura flaring. "Don't compare the Muggle world to the magical world, and don't you King dare question our traditions and beliefs and impose your beliefs on us. We don't want that. You think the Muggle world is superior, isn't it? Please, enlighten us. Just what do Muggles have that we don't? You mentioned divorce, right? Well, let's test that. Hey, Fred, George, do you know what divorce is?" he asked the Weasley twins sitting there. No idea, Harry," said George confused. "What is that? Is it some kind of cure for a disease?" "Aha," said Hermione triumphantly. "See, they don't even know what it is. This proves that divorce doesn't exist in the magical world," finished Harry. "Do you know why, Granger? It is because unlike Muggle marriages, in case of witches and wizards, the husband and wife are bonded for life. To those who don't know, divorce is a Muggle term that describes a situation where a husband and wife split after marriage and go their separate ways. You see, Granger, they are disgusted to even hear of such a thing. That's because when a man and woman are married through blessings of old magic, it creates a sacred bond between them. They don't cheat on each other, they don't feel the need to divorce the other. Whatever we do, we have a reason. There is a similar bond between parents and their children as well. As for polygamy, if you're interested to know, has not been seen in our world for a few hundred years. It exists only in law, in case the heads of noble families decide to marry another to continue their line. The ancient and noble house system is outdated," said Hermione stubbornly, going red in the face. "It shows the magical world isn't democratic like the Muggle world. This clearly discriminates Muggleborns as they don't have access to such influence as the ancient houses. We Muggleborns face so much prosecution and we don't get high-position jobs." "Oh, give me a break," shouted Harry. "Just what is it with you and wanting to bring more of the Muggle world into everything? Get your facts straight, Granger. Elected representatives and magical governments have existed for much longer when Muggles were still struggling with corrupt monarchy. The ancient houses exist for a reason. They are the old families of a community, and hence are powerful and have access to family magic. They were the ones who founded the magical governments and enacted all those laws in the first place. They were the ones to introduce the concept of elected representatives, and thus, for all the work they have done, they have hereditary seats. In our Ministry of Magic, the Wizengamot is comprised of ancient and noble houses, ministry department heads, those who are young and elderly alike, holders of orders of Merlin, and the remaining nearly half of them are elected by the people. Even being the lord of an ancient and noble house isn't easy. While no one can deny us the seat, just because we were born in the family doesn't give us the right to sit there. We are evaluated by a panel of Wizengamot members who test our knowledge about magical law and if we're worthy to sit there for legislative and judicial sessions." "You mentioned Muggleborns and their rights," said Harry, cutting off Granger who wanted to speak. "Do you realize that you're talking to the son of a Muggleborn? Who told you that Muggleborns don't get top jobs? I can give you the names of 3 elected members of the Wizengamot who are Muggleborns. My mother was an unspeakable when she was alive, and she was a Muggleborn. Dirk Cresswell, the newest head of the Goblin Liaison Office, is a Muggleborn. 25% of the ministry workers are Muggleborns. Are you saying that they aren't successful? Why, have you heard of Miller's Magical Mirrors? The proprietor is Serena Miller, a Muggleborn. She was named the Businesswoman of the Year in the International Magical Business magazine. So, tell me, in which sense are we barbaric?" He sneered at the last word. "What in the world is family magic? Why weren't we told about such things? We should all have access to such things as well," shouted Hermione. "Family lines have different characteristics and traits," explained Harry. He knew that others were listening, so it was a good idea to explain it properly. It might be something as simple as eye color to magical powers. The Abbott family has been known for their ability in earth magic, the Longbottoms have produced outstanding potioneers, Ollivanders have a long history with wand lore. It's different for different people. The Black family has a dominant trait of metamorphagy. Magic developed over generations and it becomes ingrained in the blood of the members itself. This is a long process, and it depends on the will of old magic itself, so it's not a fully controlled process. Thus, they have their own spells and wards and other inventions which are passed down from one generation to another. You mean you have access to magic that others don't? Screeched Hermione. You can't do that. The ministry must seize all those and give it to the public so that it can be read by all. I can't believe you're allowed to do such things as hoarding knowledge. We all have our own family secrets, Granger, said Harry angrily. Do you think this doesn't happen in the Muggle world? Do you think you have access to all the libraries in the world? I would like to see you try to get into the oldest and most secure libraries without permission, just by claiming that it shouldn't be locked. Stop judging the magical world by your knowledge of the Muggle world. They're completely different. There's old magic at work here and it isn't something as simple as. Now what the hell is old magic? Laughed Hermione. You talk as though magic is sentient, as if that is possible. Magic is just a tool which. Shut up, shouted Harry, while other purebloods too shouted in outrage. This is what we don't like. You were introduced to the magical world just 3 years ago, and you're already spitting on our traditions and beliefs which have existed for thousands and thousands of years. For Merlin's sake, Granger, stop trying to convert the magical world to your so-called advanced Muggle standards. We don't want it. I'm not saying that we are perfect. Yes, there is corruption. Yes, Muggleborns face scorn, but this is the reason for it. You enter into our world, spit on our beliefs and try to change who we are. And no one likes that. Why can't you just let things be? If you want to change something for the betterment of the society has to agree to it. You can't single-handedly change something just because you feel it is inappropriate. That's called tyranny, which is what Voldemort tried to do. Harry waited for Hermione to speak, but when she didn't he responded calmly, Look, Granger, I don't care about your beliefs about the Muggle world. Just don't impose them on us. And leave the house elves alone. They came to me crying about what you have been doing, and I needed to take action so that no one got hurt. Again, I don't mind you prosecuting those people who don't treat their elves well, I'm all for it. But don't try to give the elves clothes as it is harmful to them. Good night. With that, Harry left Gryffindor Tower, not noticing Hermione Granger furiously march back to her dorm. The argument between Harry and Hermione spread throughout the school like fiendfire. Purebloods, half-bloods and Muggleborns alike could be seen talking about it. The purebloods were seething about the fact that Granger had dared to say that they were backward and barbaric, while the half-bloods too felt offended by her words. But the biggest surprise had been the Muggleborns. Everyone had thought that they would have ganged up against Harry, but they had done the exact opposite. They actually understood where he was coming from, as many of them had been ridiculed for the strange happenings around them when they were growing up, which they realized later to be accidental magic, and understood that both worlds were different. Many of them approached Harry, and asked him questions about the working of the magical world, and he was more than happy to explain it to them. He even personally escorted them to the library and showed them the wide range of books which served as introductions to Muggleborns and explained more about the magical world. Of course, some of them had scoffed and glared at Harry whenever they saw him, but they were very few and far between as compared to the general Muggleborn student population. Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, on the other hand, were shooting death glares at Harry whenever they saw him. Pretty soon, the word reached the ears of Albus Dumbledore and Harry was summoned to his office. Albus Dumbledore looked at the boy in front of him under his half-moon glasses. He had heard rumors about Harry arguing about house elves and other related topics with Hermione Granger, which showed that Harry didn't have a high opinion of Muggles, and that was disturbing. Harry reminded Albus a little too much of Tom Riddle, and he had to be stopped now. He was so glad that a Death Eater had been infiltrated into Hogwarts so as to help Voldemort. Oh, he knew that Alistair Moody was attacked and a polyjuiced Death Eater was taking his place, but it was all for the greater good. If Tom was to be brought back to the light, he must regain a body first. After he kills Harry and once his soul pieces are destroyed, Albus was sure that Tom would realize what a horrible mistake he had made. But Harry hating Muggles was unacceptable. He had expected the students to gang up on him again, but instead, they actually listened to him and formed their own opinions. What had happened to the sheep mentality? He remembered Daphne's Greengrass verbal lashing after the incident of the Chamber of Secrets, and suddenly he felt uneasy. Could the words of that girl have triggered a spark of change in the mentality of the younger generation? This was not good at all. He had built his power base only on sheep mentality, and if it disappeared, so would his influence. At least Harry would be hated by everyone soon. All he had to do was wait for the goblet of fire to spit out Harry's name, and the others would do the rest. Ah, wasn't he the most intelligent wizard ever? "What can I do for you, headmaster?" asked Harry, cutting through the silence. Professor Flitwick was looking at Dumbledore with narrowed eyes. "Well, my boy," said Dumbledore, "I've heard some disturbing rumors about you recently. Is it true that you harbor a hatred for all Muggles and Muggleborns?" Harry snorted. "Like student, like mentor," he muttered. Like Granger, Dumbledore seemed to have jumped to conclusions as well. The question itself was a trap, in that if he answered, Dumbledore would use it against him. "I have no idea where you've heard that, headmaster, but it is by no means the truth," said Harry. "Well, Harry, I've heard differently. I heard that Miss Granger was trying to help the House Elves and was trying to give ideas to improve our world. Muggles are a fascinating race and we should learn from them, my boy," said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling at Harry. "She was trying to force House Elves to accept clothes," said Harry calmly. "The elves came to me for help, so I decided to straighten her out. And I never said anything wrong. She kept instigating that witches and wizards were backward and barbaric while her vaunted Muggle world was perfect, so I wished to set her straight." "Is that all, headmaster? You can't harbor such a deep hatred towards Muggles, Harry," said Dumbledore somberly. "You're going dark, my boy." Harry chuckled and got up. He headed for the door, which on his touch clicked open, much to Dumbledore's surprise as he finally said, "When was I ever light, Albus my boy?" With that, he went out of the room, with Flitwick following him, the latter having a small smirk on his face. "Bloody manipulative old fool," muttered Harry to himself. Is it any surprise that Riddle hated him? On the 30th of October, Harry found himself outside the castle, waiting for the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations. Things were going smoothly for now. Hagrid had listened to his advice and brought unicorns to the next class, much to the relief and delight of everyone else. He had also brought a runspore, a magical three-headed snake, and Harry had been more than happy to talk to the creature and translate it to the rest of the class. Needless to say, it had been a fascinating experience, and care of magical creatures was actually turning out to be tolerable now as Hagrid brought out more tame and interesting creatures, though not according to Hagrid's definition of interesting. Harry had also started socializing with many of his schoolmates, especially after the drama with Granger. He was more approachable and he made it a point to interact with the first-year students. He couldn't help it, but he had a soft spot for children, something which Daphne thought was very adorable and cute. As a result, within the first 2 months, he was already loved by the year's batch of first years in all 4 houses, and the second years as well, considering that he had helped them the previous year. He had also befriended the prefects and head boy and girl so that it would become easier to work with them next year. There was no way he wasn't being made a prefect. Daphne too had come out of her shell and started being warmer to others, so now she could be found engaging in long conversations about a variety of subjects with different people. They weren't social animals, far from it. But they did consciously make it a point to ensure that they befriended the entire school. They had a plan, and for it to work, they needed support. There was also a debate about who was going to be picked as Hogwarts champion. So far, Hufflepuff's choice was Cedric Diggory, and Harry agreed with them. Cedric was quite smart and capable, and it would also bring some limelight to Hogwarts' most overlooked house. Harry had gone and spoken to Cedric and encouraged him to try as well. He and Cedric were on friendly terms ever since they had been attacked by Lockhart, so they could talk to each other without any hassle. There had been no other candidate as strongly supported as Cedric Diggory, but Gryffindor would never give up this soon. But Harry was also worried about the Goblet of Fire. That sounded like trouble. Thankfully, he and Daphne had come up with an idea to keep his name away from this damn tournament. Soon, the Beauxbatons delegation arrived. Their headmistress, a very large woman, took her students into the Great Hall to warm up. After all, warming charms could only do so much. Harry narrowed his eyes when he saw Igor Karkaroff arrive with Durmstrang. He was a former Death Eater, who escaped Azkaban by giving away the names of many of his comrades. He was hated by his fellow Death Eaters, but Harry wasn't sure if the man posed a threat. Either way, he would keep an eye out. He went back into the castle along with the rest and took his usual seat with his Ravenclaw friends. It looked like the Beauxbatons group had joined the Ravenclaw table. The feast began, and Harry and the others engaged in conversation with their foreign guests. He noticed that many of the girls from the other two schools were staring at him and giggling, and he clenched his fists when he noticed many boys from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons eyeing Daphne at the Slytherin table as well. He breathed deeply. This was no time to get jealous and possessive. Harry started talking to a girl who introduced herself as Fleur Delacour. Harry was sure that she was Avila because he felt a pull impact his mental shields. She was genuinely surprised that he talked to her normally and not drool over like that the rest of the boys seemed to do. Indeed, many boys of Hogwarts were unashamedly staring at her, with a blank look on their faces, eyes glazed. "Sorry about them," muttered Harry. "They're not always like this, but after seeing the reaction of most men during the Quidditch World Cup, I can't say I'm surprised." "How did you know?" asked Fleur, surprised that he had figured out she was Avila. Harry and Daphne had taken the translation potion so that there wouldn't be any communication gap. Daphne kept muttering about her someday creating a spell or potion that would permanently make talking in other languages easier. Harry shrugged. He was sure that she appeared cold and distant to protect herself from others. After all, when everyone who looked at you lusted after you, it was a difficult life. He and Daphne did the same, so he couldn't blame her. "I felt a nudge against my occlumency shields, so I knew," explained Harry, helping himself to dessert. "You know occlumency. That is very advanced," commented Fleur. "It's something I felt was quite important. You might want to try it, it might help you in controlling your allure better," advised Harry. Harry and Fleur spoke about their schools the rest of the time. Fleur couldn't help but be attracted to Harry. After all, here was a guy who was intelligent, very good-looking and could also resist her allure. Pretty soon, the food disappeared, and Dumbledore welcomed them all. The Goblet of Fire was brought in, and Dumbledore again stressed about the age requirement. Harry's eyes narrowed when he mentioned the age line. While it was a start, there were many ways around them. It looked like Dumbledore was setting a trap, like he had with the Philosopher's Stone. "Finally," said Dumbledore, "I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding, magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become a champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all." Harry and Daphne discreetly made their way to the room of requirement. Once inside, Daphne asked in a strange voice, "So, trying to replace me with that Vila girl, huh?" Harry pinned her against the wall, his face very close to hers. "I already told you," he said in a low voice. "You're more beautiful than any woman alive, Vila or not. No one can take your place, Daphne. Understand me?" He keyed her slowly and sensually, just to prove his point. "I saw you get frustrated when those boys were flirting with me," said Daphne casually. Harry's face colored in embarrassment and Daphne smirked. "Don't worry, Harry," she said. "You're the only one for me as well. Now, can we get on with our business?" Harry nodded. "Dobby," he said. Dobby popped in front of them and immediately tackled Harry in a hug. "Master Hadrian be calling Dobby." "What can Dobby do for the great Hadrian Potter?" he asked excitedly. Harry smiled, kneeled down to the elf's height and said, "Dobby, I want you to do something important. The Goblet of Fire will be placed in the entrance hall soon. I want you to stay on guard, invisible, and ensure that no one puts my name in the goblet. I know that you'll have to sacrifice your sleep for this, but can you please do this for me, Dobby?" Dobby cried and said, "Master Hadrian is greater than Dobby ever thought. Dobby will do anything for Master Hadrian. It shall be done." With that, he popped away. "That was a weird elf," said Daphne, slowly. Harry snorted. "Poor guy is probably damaged permanently due to Lucius Malfoy's torture. Or maybe he's just that eccentric. At least he's happy. He deserves it after all he has been through." With that, they both headed to their respective dorms for the night. The next evening, Harry was again sitting at the Ravenclaw table for dinner, but he couldn't help but fidget. Daphne looked nervous as well. They both looked at the weather outside through the windows and they saw heavy rain, along with thunder and lightning. It was Akila's warning about danger. He finally took a deep breath and clamped up his mental shields. He couldn't let himself get distracted. There were only two alternatives according to Daphne. Either Dobby succeeded in preventing the goblet from being tampered with, which would ensure that Harry wouldn't have to compete, or Dumbledore would have done something which would force Harry to compete. He didn't like the idea of competing in the tournament, and Daphne was more nervous than he had ever seen her. His emotions settled as he finished his breathing exercises, and his emotionless mask was back in place. The storm raged outside the castle. Dumbledore couldn't prevent the press from being here as well. So with that in mind, two reporters were present, and unknown to Dumbledore, they had brought along a recording crystal as well. The crystal was showing the live broadcast of the selection of the champions to witches and wizards all over the world. Many of them were watching the selection on their e-mirrors as the Triwizard Tournament was an ICW-sponsored event, so it had international coverage. This was what worried Harry, as whatever drama was soon to unfold, 1 million people would be watching, if not more. And he knew that the audience would certainly grow in the future. "The goblet is about to make its decision," said Dumbledore. "Once I call the names, champions, please enter the next chamber through the Great Hall for your briefing. Good luck." The flames of the goblet turned red, and a piece of parchment flew out. Dumbledore caught it and said, "The Durmstrang champion is Victor Krum." The hall applauded loudly as the Quidditch star went to the chamber off the hall. The goblet spit out another name. "The Beauxbatons champion is," said Dumbledore, "Fleur Delacour." Harry congratulated the girl sitting next to him as she too disappeared down the hall. Finally, the goblet turned red again, and spit out the third. The tension was palpable as Dumbledore said, "The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory." The entire Hufflepuff table burst into applause and the noise was unimaginable. Cedric grinned and followed the rest of the champions as well. "Excellent," said Dumbledore. "Now that our 3 champions are chosen, I hope we can all support them and—" He stopped talking as the goblet turned red for the 4th time. Rain lashed against the windows heavily, and a heavy rumble of thunder could be heard as Dumbledore caught the parchment and read, "Hadrian Potter." Harry's eyes flashed bright green in anger, but Daphne knew something was wrong. There was no way Dobby could have missed it, so she activated the darker variant of the Notice Me Not charm that was present on the locket Harry had given her 2 years ago and got up. "Hadrian Potter," yelled Dumbledore, and people started muttering angrily. Harry slowly got up, his face a mask of utter fury. His hair turned pure white in a matter of seconds, but due to such intense anger, his hair started cycling between different colors all on its own accord and his skin glowed, and lightning bolts surrounded his body as he looked at Dumbledore with more hatred than he had ever felt before. He could probably perform the Cruciatus curse on the old man flawlessly with the amount of anger that was coursing through his veins. "Excuse me," whispered Harry, just as a bright flash of lightning illuminated his already furious face and a very loud rumble of thunder followed. Many students sitting close to him edged away, scared that his raw magic would impact them. He really looked scary. "Your name has been chosen by the Goblet of Fire," said Dumbledore. "Please, follow the other champions." Harry flicked his wand to his hand. "I, Hadrian James Potter," he said clearly, just as many gasped when they realized what he was about to do, and Dumbledore's eyes went wide as well. "Do hereby swear on my life and magic, that I did not enter my name in the Goblet of Fire, did not attempt to enter my name in the Goblet of Fire, never asked anyone to put my name in the Goblet of Fire, and finally never had an intention to take part in the Triwizard Tournament in the first place. I am being forced into this tournament without my consent and against my will. This I swear, so mote it be." The light flashed, signifying his oath. There was deathly silence, as people saw his oath take effect. Since he swore the oath on his life, and the fact that he was still standing alive meant that he was definitely, without a doubt, telling the truth. "Expecto Patronum," said Harry quietly, and the giant Thunderbird appeared from the tip of his wand. Dumbledore was in shock. What was it with Harry and magical oaths? There was a reason those oaths weren't used on a daily basis, because they were extremely dangerous if even one wrong word was spoken. And Harry swore it on his life. He would never have thought anyone would be foolish enough to swear such a long and detailed oath, but it seems Harry really didn't care. This was not good. Should he resort to plan B? Just then, he felt a presence next to him and someone used his momentary distraction to take the parchment away from his loose fingers. Daphne calmly approached Dumbledore and plucked the piece of parchment from Dumbledore's grip and stepped away from him. She looked at it and said, "There was no need for you to risk your life to swear that oath, Harry. This parchment is blank. Miss Greengrass, how dare you take that from me?" asked Dumbledore angrily, making a move to grab it from her, only to impact a shield. He turned to see Harry's wand raised, pointing towards him. "Professor Flitwick, could you please verify Miss Greengrass' statement?" asked Harry calmly. Daphne passed the parchment to Flitwick, who saw that it was blank. He ran several diagnostic charms on it and said, "This piece of parchment is completely blank, without a word written on it." "What are you playing at, Dumbledore?" he asked furiously. The murmur increased, but just then, Dumbledore's backup plan activated. Albus had specifically implanted a parchment with Harry's name on it in case the Death Eater impersonating Moody wasn't successful. The goblet went red for the 5th time, and this time, Professor Flitwick summoned the parchment to his hand even before Dumbledore could catch it. "Hadrian Potter again," snarled Flitwick. He couldn't believe his most prized student was being pushed to the limit again. And his name appears without a school. This clearly was torn from his homework assignment. 2 sides of the parchment are smooth while the other 2 are not. The people who put their names had to include their middle names as well, and this doesn't have Mr. Potter's middle name. Someone tampered with the Goblet of Fire. "There is no proof of that," said Dumbledore calmly, but he was mentally sweating buckets. His plan had been perfect. He would have announced Harry's name. Due to the shock, Harry would not have reacted and just followed his orders. This would have led to the school turning their back on him. It had been a big shock to him that the 4th piece of parchment was blank, but that blasted Greengrass girl had figured it out. His plan B would have worked wonderfully, but that didn't count on it being the 5th parchment to fly out. He had confounded the goblet into believing there was another school, with Harry as the sole participant. He had done this as a fail-safe so that had the Death Eater not been able to trick the goblet, his plan would activate, making Harry compete in the tournament. But what he had not expected was the parchment the Death Eater had placed to come out blank. What had happened there? His momentary distraction in dealing with Greengrass had not allowed him to stop the 5th parchment from flying out, this one being the one he had placed in the goblet. This had turned into a nightmare. And Flitwick had figured out the inconsistencies as well. Damn him. He didn't have a choice in the matter except take Harry's homework assignment, as the goblet specifically needed the person's handwriting which contained his inherent magical signature, which was accessed by the goblet. Dumbledore felt all his plans crashing around his ears. But he still had hope. Harry would still be forced to compete as he was chosen by the goblet. He was bound by the terms of the implied contract. That part of the plan was something Harry hadn't anticipated, thus giving Albus the advantage. "No proof," snarled Daphne. "The fact that the goblet spit out 5 times instead of 3 is considerable proof that someone has tampered with it. You were the one who called out Harry's name when the slip of parchment didn't even have his name, and you think all is well." "Don't take that tone with me, Miss Greengrass," said Dumbledore dangerously. "I'm the headmaster of this school and you will show me some respect." Daphne growled, her tigress instincts taking control again. "It is difficult to respect a man who is hell-bent on getting my fiancé killed." "Miss Greengrass, that's enough from you," snapped Professor McGonagall, coming forward. "Potter, in you go," she said, pointing towards the entrance to the chamber where the other 3 champions were waiting. Harry breathed deeply to get his wild emotions back under control. His hair color returned to its original jet black, his skin stopped glowing and the small lightning bolts disappeared. But his eyes were still glowing bright green. He calmly walked towards the chamber off the hall with Daphne by his side and Professor Flitwick in tow. "Miss Greengrass, where do you think you're going?" "The briefing is for the champions only," snapped McGonagall, only to receive no response as Daphne calmly followed her fiancé into the room. As they entered, Cedric looked up from where he had been talking to Fleur in hushed tones and said, "Harry. What are you doing here? Did they want us to go back to the Great Hall?" he asked confused. "The Goblet of Fire has been tampered with, ladies and gentlemen," said Daphne curtly. His name seems to have come out twice, and the headmaster is hell-bent on making him compete. I assure you that he did not place his name in the goblet. He swore a magical oath in the Great Hall to that effect. Suddenly, Bagman entered and said joyfully, "This is extraordinary. Let me introduce you to the fourth champion." With that he started clapping, only to stop when he saw the furious faces of Harry and Daphne. "This is not a happy occasion, Mr. Bagman. I hope you do well to remember that," said Harry quietly, but the venom in his voice was not missed. Said Bagman nervously. "Of course not, Lord Potter, my apologies." But just then a large group entered the room as well. Fleur immediately went to her headmistress. "Madame Maxime, there seems to be a mistake. How can Monsieur Potter be chosen as the fourth champion? What is going on?" she said, the translation potion making Harry and Daphne clearly understand what she was saying. "I would like to know that as well, Dumbledore. What is the meaning of this?" snapped Madame Maxime. "Two Hogwarts champions," said Karkaroff angrily, but his eyes betrayed him as it showed undisguised glee. "We were under the impression that your age line would prevent anyone under the age of 17 to put their names in the Goblet of Fire. Never would I have thought your students would resort to such disgusting actions such as—" "Oh, don't act all high and mighty, Karkaroff," snapped Daphne. "You were there in the Great Hall when Harry swore an oath on his life that he didn't enter himself. Or are you too stupid to realize that tampering has taken place after the goblet spit out 2 extra pieces of parchment? How dare you talk to me like that?" said Karkaroff, acting as though he was deeply insulted. "Is this how your students behave, Dumbledore? I would have thought—" "Oh, just shut up, Karkaroff, we know what you are," snapped Harry. "I don't need a Death Eater to lecture me about behavior and disgusting actions. I'm here only to find out the next course of action. Since I didn't enter my name in the Goblet of Fire, I'm not obligated to compete in the tournament, end of story." "How dare you!" yelled Karkaroff. "This is a personal insult. I can't take such insults lying down. My students and I will be immediately leaving as we have had it with Hogwarts, disgusting actions." "Empty threat, Karkaroff," said a gruff voice. Everyone turned to see Alistair Moody limping into the room. "Your champion can't leave. None of them can leave. Binding magical contract, convenient, huh? Convenient," snapped Karkaroff. "What are you blabbing about, Mad Eye?" he sneered. "Oh, don't get so uppity, Karkaroff," said Moody amused. "Everyone knows of your Death Eater past, so don't try to hide it. As for the goblet, someone put Potter's name in it, knowing that he would have to compete if his name came out. It's probably a murder attempt. Get him into the tournament and just wait for him to injure himself." It was also clearly a case of tampering as they hoodwinked a very powerful magical object. It would have needed an exceptionally strong Confundus charm to bamboozle that goblet into forgetting that only 3 schools compete in the tournament. I'm guessing they submitted Potter's name under 4th and 5th schools, to make sure he was the only one in his category. Very intelligent to do it twice, so as to trap him, he explained. In a fraction of a second, Harry caught Daphne's eye and acted. "You seem to have given this a great deal of," said Karkaroff, but was interrupted when there was a flash of light, blinding everyone in the room. Dumbledore drew his wand, but just then, the light cleared. Everyone turned to see Alistair Moody on the ground, stunned and under several binding spells. "Mr. Potter," yelled Dumbledore and McGonagall at once, looking at Harry's wand pointed at Moody. "How dare you attack a teacher like that?" said Dumbledore. "I'll have you suspended for this." Harry chose to remain silent, watching Moody closely. He had just figured out something which had baffled him last night. He had been browsing through the Marauders map late last night when he saw Alistair Moody entertaining Barty Crouch in his office. The wards had informed him that there was one extra unaccounted person in the castle. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was going on. As for that, he would have to take control of the wards from Dumbledore, but the castle did inform him about a few things. He realized that Moody was somehow involved in the incident with the Goblet of Fire. The bizarre behavior of Moody, coupled with his perfect ready-made answer as to how Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire this soon after the incident, made it way too suspicious. Daphne immediately went over to Moody, picked up his hip flask and opened it. "Polyjuice potion," she declared after smelling it. "If he were indeed Alistair Moody, I doubt I would have been able to land a spell on him," said Harry calmly. "Call the Aurors." "That won't be necessary," said a voice. Everyone turned to find Lady Amelia Black, head of the DMLE standing at the doorway with two oars and Lord Sirius Black. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.